Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was Ainz Ulgaun's parent? The stone dug into Harry's spine. Cold, rough, unyielding graveyard stone pressed between his shoulder blades while rope cut into his wrists. His glasses sat crooked on his nose. The night air smelled of damp grass and old earth and something sharp from the cauldron in front of him. Cedric lay a few steps away. Still, Harry kept looking at him. Not at the cauldron. Not at the thing that had risen from it. Harry, his own name came out of the high voice that had haunted his dreams for years. That voice rose from the small, twisted figure now standing upright beside the cauldron. Bare feet on the cracked stone. Long fingers flexing. Pale skin stretched over a face that should not have looked human at all. Red eyes. Slit pupils. Lord Voldemort. A circle of masked figures watched from the edges of the graveyard, black robes blending with the darkness. Every so often one of them shifted, and Harry heard the rustle of cloth and the soft crunch of gravel. Most of them stood silent, but a few chuckled under their breath when Voldemort laughed. The Dark Lord lifted his wand. Harry's scar burned. Hot. Blinding. It felt like something trying to drill from his forehead straight through to the back of his skull. "Do you see, Harry?" Voldemort said. "How completely you were brought here. How perfectly they led you. The blood of my equal. The boy fate tried to raise against me, and yet here you stand, tied, wandless." Wormtail hovered nearby, clutching his silver hand against his chest. His face was pale and damp. He kept looking between Harry and Voldemort like a rat trapped between a trap and a cat. "Untie him," Voldemort said. "Give him back his wand." The command was almost lazy. Voldemort turned his back before Wormtail even moved. Harry swallowed hard. His throat felt dry. His eyes kept going back to Cedric's body. Shoes still muddy from the maze. Fingers slack around nothing. The Triwizard Cup lay near his hand, dull in the low light, no longer glowing, just an ordinary trophy shape dumped in the grass. It should have taken us home. It had not. Rope fell away from his wrists. Wormtail shoved Harry forward and pressed his wand into his hand. "There you are," Voldemort said. "We must do this properly. Old magic likes form. Bow to me, Harry." Harry did not move. His legs shook. His heart pounded so hard that he could feel it in his ears. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but there was nowhere to go. The ring of Death Eaters closed every path. Tall stones rose behind him. Cedric lay to his left. "Bow," Voldemort repeated. Pain shot through Harry as invisible force pressed on his back, forcing his shoulders down. His knees hit the dirt. He stared at the ground, at scattered stones and old grass and the hem of Voldemort's robe moving close. Then the pressure vanished. "Very good," Voldemort said. "Now, fair duel. So our friends can watch the moment prophecy fails." Prophecy. The word cut through the noise in his head. Dumbledore. The dreams. The way everyone always looked at him like he was something more than a boy who got lucky as a baby. It all narrowed to this patch of ground. This wand. That man. "On 3, Harry," Voldemort said. "We will both attempt to kill each other. Is that not exciting?" Harry lifted his wand. His hand shook. His lungs felt tight. He was not sure he could speak. He knew he was going to die. The thought landed in his chest and sat there like a weight. No wild hope. No sudden plan. Just grim, tired understanding. He had faced Dementors and basilisks. He had thought that meant something. That it would matter. Here, in this place, it meant nothing at all. "1," Voldemort said. Harry tried to drag air into his lungs. Smell of grass. Damp cloth. The copper tang of blood from somewhere near the cauldron. 2. Cedric's empty eyes stared past the sky. 3. Avada Kedavra, Expelliarmus. The two spells flew at the same time. Green and red. Death and disarm. They met midway. The world did not explode, not at first. Twisted. Harry's wand jerked violently in his hand. A thin golden thread formed between the tip of his wand and the tip of Voldemort's. Pulsed. Light ran back and forth along it, then hung there, thickening, brightening. His scar flared. The graveyard vanished into a narrow tunnel of light and sound. Harry heard screaming, and it took him a moment to realize it was his own voice. Images jolted in front of his eyes. Green light in a nursery, a woman shouting, a man falling, a high cold laugh. The golden thread thickened until it felt solid. Beads of light formed along it, then began to move. This was wrong. Everything in the air felt wrong. Magic tangled with something else. Something older, colder. The graveyard was a place of death. The ritual that had given Voldemort a new body had used Harry's blood, his history, his connection to a prophecy spoken before he was born. Cedric was dead at his feet, his body a fresh sacrifice. A Horcrux inside Harry pulsed like a hot coal. All of it mixed together. Blood, prophecy, soul fragment, killing curse. The strange twin core of two wands. The world tilted. For one heartbeat, Harry saw more than the graveyard. He saw a pattern. Circles inside circles. Lines of light running through empty space. Names he did not know, written in letters he could not recognize. Not English, not runes, not anything that belonged on parchment. A faint sound reached his ears, thin and clear, cutting through his own ragged breathing. It was not a human voice. It was not any spell he had ever heard. It was closer to a small, distant chime, like glass struck very gently far away. Somewhere beyond the graveyard, something noticed. Power pressed in from a direction that did not exist. It did not feel like magic he knew. It had no warmth, no color. It was a rule, not a force. Target. Prophesied soul at the point of annihilation. Condition. Blood-bound sacrifice complete. Status. Match confirmed. Harry could not hear those words, but reality did. The golden thread between the wands thickened further, then shattered. The beads of light burst outward, but did not fall. They stopped in the air, frozen, humming. The killing curse did not hit him. It reached him, then it vanished. Snatched away, stripped down, broken apart. Pain tore through his chest. Not just his scar. All of him. Heart, lungs, bones. He felt himself slide loose from his body, like someone tearing film away from glass. The graveyard fell away beneath him. Cedric, Voldemort, the circle of Death Eaters, the stone under his back. All of it shrank. He tried to scream, but his throat no longer seemed to exist. There was only motion. He was pulled through something that did not have space. Felt like being dragged through a gap between thoughts. Time stretched thin. Colors snapped off. A thin, cold light pressed against his eyes. And then there were symbols again, hanging in front of him, turning slowly. A list, a question, a choice. He could not read the words, but some part of him understood that he was being measured. Weighed, sorted. Then something else hit him. Something heavy and calm. Another mind. Not human. It was ancient in a way he could not grasp and structured in a way that made his own thoughts feel messy and soft. It looked at him. It did not have eyes, but it still looked. Recognized. There was a click. Cold washed through him as if someone had plunged his soul into ice water. His panic dulled. Not because he stopped being afraid, but because something pressed against his feelings, flattening them around the edges. His last clear image of the graveyard was Cedric lying on the grass. Voldemort standing tall with his wand raised. Distant, shocked faces under white masks. Then, with a sharp, soundless snap, the graveyard was gone. The next breath he took hurt. Came with air that tasted different. Dry. Clean in a strange way, like air inside something sealed. There was a faint metallic scent, and something else he could not name, sharp and sweet at the same time. His eyes flew open. He lay on stone again, but not graveyard stone. This one was smooth, polished. Light came from nowhere and everywhere at once. An even glow that did not flicker like torches. He stared up at a tall ceiling painted in detailed scenes he did not recognize. Dark figures in rich robes. Armies. Monsters. A vast throne. There was gold and red and black worked into every design. Harry pushed himself up on his elbows. His head spun. His wand was still in his hand. That small fact anchored him. He closed his fingers around it and clung to the feeling of familiar wood. "Do not move too quickly," a voice said. He turned toward it. The speaker towered over him. A tall figure in flowing black robes, layered and heavy. Where a face should have been, there was only bone. Smooth white skull. Empty sockets filled with a dim, red glow. A gold crown rested on that skull. Harry froze. A skeleton in royal clothes. The sight should have sent him straight into another wave of panic. But the icy calm still dulled the edges of his fear. His heart raced, but his thoughts did not scatter. They ran in a tight circle. Dead. Monster. Not Voldemort. He realized he was not alone with the skeleton. Two other figures stood a few steps back. One looked like a tall man in a suit, with glasses and neat hair, and a smile that did not reach his eyes. The other was massive, covered in armor that glinted dull blue, with 4 arms and an insect-like head. A woman stood closer to the throne at the far end of the room. She wore a white dress that clung to her figure, with long black hair falling down her back. Curved horns rose from her head. Her golden eyes were fixed on Harry, narrow and intent. None of them looked human in the simple way that people at Hogwarts did. Even the man in the suit felt wrong, like a picture that almost looked normal until someone pointed out everything strange in it. Harry swallowed. His throat still hurt. His chest ached. His scar felt quiet, for the first time in years. Not hot, not cold, just present. "Where am I?" His voice cracked. The skeleton lifted a hand. Rings gleamed on long bone fingers. "In a safe place," he said. The voice was deep and calm. It carried easily through the hall, but it did not shout. Harry clutched his wand tighter. "Who are you?" he asked. Silence stretched for a moment. Then the skeleton inclined his head a little. "You may call me Ainz," he said. Ainz ul Gown. The name meant nothing to Harry. Felt heavy anyway. Ainz turned slightly, just enough that Harry saw the red light in the skull sockets narrow. It was a tiny movement, but it made something in Harry's spine stiffen. The man in the suit spoke, voice smooth. "Lord Ainz," he said. "His soul structure is stable. The interference from the ritual has settled." Harry flinched at the word soul. Interference. Ritual. Memories crashed back. Cedric. Graveyard. Voldemort. He looked down at himself. His hands were whole. No blood. No obvious wound. There was a faint mark on his chest, just under his shirt. Not a scar exactly. More like a shadow of one. When he touched it through the fabric, his fingers tingled. "Where is the graveyard?" he asked. "Where is Voldemort? Where is Cedric?" The woman in white made a soft sound under her breath. Her eyes flicked down and then back up, as if she had just looked at a stain on the floor. "Graveyard," she repeated quietly. Ainz faced Harry again. "The place you came from is no longer around you," he said. "The one you call Voldemort is not present here. The boy you refer to as Cedric is not present here either." Harry stared at him. "That is not an answer," Harry said. His voice came out sharper than he expected. The icy calm let him say it. The panic sat behind the words, but it did not choke them off. The armored giant shifted, the joints in his weapon hands clinking softly. The sound echoed in the hall. Ainz did not seem offended. "You are correct," he said. "It is not a full answer. That is because the truth is large, and you are still recovering. We will add pieces as you are ready to handle them." "I need to know if Cedric is alive," Harry said. "Right now." The calm inside him trembled. For a moment, red light flared in Ainz's eyes. He raised one hand, and a soft glow wrapped around his fingers, then vanished. "No pulse," the man in the suit said calmly. "No continued pattern from your original plane. The body was left behind when the transport took effect." Harry did not understand all the words, but he understood enough. "Cedric is dead," he whispered. The hall went quiet. The woman in white watched him closely. The armored giant lowered his head slightly, as if in respect. The man in the suit tilted his head, studying Harry like a specimen. Harry shut his eyes for a moment. His chest hurt. The mark under his shirt burned faintly. He had dragged Cedric to that cup. He had said they should both take it. He had thought it was fair. The cup had not been a prize. It had been bait. Harry dragged in a shaky breath and opened his eyes. "What is this place?" he asked. "What are you? What happened to me?" Ainz moved forward a few slow steps. His robes made almost no sound, just a faint brush over the polished floor. He stopped at a safe distance, still looming, but not close enough to touch. "This place is called the Great Tomb of Nazarick," he said. "It is my domain." He gestured toward the others. "These are some of its guardians." Albedo, the woman in white, dipped into a graceful bow. Demiurge, the man in the suit, bowed as well, hand over his chest. His smile sharpened. Cocytus, the armored giant, inclined his head. Frosty vapor curled from his mouth when he spoke. "An honor," Cocytus said. His voice was deep and rough, each word careful. Harry tried to take that in. "Tomb. Guardians. Domain. What are you?" Harry asked again. Ainz raised one hand and looked at the bones of his fingers, as if he had to remind himself. "I am an undead being," he said. "A ruler. A magic caster. In the terms of your world, which we have already begun to study, you would likely call me a lich. A very strong one." Harry's grip tightened on his wand. "So I went from one dark wizard to another," he said. The woman in white hissed softly through her teeth. Demiurge's smile did not change, but his eyes cooled. Cocytus shifted, as if ready to move between Harry and their master. Ainz held up his hand again. The guardians went still. "I understand why you might draw that conclusion," Ainz said. "You arrived at a moment of death. You saw a spell meant to end your life. You were bound by a prophecy. Then you woke in a tomb in front of a skeleton that calls itself ruler. It would be strange if you did not make that connection." He paused. "However," he added, "the comparison is not accurate." Harry almost laughed. Came out as a short, rough sound. "You do not even know Voldemort," he said. "On the contrary," Ainz replied. "I know quite a lot about him now." Demiurge stepped forward the smallest fraction. "Data from the event was extensive, my lord," he said. "The ritual that bound his soul, the fragment lodged inside this boy, the flawed prophecy. The moment of attempted annihilation was rich in information." Harry swallowed again. His throat ached. "You were watching?" he asked. "Not exactly," Ainz said. "A tool of mine reacted to the ritual. A world item. It is a piece of magic that exists very deep in the rules of reality. It has conditions under which it activates. Those conditions were met when your enemy attempted to kill you. As a result, your soul was redirected here and rebuilt according to the systems I control." World item. Conditions. Rebuilt. Harry stared at him. "So I died," he said slowly. "And you caught me." "In very simple terms," Ainz said. "Yes." The words hung in the air. Harry's chest felt tight again. "You are very calm about this," he said. "I am not human," Ainz said. "My feelings are managed. Still, I am not indifferent. You were not a random target. That tool is not meant to act on random targets. It responded to the weight of what you are, to prophecy, to the shape of your life, to the fact that someone chose you as sacrifice the night your parents died." The hall seemed to shrink. He knew about that night. Harry took a step back without meaning to. His heel scraped over the stone. "How do you know that?" he whispered. "Because the mark in your soul carried it," Demiurge said. "The fragment of your enemy that had attached to you tried to ride along when the item activated. The item stripped it out." Harry reached up without thinking and touched his scar. It did not burn. There was only a dull ache under his fingertips. "It is gone," Albedo said quietly. Her voice was soft now, less sharp than before. "The parasite that sat in your head. Lord Ainz removed it." "Not with kindness," Demiurge added. "With efficiency." Harry lowered his hand. "So you saved me," he said, "because this thing grabbed my soul and dragged me here. And you decided I was useful enough to keep." It sounded ugly when he said it that way. It also felt true. Ainz did not flinch. "Yes," he said. Harry blinked. No denial. No gentle lie. "Why?" Harry asked. Ainz looked at him for a long moment. The red lights in his eyes dimmed and brightened. When he spoke again, his tone changed, less distant, more formal. "Because I am alone," he said. "Because this place was built by beings you could call gods, and they left. I remained. I have carried their legacy, their creations, their hopes. I have protected this tomb and its children. I am their last representative. That is a heavy burden. It is also dangerous. Power without succession invites collapse, disaster, betrayal. If I fall, this place falls with me." He stepped closer. Just one pace. The guardians watched him. None of them moved. "In your world," Ainz continued, "you were marked as the one who would stand against a monster. You were twisted, used, pushed. Your life was shaped by the choices of others. You were told you must die at the right time so that others could live. That is not a destiny I intend to accept for you here." Harry felt the ground steady under his feet. "What are you saying?" he asked. "I am saying," Ainz replied, "that my world has chosen you. My item recognized the weight of your role and brought you here. It branded you. That brand connects you to my power. It makes you part of Nazarick in a way that even my guardians are not. In the terms of this tomb, that makes you heir apparent." The word heir echoed in Harry's head. He shook his head once, hard. "I am a school kid," he said. "I barely pass potions. I do not know anything about ruling anything. I did not even want to be a hero back there. I just wanted my friends to be safe." Albedo stepped forward, eyes shining. "If Lord Ainz declares you heir, then that is what you are," she said. "Your past does not matter. Blood does not matter. Only his will matters." Her gaze slid over him, assessing. There was strange warmth in her expression, mixed with something that made Harry's skin crawl. Demiurge adjusted his glasses. "From a structural standpoint, my lord, this choice is clever," he said. "It solves several problems at once. A human face connected to prophecy, bearing your mark. A bridge between Nazarick and lesser worlds. The Guardians will have someone to protect in your absence. Enemies will have a clear symbol to fear. Allies will have a figure to trust." Cocytus gripped the hilt of one of his weapons. His grip tightened with a faint scraping sound. "If he trains," Cocytus said slowly, "he can fight. Fight to stand at your side. To hold the front when you are not there. That is good." Harry looked from one to the other. They spoke about him as if he were not in the room. As if he were a piece on a board. A resource. He had felt that before. In Dumbledore's office. In the way the headmaster watched him with kind eyes that never quite looked surprised. In the way adults whispered about him just out of earshot. Here, no one even bothered to pretend. "Do I get a say in this?" Harry asked. Ainz focused on him again. "You have more say here than you ever had there," he said. "However, some things are already in motion. You are tied to this tomb now. Trying to sever that tie would likely destroy you. I do not intend to waste what my item delivered." "Nice to know I am not a waste," Harry muttered. The comment slipped out before he could stop it. For a moment there was a tiny, almost human pause from Ainz. The red lights in his eyes narrowed, then softened. "You are not a waste," he said. "You are an investment." "That is not really better," Harry said. Ainz gave a short sound. Harry could not tell if it was meant as a laugh or not. "You are still alive," Ainz said. "Your enemy is weaker. A foul piece of him has been removed from your head. From a simple human perspective, that is improvement, is it not?" Harry thought of Cedric. "From my perspective," he said quietly, "someone else died. Someone who did not have to die." Silence settled over the hall again. Ainz looked down at him. "That is the weight you carry," he said. "You were marked as sacrifice by people who claimed to protect you. I will not pretend that this new role is light. It is heavier, but at least it will be your choice how to use it. That is more than you were ever given." The words landed in Harry's chest. Heavy, solid, choice. He was not sure he trusted that promise. He was sure he wanted it. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now," Ainz said, "you rest. Then we begin to teach you what you need to know." He turned his head slightly. "Albedo, prepare suitable quarters for our heir." Her eyes lit up. "At once, Lord Ainz." she said. She looked at Harry again and smiled in a way that made him want to step back. I will make sure everything is perfect. Demiurge, Ainz went on. Compile everything the item recorded from the event. I want full analysis of the prophecy structure, the enemy ritual, and the residual ties to the world he came from. Demiurge bowed. With pleasure, my lord. I expect interesting flaws. Cocytus, Ainz said finally. You will observe his physical condition. When he is stable, you will begin initial combat assessment. Cocytus straightened. I accept, he said. I will see what he can do. Harry listened as they arranged his future like a schedule on parchment. He felt small in the middle of the room, wand in hand, surrounded by beings that could crush him with a thought. In the graveyard, he had known he was going to die. Here, he had no idea what was going to happen to him. That somehow felt worse. Albedo moved toward him, her dress whispering across the floor. Come, she said. You need rest, then food. Then we will see about clothes that are more worthy of your position. Harry looked down at himself. Robes torn, shirt dirty, blood smeared on one sleeve from when Wormtail had cut his arm for the ritual. He did not feel worthy of anything. I am fine, he said. You are not, Albedo answered. You are shaking. Only then did he notice the tremor in his hands. His fingers twitched around his wand. His knees felt weak. The icy calm inside him had cracks. Through them real fear leaked. He took a breath. Then another. The air still smelled strange. I am not going anywhere without my wand, he said. Of course, Albedo said. You are heir. You are allowed to carry a weapon. The way she said weapon made a small shiver run down his spine. He looked back at Ainz. I do not know if I trust you, Harry said. Any of you. Ainz did not look offended. His red eyes glowed steady. That is wise, he said. You should not trust easily. Not me. Not them. Not the world you left. He paused. But I will tell you one thing that is true, and you can test it as time goes on. I did not bring you here to kill you. I could have let your soul break. I did not. Everything else you can question. That fact you can check with your own eyes as you live. Harry looked at him for a long moment. In the graveyard, he had faced a man who wanted him dead. Here, he faced an undead ruler who wanted him alive for reasons that were not simple or kind. Neither option felt safe. Fine, Harry said quietly. I will live. For now. He turned away from the throne. Albedo walked at his side. Not touching him, but close enough that he could feel her presence. Demiurge watched with sharp interest. Cocytus stood solid and unmoving, like a living statue, as Harry passed. At the edge of the hall, just before the doors, Harry stopped and looked back. Ainz still stood there, alone on the polished floor, small red lights in empty sockets watching him go. Harry met that gaze and felt the faint pressure of that cold, ordered mind against his own again. Not crushing, not prying, just present. He realized something then. In the graveyard, his life had been a line drawn by other people. By a prophecy. By a dark lord. By a headmaster. By a curse on his head. Here, a different kind of line had wrapped around him. A mark inside his soul. A claim from an undead king. He did not know which was worse yet. The doors swung open. Cool air washed over him from the corridor beyond. Shadows waited there, along with whatever this tomb considered a room for an heir. Harry stepped forward. Behind him, the doors closed with a deep, final sound. The doors closed behind Harry with a heavy sound that settled in his chest. For a second he just stood there, facing the empty corridor, wand still in his hand. The hall outside the throne room stretched in both directions. The floor was the same polished stone as before. The walls were lined with pillars and strange banners that showed symbols he did not recognize. The air felt cool and still. Too still. No draft, no distant chatter, no castle sounds. Hogwarts always had noises. Moving portraits, shifting staircases, distant laughter. Here silence sat on everything. Albedo waited beside him. She had not tried to touch him, but she stood close, hands folded in front of her. Her white dress stood out against the dark stone. Her wings, black and smooth, rested still against her back. Her golden eyes watched him as if he might fall at any moment. "Your quarters are ready," she said. "Follow me, Lord Heir." Harry flinched. "Do not call me that," he said. Albedo tilted her head. "It is your position," she said. "You are the heir of Lord Ainz. It would be improper to address you as anything less." "My name is Harry," he said. "You can use that." She smiled, slow and bright. "Very well," she said. "Harry." The way she said his name made him feel like a pet she had decided to keep. He swallowed and looked away. "Lead the way," he said. She turned and started down the corridor. Her steps were smooth and even, dress whispering over the stone. Harry walked beside her, not behind. He refused to trail like a child being pulled along. As they moved, the corridor shifted. At first it was all stone and banners. Then they passed tall windows set into the wall. Harry looked out automatically. His stomach dropped. He had expected sky, trees, something. There was only darkness outside. Not night, not clouds. Just a thick, empty dark that swallowed the light from the hall. It looked like void. Harry slowed. "Is there nothing out there?" he asked. Albedo glanced at the window. "Outside the tomb, conditions are not yet suitable for you," she said. "Think of Nazarick as a fortress. Its first task is to keep you in and keep the unworthy out." "Unworthy?" Harry repeated. "Yes," she said. "Those who would not understand the honor you carry. Those who would waste Lord Ain's time." Harry stared at the dark a moment longer. He could not tell if there was anything beyond it at all. The thought made his skin crawl. He dragged his gaze back to the corridor and kept walking. They passed a set of tall double doors where two figures stood guard. Harry looked them over as they walked by. They looked human enough at first glance. Armor, spear, helmet. When he looked closer, the helmets did not hide faces. There were none, just smooth blank plates. They stood perfectly still. No shift of weight. No blink. No breath. Harry looked away again. "Do all of you live here?" he asked. "All of Nazarick exists to serve Lord Ainz," Albedo said. "That includes the guardians, the maids, the defensive constructs, the beasts. This is our home and our battlefield if needed. We are prepared for both." "And me," Harry said. "Where do I fit in that list?" She smiled again. "You are at the center," she said. "You and Lord Ainz. Two pillars. One present, one future." He did not feel like any kind of pillar. His legs still felt shaky. His wand hand trembled if he did not think about it. They turned a corner. The corridor here was narrower, though still wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side. Doors lined one side. Each had a small symbol carved where Hogwarts might have had a nameplate. Finally Albedo stopped in front of one. The symbol on this door looked like a circle wrapped in 3 lines. Harry did not recognize it, but something in his chest gave a faint pulse when he looked at it. "The mark reacts," Albedo said, watching his face. "That is good." "What mark?" he asked. "The one on your soul," she said. "It sits over your heart. It links you to Lord Ainz and Nazarick. You will learn more when Demiurge explains the systems." Harry tried not to think about a mark on his soul. He had had enough of being branded by magic. Albedo placed her hand on the door. There was no key, no handle. Light traced the symbol. Then the door slid aside without a sound. "Enter," she said. Harry stepped through. The room inside was nothing like the graveyard, nothing like Hogwarts. It was large but not ridiculous. A bed stood against one wall, big enough that 3 people could have slept on it without touching. The sheets were clean and plain, a deep red that reminded him of Gryffindor, though he was not sure if that was on purpose. A wardrobe stood nearby. A desk sat near the far wall, with a chair that looked sturdy and comfortable. A small table held a pitcher and glasses. There was another door that he guessed led to some kind of washroom. It felt like someone had tried to guess what a human boy would need. "This is for me?" he asked. "Yes," Albedo said. "If anything displeases you, it will be changed." "It is fine," Harry said. More than fine. He had grown up in a cupboard. His bedroom at Hogwarts had been simple. This felt like something out of a big hotel in one of Dudley's films. A strange anger flickered in his chest when he thought of that cupboard now, tiny and dark, compared to this room a lich had given him without blinking. You will find clothes in the wardrobe, Albedo said. Food will be brought. If you require anything, call. Staff will come. Call how? He asked. She gestured to a small silver bell on the table. Ring, she said. Even a soft sound will be heard. He eyed the bell. It looked heavy and polished, with the same symbol as the door on its side. I am not used to people running when I ring for them, he said. Then you have been treated poorly, Albedo said. He did not answer that. She walked a few steps into the room, then turned back to him. Rest, she said. Lord Ainz wishes you to be stable before training begins. Your body has been rewritten. You will feel strange for a while. Rewritten, he echoed. Yes, she said. You still look human. Your mind still thinks in human terms. But the systems beneath that are now linked to Nazarick. You will see once you sleep. That did not sound restful. Harry rubbed the heel of his hand over his chest. The mark under his shirt tingled again. How long do I have? He asked. Time moves differently here, Albedo said. Your previous world will not experience the same hours. Demiurge can explain details. For now, you may sleep as long as you need. No exam schedule, no classes to drag you out of bed. He thought of Ron banging on the bed frame in the dormitory. Hermione dragging his blanket off when he refused to get up. The memory hurt. Albedo watched his face a moment longer. I will stand outside, she said. There will be guards. You will not be disturbed. He frowned. You are going to stand guard the whole time? Yes, she said. That is not necessary, he said. You are a leader. You have things to do. My primary duty is to Lord Ainz, she said. When he gives me a task, that task becomes my world. At this moment he wishes you safe. So you are my task. There was no room in her tone for arguing. Harry sighed. Fine, he said. Do what you like. I am going to sit down before I fall down. Albedo dipped her head in a small bow. Rest well, she said. Harry, she turned and walked out. The door slid closed behind her. The silence that followed felt thicker than before. Harry stood alone in the middle of the room and listened to his own breathing. Sounded too loud. He walked over to the bed and sat down carefully, as if it might vanish. The mattress gave under his weight. Felt soft and solid. He let out a breath he had not known he was holding. His arm still ached where Wormtail had cut it. He rolled up his sleeve and looked. The skin was smooth. No scar, no scab. He looked down at his chest next. His fingers fumbled with the buttons. He pushed the fabric aside. There, over his heart, a faint design glowed on his skin. It looked a little like the symbol on the door, but more complex. Lines crossed and looped. When he stared at it, his head felt strange, as if his eyes wanted to slide off it and his thoughts did not want to catch the shape. He reached up and touched it. The world shifted. Not fully, not like the jump from graveyard to tomb. More like a curtain moved inside his own head. For a second he saw a small, clear panel of light in front of his eyes. It hung there, near his face with letters and numbers. They were written in neat script, not in any language he knew, yet somehow he could read them. Name: Harry James Potter Class, Bound Air Level 1. There were more lines under that. Health, mana, strength, speed, strange terms like that. He knew some from games Dudley had played on his computer. He blinked. The panel vanished. His heart raced. He tried again. He placed his hand over the mark, focused on that strange lines and his name. The panel jumped back into place. Same words. Same neat numbers. For a second panic rose. The idea that his whole body could be summed up in numbers felt wrong. Like someone had opened him and written a score sheet on his bones. Then another part of him whispered that it made things simpler. Clear. Knowable. In the graveyard, everything had been wild. Spells crashed together. Old prophecies twisted the air. Death had swept through without warning. Here there were rules. Granted, they were strange and not his, but they existed. Maybe knowing them would keep him from being dragged around again. He forced himself to steady his breathing. The panel flickered but stayed. So this was what Albedo had meant by system. He looked for anything that said weak or useless. Nothing did. His numbers were all neat and even, not low. Some glowed a little brighter, as if the mark on his chest fed them extra light. He did not know what any of that meant. He let the panel fade and dropped his hand. Brilliant, he muttered. I went from barely passing exams to being a walking chart. The room did not answer. Harry let his shirt fall back into place and lay back on the bed. The soft mattress pulled at him. His body felt heavy now that he had stopped moving. All the fear and shock that had been held in that icy calm started to leak out around the edges. His eyes burned. His throat tightened again. Cedric was dead. He had watched it. Green light. A body falling. No matter how strange Nazarick was, no matter how calm that brand made him, that fact sat in his chest and refused to move. He turned on his side and curled his knees up. The sheets smelled clean. Not like Hogwarts. Not like Privet Drive. He closed his eyes. Sleep came fast. He did not dream in the usual way. There was no crashing green light, no echo of Voldemort's laugh. Instead, he found himself standing in an empty space. No floor, no walls, no sky. Just pale white that went on in every direction. He looked down and saw nothing under his feet, yet he did not fall. This is a mental construct, a voice said. Harry turned. Ainz stood a few steps away. He looked the same as in the throne room. Robes, crown, skull face, red lights in his eyes. Harry lifted his wand on reflex. Relax, Ainz said. This is inside your mind. Your body still sleeps. If I meant to harm you, I would not need this method. That is not as comforting as you think, Harry said. Ainz let out a short sound. Again Harry could not tell if it was meant as a laugh. Fair, Ainz said. I have taken enough control already. This is at least polite. Harry lowered his wand, but he did not put it away. What is this place really, he asked. A space created by the brand you carry, Ainz said. It lets me speak to you without others listening. For training. For clarity. I will not use it without purpose. Right, Harry said. So what is the purpose now? Ainz lifted his hand. The pale white around them shifted. Symbols flowed across the space like ink in water. For a second Harry saw the same strange letters as before, the ones he had seen when he floated between worlds. Then they settled. In front of him appeared a simple image. A line that branched again and again. At each branch was a small mark. Some circles, some crosses, some shapes he did not know. This is a basic model, Ainz said. Think of it as a map of decisions. Your life until now followed one path through this. That path was shaped by prophecy, by others, by chance. The ritual that almost killed you was a branch with two main options. Death or survival. The world item added a third. He tapped the center. You are here, he said. Harry stared at the map. So I am a line, he said. You are a set of choices that lead to one another, Ainz said. Everyone is. The difference is that your line kept running into rules you did not choose. That annoyed me. Annoyed you? Harry repeated. Yes, Ainz said.
I dislike waste.
You were shaped into a weapon and a sacrifice at the same time. It was inefficient. Your enemies were foolish. Your allies were not much better. Harry looked away from the map. You talk like you know them, he said. I know their pattern, Ainz said. That is enough. Old wizard with a savior complex. Dark wizard with a fear of death. A society that hides behind laws it does not follow. A ministry that bends to fear. Very simple. The flat way he said it made Harry's jaw clench. You do not know everything, Harry said. You did not live there. True, Ainz said. I have not stood in those halls. I have not sat at those tables. But I have seen enough worlds to recognize this shape. It repeats. Harry closed his eyes for a second. When you say worlds, he said quietly, how many do you mean? Enough that I stopped counting, Ainz said. Nazarick travels. For now that is not important. What matters is this. You are no longer bound to the old line alone. You have access to this. The map shifted again. A second line lit up, branching away from the point where the graveyard had been. This line ran into a cluster of marks that glowed brighter than the others. What is that? Harry asked. Potential, Ainz said. New paths. Some lead to ruin. Some lead to strength. All of them are built around Nazareth now. Your choices will ripple through this tomb and through your old world if we go back. If, Harry said. Yes, Ainz said. If. I will not tear open a path to your world without reason. We need information first. Demiurge is gathering data now. You are going to go back, Harry said. You said you wanted a bridge. A human face. That is me. Possibly, Ainz said. I prefer to proceed step by step. Before we plan conquest or rescue or anything else, we need one simple thing. You must understand what you are now. Harry opened his eyes again. Some kind of class, he said. Bound air. Level 1. I saw it. Good, Ainz said. You found the panel. That is your interface to this system. It will show you how your training affects you. As your level goes up, you will gain new skills. Some will be magic. Some will be physical. Some will be more subtle. All will tie you deeper to Nazareth. And if I do not train, Harry asked. Ainz looked at him. Then you will still be bound, he said. You will still be ours. You will simply be fragile. I do not advise that. Harry snorted. Of course you do not, he said. You want a strong heir. Yes, Ainz said. But also, a weak heir cannot protect himself. A weak heir gives enemies a target. That increases risk for Nazareth. I do not tolerate that. So we will train you. Harry could not argue with that logic. He did not have to like it. What kind of training, he asked. Cositus will test your body, Ainz said. He will see what weapons suit you. Demiurge will teach you the rules of this system. Albedo will instruct you in the structure of Nazareth and the basics of command. I will handle your higher magic myself when you are ready. That sounds like 3 schools at once, Harry said. You survived Hogwarts, Ainz said. You can survive this. Besides, you will not have to deal with childish bullying or petty tests. We will be efficient. Harry thought of Draco Malfoy sneering in the corridor. Snape taking points for breathing wrong. Not sure I will miss that, he said. Good, Ainz said. We begin when you wake. I will not keep you here long. Your mind needs rest as much as your body. Harry looked back at the map one last time. What happens if I refuse? He asked. Ainz did not look away. You can refuse to obey any order, he said. I will not control your mind. That is not how I treat those I claim. But you cannot refuse what you are. The mark will not vanish. Nazareth will not stop existing. Your old world will not suddenly become fair. He paused. Refusal has a cost, he said. So does acceptance. You will choose which cost you can live with. Harry thought of Cedric again. Cost. It seemed his life had never been free of that word. I will train, Harry said finally. Not because you say so, because I do not want to be weak if I have to stand in front of people again. My people. Your people. Anyone. Good answer, Ainz said. The white space began to fade. One more thing, Harry said quickly. You said I am not a waste. That I am an investment. If I find out you lied about anything important, I will walk away. Even if it kills me. Ainz watched him. That is a threat, Ainz said. It is a promise, Harry said. The red light in Ainz's eyes narrowed, then softened again. I will remember, Ainz said. Rest now. The map vanished. The space around them dissolved. Darkness folded in. Harry woke up to someone knocking on the door. He sat up fast, wand already in his hand. For a second he looked around, heart pounding, before he remembered where he was. Nazareth. Tomb. His room looked the same. Bed. Desk. Wardrobe. Who is it? He called. Albedo, came the answer through the door. You have slept for 11 hours by Nazareth measure. Lord Ainz requests that we begin the first stage of assessment. 11 hours. He did not feel as stiff as he usually did after long sleep. His body felt rested, but his mind was already alert. I am up, he said. One moment. He swung his legs off the bed and stood. His clothes were still the torn robes from the graveyard. He grimaced. Are there clothes in that wardrobe for me? He called. Yes, Albedo said. Prepared to your measurements. He opened the wardrobe. Inside hung several sets of black trousers and simple shirts, along with a few long coats. There were also boots that looked sturdy and fit for running rather than parading. No bright colors. No house crests. Harry grabbed a shirt and trousers and changed quickly. The fabric felt stronger than his Hogwarts clothes. Lighter too. When he was dressed, he opened the door. Albedo stood outside with two other figures. Harry had to stop himself taking a step back. One was tall and neat, with silver hair and a kind face, wearing a dark suit with white gloves. The other was shorter, dressed as a maid, with long dark hair in a braid and a serious expression. Her eyes were focused, sharp. "Harry," Albedo said, "this is Seabass. This is Solution. They serve in the upper floors. They will assist you as needed." Seabass bowed slightly. "It is a pleasure," he said. "If you require physical guidance in the tomb, I will provide it." Solution curtsied. "Call for us with the bell," she said. "We will come." Harry shifted, feeling strange at being treated like some sort of lord. "I can walk by myself," he said. "But thanks." Albedo nodded. "Today, Cositus will handle your first test," she said. "We will go to him now." "Now?" Harry asked. "Lord Ainz wishes to know your limits as soon as possible," Albedo said. "That way training can be planned correctly." Harry took a breath. "Right," he said. "Let us get it over with." He tucked his wand into his sleeve out of habit. Felt strange without school robes, but he managed. Albedo took the lead again. Seabass and Solution walked behind Harry, a half-pace back, silent but solid. He could feel them there, like two careful shadows. They moved through more corridors. Harry tried to pay attention to the route this time. Left at the banners with the snake design. Right past a row of armor that looked ready to move. Down a set of steps that felt like they were carved in one piece. Finally they reached a wide door with a simple metal plate. Albedo touched it. The door slid aside. The room beyond was large and empty, with a high ceiling and walls lined with weapons of every kind. Swords, spears, axes, things Harry did not have names for. The floor was bare stone with faint marks that looked like old scuffs and cracks. Cositus stood in the center. He turned when they entered. Frost misted around his mouth. "You are ready," Cositus said. "As ready as I will ever be," Harry said. Albedo moved to the side. Seabass and Solution took up positions near the wall. They did not speak. Cositus looked Harry up and down. His gaze lingered on Harry's wand hand. "You still use that?" he said. "Yes," Harry said. "It is the only tool I know." "Good," Cositus said. "We test what you know before we add new." He gestured. From the far wall, a section of stone slid back. A figure stepped out. It looked like a statue at first, all metal and stone. Then it moved. Limbs unfolded. A head lifted. Two red points lit up where eyes would be. Harry stared. "What is that?" he asked. "A training construct," Cositus said. "It will not think. It will not feel. It will fight until I command stop. Can be repaired. You cannot. So hit it, not me." That was honest enough. Harry swallowed, then nodded. "Fine," he said. "What do you want me to do?" "Attack," Cositus said. "Defend. Show all ways you know. I will watch." The construct took a stance 10 steps away. It did not speak. It simply raised its arms, hands ending in blunt shapes that still looked like they could break bone. Harry walked forward until he stood a few steps in front of it. His heart sped up. His palms began to sweat. "Remember," Cositus said, "this is test, not end. If you fall, we pick you up again." Harry did not find that as comforting as intended. He lifted his wand. Stupefy. Red light shot from his wand tip. It hit the construct in the chest. The spell should have knocked a human flat. The construct rocked back half a step and straightened. "Again," Cositus said. Expelliarmus. The disarming charm hit the construct arm. Its hand jerked, but nothing flew from it. Again. Harry clenched his jaw. Impedimenta. The slowing charm wrapped around the construct legs. This time it worked. The construct moved slower, like someone had filled its joints with syrup. "That is better," Cositus said. "You adapt." Harry moved. He dodged to the side as the construct swung one heavy arm. The air moved with it. The blow passed where his head had just been. His heart hammered. This felt real. There was no padding, no professor standing close to stop things. If the construct hit him full on, he would break. He fired spell after spell. Stupefy, Expelliarmus, Flipendo, Reducto, most bounced. Some slowed the construct. One Reducto chipped its shoulder. Small fragments scattered across the floor. Then the construct reached him. A fist slammed into the ground where his leg had been a breath earlier. Stone cracked. Bits of floor flew. Harry rolled, lungs burning. The icy calm from the brand pushed back panic just enough to let him think. He could not win by throwing school spells at a brick wall. He needed something else. He thought of the panel, of numbers and lines that tied his magic to Nazarick. If that system existed, then there should be skills. Ainz had said so, some tied to his class, some to his link. He risked a glance down at his chest. He could not see the mark through the shirt, but he could feel it there. Help, he thought. I need something. The mark warmed. A word rose in his mind. Not in English, not in Latin, but clear. He did not speak it aloud. He did not need to. Power rushed up from the mark through his arm into his wand. The next spell he cast felt different. Stupefy. Red light burst from his wand. But this time it was brighter, thicker. It struck the construct full in the chest. The construct flew backward. It hit the far wall with a hard sound and slid to the floor in a heap. His eyes went dark. Silence dropped over the room. Harry stood in the center, chest heaving, wand still raised. What was that, he asked. Cocytus walked toward the fallen construct. Frost trailed his steps. He nudged the metal side with one weapon hand. The construct did not move. Skill enhancement, Cocytus said. Your class and bond took a simple spell and changed its effect. Good. So I am cheating, Harry said, breathless. Cheating is what the weak call it when the strong use their full power, Cocytus said. Harry half laughed, half coughed. My spells were not doing much before that, he said. You adapted, Cocytus said again. You called on new strength without being told how. That is important. He turned to look at Harry fully. You were afraid, Cocytus said. You still moved. That is more important. Harry swallowed. I have had practice, he said. Cocytus was silent for a moment. Yes, he said. I saw the record. You faced death many times already. That is why Lord Ainz chose you. You do not freeze. Harry did not feel like some brave warrior. His legs shook. His hands trembled. Sweat ran down his back under the new shirt. Test complete for now, Cocytus said. We will repeat later with different tools. For today we know this. Your body can take strain. Your link responds. We will build on that. He gestured. The door in the wall opened again. Two more constructs walked in, grabbed the fallen one, and dragged it away. Albedo stepped forward from her place at the side. You did well, she said. Harry snorted softly. I barely managed to hit a lump of stone, he said. You hit it hard enough to break it, she said. Most human casters could not have done that with such a simple spell. Seabass nodded. Your movement was also better than expected, he said. Given the sudden change in your body, you did not trip over your own feet. That is more than I can say for some noble sons I have seen. Harry felt a flush creep up his neck. Praise from a butler in a place like this felt odd. What now? He asked. Now Demiurge will speak with you, Albedo said. He wishes to explain your brand and your future tasks. Of course he did. Harry wiped his sleeve over his forehead and nodded. Lead on, he said. Demiurge waited in a room that looked more like a study than a throne hall. Shelves lined the walls, filled with books and scrolls. A large desk sat in the center, covered in neat stacks of parchment. A single chair stood on one side. Please sit, Demiurge said as Harry entered. Harry sat. The chair was comfortable, but not enough to make him relax. Albedo stayed by the door. Seabass and Solution remained outside. Cocytus had gone back to wherever he watched battles and planned. Demiurge folded his hands on the desk. His smile was polite. His glasses caught the light when he moved. First, allow me to say that your performance in the test was satisfactory, he said. For someone just pulled from another world and rewritten, you did not fall apart. That is good. Glad I meet the standard, Harry said dryly. Demiurge chuckled. I appreciate sarcasm, he said. It shows you still think for yourself. Lord Ainz values that in an heir. Blind obedience is efficient in soldiers. Less so in successors. Harry shot a look at Albedo. She did not react. Is that why you all argue with him so much? Harry said. You want to show how independent you are. Albedo narrowed her eyes. We do not argue, she said. We discuss. We offer insights. And Lord Ainz makes the final call, Demiurge added smoothly. Which he always does correctly. Harry bit back a comment. You wanted to explain my brand, he said instead. Yes, Demiurge said. We will start simple. You already saw your panel. Yes, name, class, level, Harry said. Bound heir. Level 1. Good, Demiurge said. The class reflects your role. Bound heir means your growth is tied to Nazarick and to Lord Ainz. Some skills will strengthen if you are near him. Some will awaken when he orders it. Some will react when Nazarick is in danger. So my power depends on how much I act in your interests, Harry said. In very crude terms, yes, Demiurge said. This is not a leash. It is a channel. When you work with Nazarick, the flow is smooth. When you work against it, the flow meets resistance. That sounds like a leash, Harry said. Demiurge leaned back slightly. Harry, he said. Do you think you could ever be fully free of something? Harry frowned. What do you mean? He asked. In your old world, you were bound by prophecy, by the headmaster, by the ministry, by the simple fact that you were a child in a war, Demiurge said. If you had stayed, even without Voldemort, you would still be bound. By laws, by expectations, by your own morals. There is no life without ties. I know that, Harry said. I just want to choose which ties. Now you can, Demiurge said. To a degree you did not have before. You know what binds you. The brand is clear. Lord Ainz is clear. Nazarick does not pretend to be something it is not. Harry thought of Dumbledore saying he cared, then holding back truths. You are very proud of your honesty, Harry said. It saves time, Demiurge said. If we lie, Lord Ainz' plans fail. That is unacceptable. He tapped the desk. Now, he said, your level 1. That will rise as you train and complete tasks for Nazarick. Combat, study, command. It is not just about killing enemies. It is about acting in your role. What happens at higher levels? Harry asked. You will gain abilities that bend magic in ways your old world has never seen, Demiurge said. You will be able to shape fear and loyalty. You will be able to cut through spells as if they are paper. You will be able to open paths between places. Harry stared at him. That sounds dangerous, he said. It is, Demiurge said. That is the point. You are heir to a power that frightens gods. You will not stay weak. He pulled a sheet of parchment from one of the stacks and slid it across the desk. This is a list of your potential skills at early levels, he said. We will not go through all now. It would bore you. But I want you to see one thing. Harry looked down. The writing was in the same strange script as the panel. Somehow he could read it without effort. Near the top, under a neat heading, one line stood out. Anchor of humanity. Passive. Strengthens empathy and resistance to full emotional suppression. He glanced up sharply. What is this? He asked. Something Lord Ainz chose for you, Demiurge said. The brand could have removed your softer feelings entirely to stabilize you. He changed that. You are linked to Nazarick and its cold logic, but this skill holds a part of you outside that. It will hurt sometimes. It will keep you from becoming a perfect tool. It will also keep you from becoming a monster that we cannot predict. Harry stared at the words again. You gave me a way to stay human, he said slowly. Yes, Demiurge said. We will try to keep you there. Within limits. Within your limits, Harry said. Within the limits of what works, Demiurge said. You will want to save everyone. You always did. That instinct led to you dragging the other boy to the cup. It led to his death. Anchor of humanity does not change that part of you. It only keeps it from being crushed when you realize you cannot save everyone. Harry flinched. The reminder of Cedric burned. You have a pleasant way of putting things, he said, voice flat. I prefer clear cuts to dull ones, Demiurge said. Less infection. Harry folded the parchment and pushed it back. Fine, he said. You explained my chain. What about my tasks? Demiurge smiled again. We will start small, he said. Learn the layout of Nazarick upper floors. Learn names and roles of primary guardians and staff. Learn basic structure of your old world in terms that we can use. You will be our local expert. You mean you want me to tell you how the ministry works? Harry said. Yes, Demiurge said. And Hogwarts. And any hidden groups. And the ways they might react if a strange, powerful force arrives. We learn before we act. Harry had never thought of himself as any kind of expert. He had spent most of his time confused, late to news, pushed by events. Now someone wanted his insight as if it mattered. It will not be perfect, he said. I am a student. I do not know everything. That is acceptable, Demiurge said. You know enough to show us where to look. That is all we need at first. Harry sat back. So I am going to be a tour guide for a tomb full of monsters, he said. Albedo bristled. We are not monsters, she snapped. You kill without blinking when Lord Ainz says so, Harry said. You are ready to destroy my world if he tells you it has to be done. That is what monsters are in our stories. We protect what matters, Albedo said. You protect him, Harry said. Yes, she said. Demiurge watched them with interest. This contrast is useful, he said. Your old stories call us monsters. Our view calls you fragile. Both can be true. That tension will shape how we move when we contact your world. Harry rubbed his temples. My head hurts, he said. New system, new pressure, Demiurge said. It will pass. He stood. Last part for today, he said. Lord Ainz wishes to speak to you in person, not in your mind. He is waiting in a smaller audience chamber. You will find him there when you are ready. Harry stood as well. His legs felt steadier now. The fight with the construct had worn him out and then forced him awake. The talk here had filled his head with too many ideas. Lead the way, he said again. The smaller chamber looked less grand than the throne hall. The ceiling was lower, the room narrower. A single chair sat at the far end instead of a massive throne. Ainz sat there, one arm resting on the chair arm, the other on his knee. When Harry entered, Ainz looked up. Good, Ainz said. You are still in one piece. Your pet statue tried to fix that, Harry said. Ainz gave that short sound again. Cositus can be enthusiastic, he said. But he knows your value. He will not break you by accident. Harry waved a hand. So, he said, you have seen me fight. You know I am not much yet. What now? Now, Ainz said. We decide how to present you when the time comes. Present me, Harry said. Yes, Ainz said. To your world. Even if we wait, the fact remains. You vanished from a graveyard where many enemies and some allies were present. They will search. They will guess. Some will suspect you died. Others will think you fled. We can use that. You want them off balance, Harry said. Of course, Ainz said. An heir with no mystery is weak. An heir who returns from nothing with new power makes people listen. Harry shifted. I do not like the idea of being a show, he said. You already were one, Ainz said. The boy who lived. The Triwizard champion. The child everyone watched. The difference now is who controls the stage. He was right. That annoyed Harry. So what are you thinking? Harry asked. First, we gather information, Ainz said. Demiurge will build us models based on what you tell him. We will see which approach causes least waste. Direct strike on your enemy. Quiet approach through politics. A display that scares your ministry into submission. Many options. We will choose when we know more. And me, Harry asked. You will train, Ainz said. You will learn. You will remember that anchor of humanity skill exists. I had to fight for that, by the way. The system wished to push you further into my pattern. I adjusted it. Remember that when you think of me as only a tyrant. Harry frowned. Why did you fight for that? He asked. You said emotions make things messy. Would it not be easier to have an heir who simply obeys and does not feel? Easier at first, Ainz said. Then dangerous. An heir who feels nothing might decide I am in the way. Might decide Nazarick does not need a weak link. Might decide that any suffering is acceptable. You care too much. That can be corrected. But I would rather have to calm you than fear you will burn everything for fun. That was a very practical answer. It was also, in its own twisted way, a kind of trust. You want me to be the one who questions you, Harry said. When needed, Ainz said. Quietly, in private. If my plan risks too much, I need someone who will say so. The Guardians will follow me into fire. That is loyalty. Loyalty does not always see when the fire is pointless. Harry smiled without meaning to. You are terrible at this comforting thing, he said. But you are honest again. I keep hearing that, Ainz said. He shifted on the chair. You asked me in your mind what happens if you walk away, Ainz said. I answered. You still chose to train. That matters. It means we can move forward. I will not have to drag you. Harry sobered. So when do we go back? He asked. Not yet, Ainz said. We have established a mark in your old world. The ritual left a scar in that place. I can use it as a focus later. For now, we watch from here. There are spells that let me see through thin walls between places. I have already seen your headmaster visit the graveyard. Harry stiffened. Dumbledore went there, he said. Yes, Ainz said. He saw the bodies. He saw the signs of the ritual. He saw that you were missing. He looked very tired, very old. He knows the prophecy failed. He does not know why. Harry pictured Dumbledore standing over Cedric's body. It made his stomach twist. So he thinks I am dead, Harry said. Perhaps, Ainz said. Or taken. He will search. That will stir your ministry. That will move your enemy. We will wait until they reveal more by their own panic. It is efficient. Harry sat down on a simple chair opposite Ainz. So Cedric's parents, he said quietly. They will think I disappeared and their son died in some wild magic event. Most likely, Ainz said. Harry clenched his fist. That is not fair, he said. Life rarely is, Ainz said. But you can change some pieces now. Once you are strong enough, you can walk into that hall in front of those people and force them to listen. Your presence will be proof that something greater than their petty world interfered. That shock can be shaped into change. That does not bring Cedric back, Harry said. No, Ainz said. Nothing does. Even if I rewound that moment by force, it would break more than it fixed. Trust me on that. I have seen what reality does to those who twist it too far. Harry nodded slowly. Then we make sure his death is not just another story people use to push me, he said. No more being a symbol for other people's plans. Good, Ainz said. That resolve will help when you stand in front of them. They will try to own your story again. We will not let them. Harry met the glowing red eyes without flinching this time. What if I want to see my friends before any big show? He asked. Just to know they are alive. To tell them I am not gone. Can we do that? It will be risky, Ainz said. They are watched. You are watched even in your absence. But perhaps, under the right cover, when you can defend yourself and them. I will not send you to them when you are still at level 1. Harry grimaced. So I am stuck in your tomb until I impress your number system, he said. For now, Ainz said. There are worse prisons. Harry thought of his cupboard. I know, he said. Ainz stood. That is enough for today, he said. Return to your room. Eat. Rest. Speak with Albedo if you must. Tomorrow you will start telling Demiurge about your world in more detail. He is looking forward to it. It will give him new toys to sort. Harry stood as well. One more question, he said. What do I call you when it is just us? Lord Ainz sounds strange. But calling you only Ainz feels rude with all these people watching. Ainz paused. In private, Ainz is fine, he said. In front of the Guardians, use Lord Ainz. Keeps the hierarchy clear. They need that, right? Harry said. Ainz in here, Lord Ainz out there. I can do that. Good, Ainz said. He stepped closer. Do not forget, he said quietly. You are not alone now, for better and worse. Use that. Harry nodded. He turned and walked toward the door. Albedo fell into step beside him. You spoke well, she said softly as they left the chamber. I did not say much, Harry said. You pushed back, she said. You did not kneel. That suits an heir. I am not going to kneel for anyone just because they look impressive, Harry said. I have done enough of that with robes and titles in my world. Albedo smiled. You will kneel for one person, she said. You just do not know it yet. Harry looked at her. Who? He asked. She looked ahead. Yourself, she said. When you see what you can become. He shook his head. That is the most Nazaric thing I have heard all day, he said. She laughed, low and pleased. They walked back through the halls. Guards watched them pass. Constructs stood silent in corners. The tomb felt less like a maze now and more like a held breath. Somewhere deep under the stone, numbers ticked up slowly. Harry could not see them, but he could feel the brand on his chest pulse in time with his steps. He was bound. He was also, for the first time in his life, walking a path where the one holding the chain did not lie about it. It was not freedom. It was a start. Harry woke before anyone knocked. For a moment he thought he was in the Gryffindor dormitory. The ceiling above him looked plain enough. His hand reached automatically for the curtains that should have been around his bed. His fingers brushed empty air. Memory hit a second later. Graveyard. Voldemort. The strange cold that had peeled him out of his body. The skeleton king on a throne. The mark over his heart. The training construct hitting the floor. Nazarick. He lay still and listened. No snoring boys. No distant pop of house elves in the kitchen. No wind against old stone. The silence here felt heavy and complete, like the whole place was holding its breath. His chest ached. He pressed his palm over his heart. The brand on his skin warmed under his hand. The panel appeared again at the edge of his vision. Name: Harry James Potter, class bound air level 2. He blinked. Level 2, he muttered. Right? So almost getting flattened by a statue counts as work. There were a few more lines under that now. One glowed faintly. Skill airstrike. Simple spell enhancement. Triggered under threat. Skill. Anchor of humanity. Passive. Stable. He stared at the second skill for a moment. It sat there on the panel like a small, stubborn stone. It did not flash. It did not change. It just stayed. Good, he said quietly. Stay right there. He let the panel fade and sat up. Muscles in his legs twinged, but not as badly as he expected. Whatever Ainz had done when he rebuilt his body, it healed fast. He swung his feet to the floor and stood. The room was dim, lit by the same even light from nowhere. He crossed to the small washroom and splashed water on his face. The water came out clear and cool from a plain metal tap. It tasted faintly of metal and something he could not name, but it did not make him choke. Good enough. When he came back out, someone knocked on the door. 3 short taps. Neat. Precise. Who is it? Harry called. Seabass. Came the calm voice. I have brought breakfast if you are awake. Yeah. One moment. Harry grabbed his wand, slid it into his sleeve again, and opened the door. Seabass stood there in his dark suit. He carried a tray as if it weighed nothing at all. Solution stood a step behind him, hands folded in front of her apron, eyes watchful. Good morning, Seabass said. May we enter? Harry stepped back. Sure, he said. Come in. Seabass moved into the room and set the tray down on the small table. The smell hit Harry at once. Warm bread, something like eggs, and a faint hint of tea. His stomach growled. Loud. Solution looked at his stomach, then at his face. There was the smallest twitch at the corner of her mouth, as if she had almost smiled and decided against it at the last second. Harry pretended not to notice. What is it? He asked, moving closer. Foods that approximate what humans your age eat for a first meal, Seabass said. We consulted records. If anything is not to your liking, we will adjust. On the tray sat slices of bread, a plate of scrambled eggs, something that might be sausages, and a cup of tea that looked almost like the kind the Hogwarts elves made. Harry picked up the cup and sniffed. The tea smelled normal. He took a careful sip. It tasted a little stronger than he was used to, but it did not burn his tongue. This is good, he said. Thank you. Seabass inclined his head. I am pleased, he said. Proper food keeps a fighter stable. We prefer you not faint from hunger in a fight. Nice to know my stomach is part of your battle plans, Harry said, then shrugged. Better than how my uncle used to think about it. Seabass did not ask. Solution did not either. They both waited, still and polite. Harry sat and started to eat. His hands shook a little at first, but food steadied them. The eggs were a bit too perfect, the bread cut in exact slices, but it was hot and filling. He ate more than he would have at the Dursleys and almost as much as he did at Hogwarts. Seabass watched, measuring. You are used to eating quickly, he said after a while. Harry paused with his fork halfway to his mouth. We had 4 boys at the table, he said. If I did not, Dudley would complain I was taking too long and my aunt would throw a fit. He did not usually talk about Privet Drive. The words slipped out before he could stop them. Maybe it was the way Seabass stood there, calm and solid, like some strange cross between a butler and a guard. Seabass frowned slightly. That is not how one treats a child, he said. Harry swallowed a bite and shrugged. It is how they treated me, he said. Not sure they counted me as a child. Solution tilted her head. Your relatives did not value you, she said. That is clear from your tone. Her voice was flat, but there was something under it. Not sympathy. More like disdain for idiots. Yeah, Harry said. They liked my scar. Did not like me much. Seabass folded his hands behind his back. Here your value is clear, he said. Lord Ainz has stated it. That will not change because someone is loud at a table. Harry snorted softly. You keep saying my value like I am an object, he said. It is strange. You are a person, Seabass said. You are also a piece in plans larger than yourself. Both can be true. The difference is that Lord Ainz plans with your survival in mind. This is the nicest way anyone has ever told me I am a chess piece, Harry said. Solution spoke again. Pieces do not get rooms like this, she said. Or skills. Or time from guardians. Your old world wasted a resource. We do not. He looked at her properly. Her eyes were sharp and cool, like she was always checking for lies. You talk like Demiurge, he said. She gave the smallest nod. I serve under him when needed, she said. His view is efficient. Harry finished the last of the eggs and pushed the plate away. Right, he said. So what is my schedule for today? I said I would not be dragged. But I never said I would sit around either. Seabass glanced at the door. Albedo will arrive soon to escort you to a meeting with Lord Ainz and the other guardians, he said. He wishes you to meet them as a group. It will set the tone. All of them, Harry asked. Not the entire tomb, Seabass said. That would be excessive. The floor guardians and core staff. Enough to make your position clear. Harry felt his stomach twist. Some from the food. Some from nerves. And after that, he asked. More training, Seabass said. Cositus is adjusting his assessment. Demiurge will begin work on models with your help. Your days will be full. Brilliant, Harry said. At least I will not be bored. Solution stepped forward and picked up the empty plate and cup. Ring the bell if you wish for more, she said. Harry eyed the tray. If I eat more before a meeting like that, I might be sick on someone's shoes, he said. I will wait. Solution nodded once. As you wish, she said. She and Seabass moved to the door. Seabass paused with his hand on the frame. Harry, he said, if you ever feel that something here treats you less than you deserve, you may speak to me. Lord Ainz expects his heir to be kept in proper condition. That includes respect. Harry did not know what to say to that. No adult in his life had ever stood in front of him and said he deserved respect just because he existed. Thanks, he said quietly. I will remember. Seabass bowed slightly and left. The door closed. Harry sat alone again, staring at the table. His fingers tapped once on the wood. Restless. A meeting with all the guardians. He had faced a basilisk and a dark lord. He could handle a room full of overpowered creations of an undead king. Probably. He stood, rolled his shoulders, and checked that his wand sat snug in his sleeve. The brand on his chest pulsed once, steady, like a heartbeat under his own. Ready as I will ever be, he muttered. The knock came a few minutes later. This time it was a gentle double tap. "Harry," Albedo called. "It is time." He opened the door. Albedo looked the same as before. White dress, long black hair, golden eyes bright. Behind her stood two of the Pleiades battle maids. One with short blonde hair and a bright, sharp smile. One with long blue hair and a colder face. "Harry," Albedo said. "This is Lupus Regina and Narberl. They are part of the elite maid squad. They will escort us." Lupus Regina grinned. "Nice to meet ya," she said. "So you are the air boy. You look small." Harry bristled. "I am 15, he said. "I am allowed to be small." She laughed. "Relax," she said. "I like small. Easier to toss out of the way when something big swings at you." Narberl gave Lupus Regina a sharp look. "Speak with more care," she said. "This is Lord Ainz' heir." Lupus Regina rolled her eyes. "Yes, yes," she said. "Heir. Very important. I will not drop him." "Happy." Narberl turned to Harry. Her face smoothed out into something respectful. "If anyone displeases you, tell us," she said. "We will correct it." Harry held up his hands. "I can speak for myself," he said. "I am used to people being rude. Your friend is fine." Lupus Regina smirked. "See," she said. "He has teeth." Albedo sighed quietly. "Enough," she said. "We are late. The others are waiting." She turned down the corridor. Harry walked beside her. The two maids followed, one on each side. "Where is this meeting?" Harry asked. "In a conference hall near the throne room," Albedo said. "It is used for war councils and similar matters. Today it will host your introduction." "War councils," Harry echoed. "Nice and casual then." "You will be fine," Albedo said. "They know Lord Ainz chose you." "That does not mean they all like it," Harry said. Albedo smiled thinly. "They will obey," she said. "Liking is optional." They reached a wide door guarded by two of the faceless armors. Albedo placed her hand on a plate beside it. The door slid aside. The hall inside held a long table, big enough for a full Hogwarts house to sit around it with room left. Chairs lined both sides. At the far end, a larger chair stood. Ainz sat there, resting one hand on the table. Around the table sat the guardians Harry had already met and a few he had not. Demiurge with his neat suit and sharp eyes. Cocytus, towering and icy. Albedo moved to her place beside Ainz. Shaltir sat further down, in a red and white dress, pale fingers tapping on the table. Two young-looking figures with pointed ears and green hair sat near each other. One with a serious face, one shy. Seabass stood behind one of the chairs, hands folded. Harry paused at the door. Every head turned toward him. The weight of their gazes hit like a physical thing. Not magic, just attention. These were not schoolmates or board ministry members. These were beings built to guard a power that could tear his world apart. "Enter," Ainz said. His voice was calm and even. The red light in his eyes narrowed just a little, then steadied again. Harry walked forward. His boots sounded loud on the stone. He stopped at the near end of the table. "So," he said, "this is the part where everyone decides if they think I am a mistake." Lupus Regina snorted behind him. Demiurge smiled. Albedo gave him a small approving look, as if she liked the way he had walked in. Ainz leaned back. "This is the part where we align expectations," Ainz said. "Everyone here knows why I chose you. They have read the data. They have seen the graveyard through the item record. They know the mark you carry." He gestured to the chair nearest Harry. "Sit," he said. Harry sat. The chair did not feel like a throne, just solid and comfortable. Lupus Regina and Narberl moved to the wall with Seabass. Ainz swept his gaze across the table. "Guardians," he said. "You already know this, but I will say it clearly. This is Harry James Potter. He is bound to Nazarick by a world item. He carries a unique class. He is my heir apparent. You will treat him according to that status." The Guardians responded in different ways. Albedo bowed her head. "As you command, Lord Ainz," she said. Demiurge inclined his head with a smile. "It is an honor," he said. Cocytus thumped one weapon hand lightly against his chest. "I will train him," he said. He will become strong. Shaltir folded her hands under her chin and smiled in a way that made Harry nervous. Well then, she said. Welcome, little heir. I heard you stood up to a dark wizard and did not scream the whole time. That is more spine than most humans have. Harry cleared his throat. Thanks, he said. I screamed a bit, to be fair. She laughed. Honesty, she said. Cute. The green-haired girl with the serious face gave a small wave. I am Aura, she said. Ranger. Beast tamer. I work on the 6th floor. If you ever want to see the forest zone, I can guide you. The boy beside her looked down at the table, fingers twisting in his robe sleeves. I am Mare, he said softly. The other guardian for that floor. If you come, I will make sure the ground does not swallow you. Harry smiled a little. Nice to meet you, he said. I like forests, as long as there are not giant spiders in them. Aura brightened. We have some, she said, but I can keep them back. Harry winced. Maybe later, he said. Ainz let the voices settle, then raised his hand. The room went quiet at once. This meeting has 2 purposes, he said. First, to make sure everyone sees Harry as he is, not just as words on a report. Second, to decide how we move forward with his training and with our interest in his old world. Harry sat up a little straighter. This was the part that actually mattered. Demiurge slid a folder across the table toward Ainz. We have already gathered some information through the residual link at the ritual site, Demiurge said. We know your headmaster has visited more than once. We know he has spoken to ministry officials. We know your enemy has regained his body but lost a fragment of his soul. Harry frowned. How can you see that from here, he asked. Lord Ainz sees through spells that look at thin places, Demiurge said. The ritual tore a weak spot in the fabric between worlds. We use it as a window. We cannot push anything through yet. We can observe. So you have been spying, Harry said. Yes, Demiurge said without shame. Information is the first weapon. We do not attack blind. Ainz placed the folder down and looked at Harry. Before we go further, he said, I want you to see this as well. You should know what they say about you when they think you are gone. He snapped his fingers. Light gathered in the air above the center of the table. It formed a flat circle, then an image. The first thing Harry saw was stone. A familiar memorial. Rows of graves. The picture shifted. It moved like someone floating just behind a group of people. Harry recognized them at once. Dumbledore stood near Cedric's tomb. His blue robes looked dull in the cloudy light. His shoulders were bent. His hand rested on the top of the stone. Beside him stood Professor McGonagall, stiff and pale. Moody lurked nearby, magical eye spinning. A few other witches and wizards Harry did not know well watched the graves from a distance. Harry's throat closed. Cedric's name was carved into the stone. Someone had set flowers there. Yellow and black. Hufflepuff colors. Sound, Ainz said. The image flickered. Voices came through, faint but clear. Albus, McGonagall said. Her accent seemed sharper than usual. You cannot keep coming here. It is not good for your health. I should have seen it, Dumbledore said. His voice sounded thin. I should have known the cup had been tampered with. I should have protected them. You did what you could, she said. We all did. Did we? Dumbledore asked. I sent Harry back to those relatives again and again. I watched him from a distance. I told myself I was doing the right thing by letting the blood ward stand. Now he is gone. Cedric is gone. Voldemort walks again. The name made Harry flinch. It did not make Ainz or the Guardians react at all. You still have the order, McGonagall said. We can fight. It is not over yet. Dumbledore let out a long breath. Harry was meant to stand at the center of this, he said. The prophecy said so. Without him, I do not know which way the river will run. Harry dug his nails into his palm. Prophecy. Again. Always there. He is not the only brave boy in the world, McGonagall said, though her voice shook. We have others. Dumbledore closed his eyes. He was not just brave, he said. He was kind. That is rarer. The image shifted, showing his face from another angle. Harry had never seen Dumbledore look so tired. The lines around his eyes seemed deeper. The light that usually sat behind his glasses was dim. "That is enough," Harry said, voice rough. "Turn it off." The image went dark. Silence filled the hall. Every guardian watched him. Harry stared at the empty air where Cedric's name had been. "He thinks I am dead," Harry said quietly. "Yes," Ainz said. "He has no reason to think otherwise. Your body vanished. The trace of the ritual confused his spells. It is the simplest conclusion." Harry leaned back in his chair. "So he is blaming himself," Harry said. "Again. For sending me back to the Dursleys. For not seeing the trap. For not being perfect." Albedo raised an eyebrow. "That man has an inflated view of his own duty," she said. "He wants to be the one who holds everything together. When he fails, he falls apart." Harry did not want to hear insults about Dumbledore. He also did not want to defend him. The mix left a sour taste. "He is not a monster," Harry said. "He is just human. He makes mistakes." Demiurge smiled. "Humans with power are often more dangerous than monsters," he said. "Monsters are honest about their teeth." Cositus gave a small nod. "We know where we stand with Lord Ainz," he said. "We do not know with that man." Harry looked down at his hands. "In my first year," he said slowly, "Dumbledore said that it was his choices that showed what a man really was, not his abilities. He makes choices that hurt people. He also makes choices that save them. I cannot pretend he is only one thing." He raised his head and met Ainz's gaze. "I will not agree to any plan that just crushes him because it is easy," Harry said. "He has to answer for things. But I will not treat him like some evil cartoon." Shaltir snorted. "You are very stubborn," she said. "It is not entirely annoying." Ainz rested his hand on the table. "Your anchor is working," he said. "Good. Your refusal to simplify this will keep us from rushing. We will still act. We will simply choose targets with more care." Harry let out a long breath. "Fine," he said. "I have seen enough graves for one day." He looked back at the blank space where the image had been. "What about my friends?" he asked. "Have you seen them?" "Yes," Ainz said. "Through other spells. They grieve. They argue. They wonder. The red-haired boy blames himself. The girl blames herself. Your headmaster blames himself. It is a pattern." Harry swallowed hard. "Can I see them?" he asked. "Not yet," Ainz said. "You are not ready. If you saw them now, you would want to rush back. That would be dangerous for you and for them. When you can stand in front of them without breaking, we will consider it." Harry clenched his jaw. "I do not need to be some perfect stone to care about them," he said. "No," Ainz said. "But you need to be stable enough that you do not throw away what this tomb offers for the first impulse. That is what got the other boy killed." The reminder hit hard. Cedric again. Always Cedric. Harry shut his eyes for a moment, then opened them. "Fine," he said. "So what do you need from me today? Beyond watching my own funeral from a distance." Demiurge lifted another sheet of parchment. "Information," he said. "We already started speaking yesterday. We will continue. I want you to walk me through your world as if I am a stranger. Imagine I know nothing, because I prefer to assume nothing." Harry almost said, "That is easy," and bit it back. "Later today," Ainz said, "you will also walk with Aura and Mare. They will show you some of Nazarick that is not stone walls. You need to see more than rooms and corridors if you are to feel this place as home." Aura brightened. "We can show you the lake," she said, "and some of the tamed beasts. You will like the smaller ones." Mare looked alarmed. "Not the big ones yet," he said quickly. "He is new." Harry managed a small smile. "That sounds good," he said. "I miss trees." Albedo glanced at Ainz. "There is also the question of how we present his image to our own forces," she said. "The guardians at this table know his role. The lower ranks do not." Ainz nodded. "We will not make a spectacle," he said. "But there should be a clear signal. Perhaps a simple announcement and a symbol that appears when he is present." Demiurge tapped his chin. "A crest," he said. "Something that links him to you and to Nazarick without copying your own symbol." Harry looked between them. "I am right here," he said. "If you are designing a crest for me, I would like to have a say. Albedo smiled. Of course, she said. We would not place a mark on you that you hate. Harry thought of the lightning scar and almost laughed. You would be surprised what adults back home thought they could stick on me without asking, he said. Cocytus shifted in his chair. I have question, he said slowly. For Harry. Harry turned toward him. Yes, he asked. You fear us, Cocytus said. That is clear. You still stand. You still speak. Why? Harry studied the armored giant. He could see the gleam of weapon handles, the frozen breath in the air around him. Because fear is not enough reason to shut up, Harry said. I spent years afraid of a cupboard and a man with a snake face. If I stop talking every time my heart beats fast, I will never say anything at all. Cocytus considered that, then gave a firm nod. Good, he said. Fear and courage together. That makes warrior. Shaltir tapped the table again. When do we get to see him fight something that hits back properly? She asked. The construct was boring. Albedo gave her a sharp look. You will not toss him at any real threat until Lord Ainz says so, she said. Shaltir shrugged. I said see, she said. Not throw. Ainz raised a hand. Enough, he said. We will not rush Harry into real combat outside the tomb until he is trained and his link is stable. Nazaric's strength is not in recklessness. He turned back to Harry. For now, he said, your tasks are simple. Learn Nazaric. Learn how your new power works. Teach us what we need to know about your world. We will plan the rest together as we go. Harry nodded slowly. That I can do, he said. Good, Ainz said. Meeting adjourned. He stood. The guardians rose with him. One by one they left the room. Cocytus first, heavy steps echoing. Demiurge with his neat glide. Shaltir with a sway of skirts. Aura and Mare together, whispering to each other. Seabass followed at a measured distance. Lupus Regina and Narberl fell in behind Albedo. Harry stayed seated until the hall was almost empty. Only Ainz and Albedo remained near the far end. Albedo moved toward the door that led deeper into the tomb, waiting. Ainz looked at Harry. You did well, he said. You did not cower. You did not pretend to agree with everything. That balance is difficult. Harry stood. I am not here to be a puppet, he said. If I forget that, my friends would be ashamed of me. Cedric would be ashamed of me. Ainz nodded. Hold on to that thought, he said. It will be tested. Harry did not doubt it. He followed Albedo out. Aura and Mare waited for him later near a staircase that spiraled downward. Aura bounced on the balls of her feet, hands on her hips. Ready to see something that is not stone and chairs, she asked. Yes, Harry said. Please. Mare stood a little behind her, clutching his staff. Stay close, he said softly. Some parts are not safe unless I say so. Harry offered him a small smile. I am good at following instructions, he said. Sometimes, when I know they are not nonsense. Aura laughed. You will fit in fine, she said. They started down the stairs. The air changed as they went. It grew cooler, then warmer, then cool again. At one level they passed a door where heat rolled out in waves. Aura waved a hand as they went by. Hot springs, she said. You can visit later. The maids know when to draw water and when not to bother you. Harry tried not to imagine what a Nazaric hot spring looked like. He was not sure he was ready for that. They went down further. Finally the stone walls opened into something wider. Harry stepped out of the stairwell and froze. Forest. The ceiling rose high above them, painted dark. Light came from some unseen source that mimicked sunlight without being blinding. Trees grew thick and tall. Leaves rustled in a faint breeze. The floor was soft earth and grass instead of stone. In the distance he could hear the sound of water. His chest loosened. This is inside the tomb, he asked. Yes, Aura said. 6th floor. Forest zone. A whole ecosystem. Beasts, plants, terrain. I manage it. Mare nodded. And I shape the ground, Mare said. If anything tries to tear through, I hold it. Harry walked forward a few steps. The air smelled of damp earth and green things. He closed his eyes and breathed in. This reminds me of the Forbidden Forest, he said. Only less likely to get me detention. I hope, Aura grinned. We have monsters here too, she said. But most answer to me. As long as I tell them not to eat you, you are safe. Comforting, Harry said. A small shape darted out from behind a tree. Harry tensed and grabbed his wand. It was a fox. Or almost. Its fur shone with a faint blue light. Its eyes were bright and curious. It stopped a few steps away and sniffed the air. Aura whistled softly. See, she said. Not all beasts here are huge and scary. The fox approached Harry, nose twitching. Harry held out a hand, moving slowly. The fox sniffed his fingers, then nudged them. His fur felt soft and a little cool. You are friendly, Harry said quietly. Aura watched with clear satisfaction. Beasts can tell when someone carries Lord Ainz' mark, she said. They know you are part of us now. Harry frowned. So even the animals here are loyal, he said. Yes, Aura said. Why would we keep any that are not? Because wild things teach you how to deal with chaos, Harry said. If everything obeys, you forget how to handle what does not. Aura tilted her head. That is an odd way to look at it, she said. Maybe that is why Lord Ainz wanted you to walk here. You see angles we do not. Mare tugged on his sleeve. We should not go too deep, he said. Some of the large beasts are still testing their boundaries. I do not want you in the path if something charges. Understood, Harry said. I have had enough of getting trampled by things bigger than me. Aura laughed again. They walked along a path that wound between trees and low bushes. Harry watched everything. Moss on stones, birds in branches, the way light filtered down in patches. It did not feel exactly natural, but it felt alive in its own way. There is a lake ahead, Mare said. You can see it, but do not touch the water yet. It is tuned for some of the beasts, not for humans. Harry nodded. They stepped out of the trees into a small clearing. Water spread out before them, still and clear. Strange fish swam under the surface. Some had too many fins. Some glowed faintly. Harry stopped at the edge. The lake reflected the ceiling, not a sky. He felt a small pang in his chest. No real sun. No real wind. He knelt and watched a fish dart close to the shore. It is beautiful, he said. And a bit sad. Mare shifted his weight. Why sad, he asked. Because it is trapped, Harry said. Like me. Like all of you in a way. This is your home. But it is also a box in the ground. Aura looked out over the water. We guard what matters, she said. If we must do it in a box, we do it well. Harry glanced at her. You do not ever want to see what is outside, he asked. Beyond the void. Aura shrugged one shoulder. If Lord Ainz wishes us to move, we move, she said. If he wishes us here, we stay. It is simple. Harry thought of being locked in a cupboard because someone else wished it. It is not simple, he said softly. Not for me. Mare looked at him, eyes wide. You miss your world, Mare said. Yes, Harry said. Even with all its mess. Even with Dumbledore and Voldemort and the Ministry. It is where my friends are. Where my parents lived. Where Cedric should have grown old. Aura and Mare went quiet. Lord Ainz said you would not cut all ties easily, Aura said. He was right. Harry stood. I am not going to pretend I am over it in a day, he said. You all got built for this place. I grew up under a staircase and then in a castle that tried to kill me every year. This is a lot. Aura nodded slowly. Fair, she said. Come on. One more thing I want to show you. She led them along a side path to a small rise. From the top, Harry could see more of the forest. Paths, clearings, creatures moving between trunks. It was all contained. All planned. Remember this view, Aura said. When you feel trapped, look at it in your mind. You are not in a cupboard anymore. You stand high and see far. Harry let out a breath and nodded. Thanks, he said. Mare shifted his staff from one hand to the other. Lord Ainz told us to keep you alive, he said. I will do that, but I will also try to keep you from feeling alone. If that is all right. Harry looked at him. Mare looked nervous even as he offered. That is more than all right, Harry said. I would like that. Mare flushed and looked down. Good, he said. They stayed there a little longer, letting Harry watch the forest, then headed back. By the time they returned to the stairwell, some tension had left his shoulders. He had seen stone and power and cold logic since he arrived. Seeing trees helped. The rest of the day blurred into talk. Demiurge sat with him in the study for hours. Harry explained Hogwarts houses, the way the ministry worked badly, the pure blood families and their money, the way Muggle-born witches got treated when no one thought Dumbledore was looking. Demiurge asked sharp questions and wrote neat notes. Every so often he smiled in a way that made Harry think he had spotted another weak point. "So your ministry can deny anything if they control the paper," Demiurge said at one point. "And the paper will print whatever the loudest voice pays for. That is useful." "Useful for who?" Harry asked. "For us," Demiurge said. "For you. If you stand beside Lord Ainz in their halls and speak, we can ensure that some papers show one story and others show a different one. Divide their attention. Make them doubt each other. It is a simple way to weaken authority that rests on image." Harry rubbed his temples. "You are going to turn my entire world into a strategy game," he said. "It already is one," Demiurge said. "The difference is that you will now play with better tools." By the time Harry left that room, his head hurt again. He was not used to thinking of Fudge and Rita Skeeter as pieces. They had always been annoyances and threats, not numbers in someone else's plan. He ate in his room again, this time with Solution standing near the wall while he poked at some kind of stew. The taste was fine. His thoughts kept drifting. When he finally stretched out on his bed, the brand on his chest pulsed again. The panel appeared for a brief moment. Experience. Small increase. No new skills. He snorted. Figures, he muttered. Talking does not make the numbers jump. He let the panel fade and closed his eyes. This time when sleep took him, there was no white space. No map. Ainz kept to his word and did not call him into his mind again that night. Instead he dreamed of a stone hall that was also a forest that was also a graveyard. In the morning the work would start again. Student. Bridge. None of the labels sat quite right yet. But for the first time in a long while, the path in front of him did not feel completely stolen. Even if it ran through a tomb. Harry knew the way to the training hall now. The corridors still felt like a maze, but his feet had learned the pattern. Right at the statue that watched him without eyes. Down past the quiet suits of armor. Through the door that opened for him before he could touch it. The brand over his heart pulsed once as he walked. Not painful, just a reminder. When he stepped into the hall, Cocytus was already there. The guardians stood in the center of the arena, surrounded by broken stone. Yesterday's constructs had been cleared away. New shapes waited at the far side. They looked less like practice dummies and more like rough copies of armored Death Eaters, tall and heavy. Seabass waited near the wall, hands behind his back. Narberl stood beside him, staff upright, expression blank. Harry walked to the edge of the ring. "You really do not sleep, do you?" he said. Cocytus turned. Frost clung to the blades that jutted from his arms. His breath hung in the air in small white clouds. "Ready," Cocytus said. "You came." Harry snorted. "You asked," he said. "Besides, I do not fancy facing your disappointment if I tried to hide." Cocytus studied him. "You slept," Cocytus said. "You ate. Good." Harry lifted his wand. "So what is on the menu today?" he asked. "More statues that hit back? More enemies," Cocytus said. "More pressure. You learn to move while thinking." Narberl stepped forward a little. "Orders from Lord Ainz," she said. "You are to test something new. Your class skill responded when you were dying. Now we see what it does when you are not half dead." Harry glanced down at his chest. "Air strike," he said. "Right?" Narberl nodded. "Lord Ainz believes it does more than you have seen," she said. "We will provoke it. Without killing you." "That last part is appreciated," Harry said. Seabass cleared his throat softly. "If at any point you feel you are losing control, say so," he said. "We stop. Training is not meant to damage the air." Harry looked at him. "If I say I am fine when I am not, will you believe me?" he asked. Seabass met his eyes. "No," he said calmly. "I will believe your pulse, your breathing, and the way you move. Words are easy." Harry almost smiled. "Fair," he said. "All right, Let us do this, then. Cocytus raised one clawed hand. The constructs at the far end stirred. They stepped forward with the heavy, even tread of things that did not get tired. 3, Cocytus said. First test. You fight alone. No support. Harry swallowed, then rolled his shoulders. Just like school, he muttered. Except these ones are not going to shout Latin at me. He moved into the ring. The 3 constructs spread out. Their stone wands glowed with dull light. Harry lifted his own wand. Expelliarmus, he shouted, flicking toward the one on the left. The red bolt hit the construct in the chest. The stone cracked. It did not fall. Instead, it raised its wand and sent a bolt of pale light back at him. Harry dropped and rolled. The spell hissed over his head and burst against the far wall. Not just copies, he muttered. He flicked his wand again. Stupefy, the central construct took the hit full on. The red light folded around it like a shell, then flickered. The brand over his heart flared. The air around his wand thickened. The red light brightened, shifted, and then snapped inward, much faster than any stun he had cast before. The construct locked up. It froze in place mid-step and then toppled like a felled tree. When it hit the floor, cracks spidered out across the stone. Harry stared. That was different, he breathed. System text flickered at the edge of his vision. Airstrike. Adaptive trigger confirmed. Simple binding effect amplified. He did not have time to read the rest. The other 2 constructs moved together now, flanking him. One sent a beam of pale light for his legs. The other fired at his chest. Harry stepped sideways and jabbed his wand toward the ground. Protego! The shield snapped up, clearer and sharper than usual. The first spell deflected. The second bent around the curve and shot off into the air. The brand pulsed again. Shield integrity enhanced. Bound class influence detected. The spell held for longer than it should. Harry felt the strain in his arm, but it did not buckle. He dropped the shield and sprinted toward the nearer construct. His trainers at Hogwarts had told him never to close distance on an enemy caster. Cocytus had told him, with that heavy certainty, that rules were tools, not cages. Harry slid the last step, boots skidding on stone, and slammed his palm against the construct's chest as he shouted. Stupefy! The brand flared hot. The red light did not just leave his wand. It burst from every point of contact, pouring out through his hand as well as through the tip of his wand. For a moment he felt something latch, as if the spell had found a place to grip. The construct locked and fell. He spun toward the last one. It had not fired. It stood at the far edge, wand raised. Light gathered at the tip. Harry recognized the feel before he saw it. A heavier pull. Darker light. Really? He shouted toward Cocytus. You gave them that one? Avada Kedavra had a very distinct sound. Even in a tomb in another world, his skin remembered it. Cocytus did not answer. That was an answer. Fine. He reached inward for the memory of the barrier Ainz had wrapped around him in the graveyard. It had felt like a wall and a shell. He did not know the spell for it. He only knew the shape. The construct fired. The green bolt tore through the air, straight for his chest. Harry raised his wand and dragged that half-remembered shape up and in front of him. Protego! He shouted again. The shield that formed this time was not the neat curve of a school spell. It flared up in a jagged pane, thick and heavy. Green light slammed into it. The impact rang through his bones. The shield cracked, but held. The green faded and dispersed in shreds. Harry staggered. His knees wanted to give. He forced himself upright and pointed his wand through the fading shield. Stupefy! The last construct froze and fell. Silence dropped back into the hall. Harry stood there for a second, chest heaving. Sweat trickled down his back. His hand shook. Then he laughed once. A sharp, breathless sound. I am still here, he said. Cocytus walked forward, frost hissing where his feet touched the floor. Good, Cocytus said. You adapted. You did not freeze. That spell should have killed me, Harry said. Again, it did not, Cocytus said. You remembered protection. You expected impact. You chose to stand. Seabass approached, eyes scanning Harry's face. Vision clear? He asked. No ringing in the ears? Everything is loud, Harry said. But in a good way. Narbril nodded once. Lord Ainz will want the data, she said. Your class reacted to the killing curse. That is valuable. Harry let out a long breath. I do not feel very valuable, he said. I feel like I have run around the Quidditch pitch 10 times. That is a good sign, Seabass said. It means your body is honest. Cositus stepped back. This training ends, he said. You will rest. Then go to Demiurge. He has lesson. Harry grimaced. Of course he does, he said. I just finished one. This one is not physical, Cositus said. You will not fall down. You may still break. Harry did not like the sound of that at all. The room Demiurge chose for the lesson had no windows. The walls were dark stone. A single table sat in the center with chairs on either side. A crystal sphere hung in the air above it, turning slowly. Demiurge stood near the far wall, coat neat, glasses clean. He smiled when Harry entered. Sit, Harry, he said. You did well in the arena. Cositus sent a note. Harry dropped into the chair. Next time he can come tell me himself, he said. Then he can see how my legs shake. Demiurge folded his hands. Fear is a valid response, he said. Terror is useful. It is information. What matters is what you do with it. You sound like Mad-Eye Moody, Harry said. Without the shouting. I perform less, Demiurge said. Now, I told you we would show you more of your headmaster. Are you still willing to see? Harry stared at the crystal. He remembered Dumbledore at Cedric's grave. Tired, guilty, human. The memory had hurt. It had also comforted him in a strange way. It meant someone in his old world cared. Willing is a bit strong, Harry said. But I need to know. So yes, Demiurge nodded. Good, he said. Then we begin with the night your life changed. Not the graveyard. The first time. He flicked his fingers. The sphere brightened. Light spilled from it and formed a wide circle in the air between them. The image that grew out of that light was familiar and wrong at once. Privet Drive. Number 4. Harry's throat tightened. The view hovered above the street. The houses looked neat and boring. Most windows were dark. On the pavement, a tall figure in a cloak stood under a street lamp. Professor McGonagall in tartan robes, hair in a tight bun, arms folded. Her face lined in a way Harry had never seen when she was teaching him. She was not watching the street. She was watching the sky. Another figure walked toward her. Long cloak, half-moon glasses, beard. Dumbledore. Harry's chest hurt. He had heard about that night. Hagrid had told him bits of it. He had never seen it. The crystal filled in every detail. No wind. No sound of traffic. Just quiet. When Dumbledore reached McGonagall, she spoke first. Are the rumors true? She asked. Is it really him? Is he really gone? Yes, Dumbledore said. Voldemort is gone. For now. For now, she repeated. You mean to tell me that boy down there has to grow up under that shadow? Dumbledore sighed. The prophecy is not so easily undone, he said. We have delayed the storm, not ended it. Harry leaned forward. Turn the volume up, he said. Demiurge obliged. The voices grew clearer. Then why bring him here? McGonagall asked. She pointed at the dark house. I have watched them all day, Albus. These muggles are the worst kind of people. I saw that boy, their son, kicking his mother, screaming for sweets. I saw him hit his father with that horrible toy he rides. These are not the sort of people who will be kind to a child. Never mind the child who has just lost his parents in a way they cannot even imagine. Harry felt his nails dig into the wood of the table. Dumbledore did not look at the house when she spoke. He looked down at the bundle in his arms. Tiny. Wrapped in a blanket. A flash of dark hair. A small scar. His aunt is his only blood, Dumbledore said. Her home is the safest place for him. Safe from what? McGonagall demanded. From the Death Eaters that might come after him? Fine. But what about the people inside that house? You know how they are. You know how they have treated your kind before. Dumbledore finally looked at the house. I do, he said quietly. and that is part of why he must go there. Harry stared at him. What? He said out loud. McGonagall seemed to feel the same. Explain that, she said sharply. The boy carries a fame he has done nothing to earn, Dumbledore said. As he grows, every wizarding home he visits will bow and whisper. They will tell him he is special, important. They will feed his pride. They will fill his head with tales of glory and war. We both know what happens to young wizards who are told they are above others from the moment they can walk. McGonagall pressed her lips together. You think his aunt's neglect will balance that? She said. You think the Dursleys will be a cure for worship? I think a childhood without magic will keep him from becoming another Dark Lord, Dumbledore said. If he learns to be ordinary first, when we bring him back to our world, he will not see magic as his birthright. He will see it as a duty. Harry felt sick. So you knew, he whispered. You knew what they were like. Demiurge did not answer. He watched Harry instead. McGonagall shook her head in the memory. This is not fair, she said. He has just lost his parents. You cannot send him to a place where he will not be loved. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Fairness left us when the prophecy was spoken, he said. We have only choices now. A comfortable childhood that turns him into a weapon we cannot control, or a hard one that might give him the humility to bear what lies ahead. I choose the path that protects more lives, not the one that spares him some pain. Harry pushed back from the table. His chair scraped on the floor. He called it some pain, Harry said. The words are important, Demiurge said softly. He is not stupid. He knows the difference between neglect and love. He chose neglect. On the street, head Dumbledore turned when a roar cut through the night. A motorcycle descended from the sky. Hagrid, with baby Harry, tear-streaked face. The scene Harry had imagined for years now played out in front of him with a cold clarity that made his stomach twist. He watched Dumbledore lay the baby on the doorstep. He watched McGonagall sniff and wipe her eyes. He watched Hagrid sob. He watched Dumbledore tuck a letter into the blankets. He will understand, Dumbledore said. In time. Harry slammed his hand on the table. No, he said. I did not understand. I was 4 and sleeping in a cupboard while Dudley got 2 rooms. I was 6 and getting chased out of the kitchen with a frying pan. I was 8 and being told my parents were drunks who died in a car crash. I did not understand anything except that I was not wanted. The image hung there, frozen over the little bundle on the step. Demiurge flicked his fingers. The sphere dimmed. The scene faded. Harry dragged a hand over his face. I thought, he said slowly, that he did not know, that he made a mistake, that he believed my aunt would come around, that he trusted the Blood Wards too much. I told myself that over and over so I would not hate him. Demiurge pushed his glasses up. He knew in detail, he said. He sent observers. He read reports. He chose to use the household as a tool. A forge, if you prefer that image. Your suffering was an input to his plan. Harry let out a low, raw laugh. And you are telling me this with that calm voice, he said. You are not even angry. Anger will not change the past, Demiurge said. My function is to present the pattern without distortion. You will decide how to feel about it. Lord Ainz asked that we show you the full truth, not a softened version. Harry folded his arms on the table and rested his forehead on them for a moment. The wood felt cool against his skin. Is this the only memory you are going to show me today? He asked. His voice sounded stretched even to his own ears. Demiurge shook his head. No, he said. There is another. It concerns your death. Harry lifted his head again. My supposed death, he said. Fine. Show it. The sphere brightened once more. This time the image was not a quiet suburb. It was a dim office. Shelves of books. Portraits on the walls. A desk covered with parchment. Dumbledore sat behind the desk. His hands were folded. The lines around his mouth were deeper. Snape stood in front of him, black robes hanging, face twisted. His eyes were darker than Harry had ever seen them. You told me you would keep him alive, Snape said. His voice shook with fury. You said you were raising him to fight, not to die in some graveyard like a fool. You told me the boy would have a chance. Dumbledore looked older than Harry remembered. The light in his eyes was dimmer. I told you he would have a chance, Dumbledore said. I did not promise he would survive. Snape slammed his hand on the desk. You used him, he said, just as the Dark Lord would have done. You let him walk into that trap without telling him what was waiting. You let the boy you said was our last hope die because you could not admit you had lost control of your game. He insisted on facing Voldemort, Dumbledore said. Even if I had tried to stop him, he would have found a way. That is who he is. You say that as if it excuses you, Snape spat. As if his courage makes your manipulation noble. Dumbledore flinched. Snape leaned in. He was your weapon, Snape said. Your symbol. Your story for the papers. You never meant for him to live old. You never planned for him to sit somewhere quiet and happy. You planned for him to stand in front of the curse and fall. You told me I was cruel. You told me I had sacrificed Lily. Look at what you have done to her son. Dumbledore's hands trembled. I believed there would be a way to bring him back, Dumbledore said. The scar was a link. I had theories. The hall between is not so fixed. If he chose to come back, perhaps he could. You believed, Snape said. You gambled. With his life. Again. Harry felt something inside his chest crack. He had known, since the second year, that Dumbledore did not tell him everything. He had guessed, after the third, that the old man's plans were larger than one school year. He had not let himself think that Dumbledore had sat in that office and measured his death against some vague idea of a path between worlds, and found it acceptable. Demiurge paused the image. Do you wish to hear more? He asked. Harry took a long breath through his nose. Yes, he said. I do not want to, but I need to. The image resumed. Snape turned away from the desk. I did not come here to listen to your excuses, he said. I came to make a request. Dumbledore straightened. A request? He asked. After what has happened? Yes, Snape said. You will tell no one that he was taken by something else. You will tell them he died. You will let the boy's name rest. No more statues. No more parades. No more stories in the paper. If you turn him into a martyr after turning him into a weapon, I will finish what the Dark Lord began and burn your office down around you. Dumbledore stared at him. You would threaten me? He said quietly. I have spent 14 years doing what you asked. For Lily, Snape said. I have let the boy suffer under Muggles and watched from a distance, because you told me it was necessary. I have endangered my mind and my soul as a spy. I have swallowed every insult and every curse. This I will not allow. Let him be dead. Leave him alone. Dumbledore looked down at his desk. I see, he said. Snape spun on his heel and stalked out. The door slammed. The old man sat in silence for a long moment. Then he picked up his wand. He traced a line in the air. Patronus formed. It was a phoenix. Tell the order, Dumbledore said softly. The boy is gone. The war is not over. We must carry on without him. The phoenix flew through the wall and was gone. The scene faded. Harry sat very still. His hands were cold. His mouth felt dry. Demiurge waited. So, Harry said finally, that is it. He knew what the Dursleys were. He left me there on purpose. He gambled with my life at the graveyard. He planned to tell stories about me if I survived, and settled for a neat tragedy when I did not. All for this greater good he admires so much. Yes, Demiurge said. That is the pattern. Harry laughed again. The sound had no humor in it. Everyone keeps talking about his heart, he said. About how much he cares. About how it hurts him to make these choices. As if his pain makes it better. Demiurge leaned forward a little. This is the core of what you must understand, he said. Your headmaster believed that feeling bad about what he did purifies the act. He called it sacrifice. In truth, he optimized for his own comfort. He chose plans that let him preserve his self-image. Plans that let him cry, then tell himself the tears were proof of goodness. Harry looked up at him. You are flattening him into a neat pile, he said. He is not just one thing. Correct, Demiurge said at once. He is not the same as the Dark Lord. He did not enjoy pain. He did not gain coin or power from your suffering. He truly believed he was saving many lives. That belief does not change the fact that his method was sloppy. He left variables uncontrolled. He placed a child in a hostile home to prevent pride, rather than teaching the boy humility in a safer setting. He hid truths until it was too late to adjust. Strategically, he was both ruthless and inefficient. It is a weak combination. Harry frowned. Weak? He repeated. Demiurge nodded. If one chooses to be ruthless, one must at least be correct, he said. Otherwise the damage is both cruel and pointless. Your aunt's home did not make you humble. It made you starved and angry. Hogwarts did not give you a careful path to strength. It threw you into danger again and again without clear training. Each of these choices increased the chance that you would break in ways that did not help anyone. He held out a hand toward the space where Dumbledore had been. The shepherd believed his flock would accept any path he chose for them, Demiurge said. He did not study the terrain. He did not factor in the wolves. He did not question the prophecy's frame. He walked forward and hoped. Harry thought of first year, wandering a corridor and stumbling on a three-headed dog because someone had forgotten to ward the door. Second year, fighting a basilisk with a sword he barely knew how to hold. Third year, Hagrid almost dragged to prison while Dumbledore spoke in riddles. He had always told himself that Dumbledore saw more than he did, that the strange, dangerous things were part of a picture that made sense. If only he could see it. Now, looking at the memory, he saw something simpler. An old man with too much to manage and too much faith in his own ability to juggle it. You said this was betrayal, Harry said quietly. Yes, Demiurge said. Betrayal of the duty he claimed to hold. He told the world he was your guardian. He told himself that as well. He then placed other goals above that one and refused to admit it. That is betrayal. Harry closed his eyes. I thought he loved me, he said. Not like a parent, but like a teacher does. I thought he was proud when I did well. I thought I mattered to him as a person, not just as a piece on his board. He opened his eyes again. I can accept that he made mistakes, Harry said. I have made plenty. I can even accept that he had to choose between bad options. What I cannot forgive is that he decided my pain was easier to live with than the work of building something better. Demiurge's smile was small and sharp. Then you begin to understand, he said. The phrase greater good is useless without clear definitions. Greater for who? Good by what measure? Your headmaster never wrote those rules down. He trusted his heart to tell him. Hearts are fickle. Harry glanced at the dim sphere. And what do you use? He asked. Algorithms. I use goals, Demiurge said. Protect Nazarick. Preserve Lord Ainz. Now, protect you as part of his legacy. I ask, for every plan, does this bring us closer to those goals? If yes, it is acceptable. If no, it is waste. Emotions do not change the answer. They may change how I present it. Harry rubbed his thumb against the edge of the table. You see people as numbers, he said. Units, Demiurge said. Numbers, if you prefer. Each with certain values. Some are high risk, high reward. Some are steady. Some are dangerous and must be removed. This is cold. It is also honest. Harry thought of how Dumbledore had spoken in that office. Soft voice, pained eyes, words about sacrifice and duty, cold honesty and warm lies. Neither felt safe. The brand on his chest warmed once. A quiet, steady heat. Anchor of humanity. Stable. He let out a breath. I am not going to become like you, he said. I am not going to start calling people units instead of names. I am not going to pretend that tears make cruelty pure. I am not going to enjoy hurting anyone. But I am also not going to let anyone tell me again that my suffering is a price they get to pay for others without asking me first. Demiurge studied him. That is an interesting position, he said. Lord Ainz suspected you might try to build a third rule set. Neither the soft greater good nor the pure goal accounting. We shall see if you can hold it. Harry gave a tired smile. I am stubborn, he said. Ask anyone. A voice spoke from the doorway. I have noticed. Harry turned. Ainz stood there, tall and still. Albedo was at his side, expression tight and intent. Harry sat up straighter. How long have you been listening? He asked. Long enough, Ainz said. Demiurge, thank you. You may leave us. Demiurge bowed. As you wish, Lord Ainz, he said. He stepped back, adjusted his glasses, and slipped out of the room. Albedo stayed. She moved to stand behind Harry's chair, not close enough to loom, but close enough that he could feel her presence. Ainz walked to the table and rested one bone hand on it. I wanted to see how you would react, he said. Whether you would collapse or rage or cling to excuses. Harry looked up at the empty air where Dumbledore had been. I am done making excuses for him, he said. He had power. He chose how to use it. He chose wrong again and again. He still saved people. He is not Voldemort. But he is not the wise, perfect guide everyone keeps trying to paint, either. Ainz nodded. You are capable of holding more than one truth at once, he said. Good. That means you are less likely to fall for simple slogans. Harry met his gaze. Is that why you showed me this? He asked. So I would stop trusting him? No, Ainz said. You already knew he was flawed. I showed you this so you would stop blaming yourself. Harry blinked. I do not, he began, then stopped. He remembered every year he had thought, if I had been smarter, I would have seen the trap. If I had been braver, someone else would not have died. If I had been better, Dumbledore would have trusted me with the truth. I do blame myself, he said slowly. All the time. Ainz inclined his skull. As I did, he said. When my friends did not log in. When I thought I had failed them. The difference is that my world system suppresses those feelings until they do not interfere with action. Your skill keeps yours from being erased entirely. We must find a balance. You must learn when self-blame is useful, and when it is a weapon others use to control you. Albedo rested a hand on the back of his chair. Guilt was one of the tools Dumbledore used, she said. He wrapped it in kindness. He told you it was noble to feel responsible for everything. People who feel guilty are easier to steer. Harry looked at his hands. I hate that you are right, he said. Albedo's voice softened. Just a little. You are not at fault for what was done to you as a child, she said. You were not at fault for being brought to the graveyard. You were not at fault for the Dark Lord's actions. You are responsible from now on, for what you choose with the power you hold. Not for the mistakes of the old shepherd. Unmasking the shepherd, Harry murmured, then frowned. That is a bit dramatic. Accurate, Ainz said. He shepherded you into danger while telling himself he was guiding you to growth. That mask needed to be removed. If you ever face him again, you must see him clearly. Harry imagined standing in front of Dumbledore with this knowledge. No more looking up at him as a kindly headmaster. No more waiting for answers that never came. What will you do with him? Harry asked. One day when we go back. Ainz did not answer at once. When the time comes, Ainz said, you will stand beside me. We will decide together. I will not promise mercy. I also will not promise cruelty. He is a variable in the larger plan. We will place him where he causes the least harm. Harry nodded slowly. I do not want him dead, he said. Part of me still remembers him giving me a lemon drop and telling me that help would always be given at Hogwarts. I cannot pretend that never happened. But I also will not let him keep doing what he did to me to anyone else. Ainz's eyelids narrowed slightly, then steadied. Spoken like a ruler, he said. Not a child. Harry gave a tired grin. I still feel like a child, he said. That is healthy, Ainz said. It means your anchor still holds. He straightened. This lesson is enough for one day, he said. Albedo, make sure he eats and rests. No more training until tomorrow. Albedo bowed her head. As you command, she said. She touched Harry's shoulder lightly. Come, she said. You are pale. I am always pale, Harry said as he stood. It is the Potter skin. Blame my dad. Albedo did not smile, but some of the tension left her shoulders. He ate in his room. Solution brought the tray this time. Soup, bread, fruit cut into neat pieces. He forced himself to eat even when his stomach wanted to curl. Solution watched him. You are quieter than yesterday, she said. I had a history lesson, Harry said. About my headmaster. Bad? She asked. Complicated, he said. Bad enough that I am glad I am here and not under his plans anymore. Solution tilted her head. Then it was useful, she said. Pain that leads to better decisions is acceptable. Harry stared at his spoon. That is the problem, he said. Everyone keeps saying that. Pain as lesson. Pain as cost. No one ever seems to ask if there was a way to get the same lesson with less of it. Solution shrugged. I was made to deal with intruders, she said. We do not use gentle methods. You were not made. You were born. You are allowed to desire softer paths. He blinked at her. That was almost kind, he said. She sniffed. I am capable of pragmatic kindness, she said. Lord Ainz wishes you intact. Intact minds break less easily when treated as more than tools. He took another spoonful. Thank you, he said. She nodded and stepped back. When he finished, he pushed the tray away and lay back on the bed. He stared at the ceiling. In his mind, he saw the cupboard door, the crack of light under it, Vernon's heavy footsteps, Petunia's sharp voice, the feeling of being small and in the way. Then the image shifted to Dumbledore on the street, placing baby Harry on the doorstep. Not drunk with grief. Not blind. Calm. Certain. He chose that, Harry said to the empty room. He looked at that house and chose it. The brand over his heart warmed again. Not burning, just a steady weight. You will not become him, he told himself. You will not pretend that tears excuse anything. You will write your rules down. You will not hide them, even from yourself. He said it again more clearly. You will not be his weapon, he said. You will not be Demiurge's unit. You will be something else. The words did not change anything outside the room. They settled inside him all the same. Later that evening, Aura and Mare came to fetch him for a short walk, to get him out of his head, as Aura put it. They did not go to the forest this time. Instead, they led him along a balcony that circled a wide shaft. Far below, he could see faint lights and shapes that moved. What is that? He asked. The lower prisons, Mare said softly. Demiurge keeps experiments there. You do not need to go near them. Harry gripped the railing. Do you like this place? He asked. Aura shrugged. It is home, she said. I like my floor more. I like the beasts, the air, the trees. Down there is work. Up on the surface is work. The forest is ours. Harry watched a tiny, distant speck move behind one of the lights. He could not tell if it was a person or something else. Does it ever bother you? He asked. Knowing there are people down there who are suffering because Nazarick decided they had to? Mare shifted his weight. I do not like the screams, he said quietly. But Lord Ainz has reasons. Demiurge has reasons. I was not made to question that. I was made to shape Earth and protect. Aura glanced at Harry. You were not made, she said. You were chosen. That makes this harder. Harry nodded. I saw how my headmaster tried to do the right thing and failed, he said, because he pretended his pain made it right. I do not want to look back one day and see that I have done the same, just with more power behind it. Aura leaned on the railing beside him. Then do not, she said. You are going to help decide who ends up down there and who does not. Make better calls than he did. That is all you can do. He looked at her. That simple? He asked. She grinned. Simple is not the same as easy, she said. You are overthinking. My beasts know who to attack. They do not sit and write sad speeches about it. They watch who threatens the pack and who does not. Harry snorted. Maybe I should take lessons from your wolves, he said. They would like you, she said. You smell like magic and fear. That is an honest scent. Mare made a small distressed sound. Aura, he said. Do not say it that way. Aura laughed. Harry felt some of the weight on his chest ease. They walked in silence for a while, listening to the faint sounds from below, the quiet hum of magic in the stone. As they turned back toward the upper levels, Aura spoke again. Demiurge told us what he showed you, she said. About the old man. I guessed he would, Harry said. Albedo was pleased, Aura said. She thinks you will lean more toward us now that you see how messy human heroes are. Harry thought about that. I will lean toward whoever is honest about what they want, he said. Ainz has been more honest with me than Dumbledore ever was. That matters. Mare looked up at him. Do you miss him? Mare asked. The headmaster. Harry stared ahead. I miss the idea of him, he said. The one I had in my head. The man who always had a plan and always cared. I do not miss the real one as much. He touched his chest lightly. I think that is all right, he said. When he slept that night, there was no graveyard. There was a staircase. On one landing stood Dumbledore, holding a small boy by the shoulder. On another stood Ainz, hand on Harry's brand. Below, shadows moved. In the dream, Harry stepped away from both. He turned and took a third set of steps, one that had not been there before. He woke with the faint memory of stone under his feet and the sense that the path ahead was no longer one he walked blind. Outside his door, Nazarick waited. So did the old world, somewhere beyond the void. This time, when he thought of going back, the idea did not feel like running to a savior. It felt like planning a move. Harry woke with the feeling that someone had been talking at the edge of his dreams. Not Dumbledore, not Voldemort, no graveyard, no green light, just a quiet voice that sounded a little like his own, saying the same thing over and over. Write your rules down. His room in Nazarick was dark and still. The air was cool. The bed was too soft in a way he was still getting used to. The brand over his heart pulsed once, like a slow heartbeat. He lay there for a moment and listened. No cupboard door. No shouting from the kitchen. No thud of Dudley stomping down the stairs. Just the faint hum of magic in the walls. He let out a breath he had not noticed he was holding. Morning, he muttered to the ceiling. The walls did not answer. That was almost a comfort. He swung his legs out of bed. The floor was warm under his feet. Someone had left clothes laid out for him on the chair. Dark Nazarick cloth, cut to move in, not the too large cast-offs he had grown up with. He dressed in silence, fingers moving on habit. Shirt, trousers, boots. When he pulled the fabric over his chest, the brand tingled, then settled again. A faint chime came from the door. Enter, he called. The door opened. Seabass stepped in with a small bow. Good morning, Harry, he said. How do you feel? Tired, Harry said. But not the about-to-fall-over kind. Just the normal kind. Seabass studied him with that calm, assessing gaze. Any nightmares? He asked. No, Harry said. Just odd dreams. Stares. Choices. Probably Demiurge's fault. That seems likely, Seabass said. Harry gave a small snort. Breakfast, Seabass added. In the side hall today. Lord Ainz has a later appointment for you. Harry raised his brows. Another training, he asked. Cositus, or more mind cutting from Demiurge? Neither at once, Seabass said. You are to meet Pandora's actor in the archive sector. Harry blinked. The one that dresses like a stage show and salutes every 5 seconds, he asked. Seabass did not smile, but his eyes softened. That one, he said. He has prepared access for you. Lord Ainz wishes you to see more of Nazarick's history. History, Harry repeated. His gut did a small twist. After the last round of history lessons, the idea did not feel safe. Seabass must have seen something in his face. This is not like yesterday, he said. No memories of old shepherds. No graveyards. Numbers. Records. Files. If they upset you, it will be because of what you think about them, not because they were designed to hurt. Harry let out a slow breath. Numbers sound almost peaceful, he said. Right? Food first, then numbers. Seabass inclined his head and stepped back to let him out. The side hall turned out to be a narrow room with a long table and a single chair set for him. Someone had arranged the plate with the kind of neat care that made Harry feel clumsy just looking at it. Bread, eggs, fruit, a mug of something that steamed and smelled faintly of herbs. Albedo stood near the far wall, arms folded. She had already eaten if she had needed to eat at all. Harry sat and picked up his fork. You were quiet last night, she said. I had a lot to think about, he said. You know, betrayal, manipulation, the usual. A corner of her mouth twitched. If it helps, she said. You are currently in a place where we prefer our cruelty honest. That does help, Harry said. At least I know where I stand. You stand as the heir, Albedo said. You stand where everyone can see you and plan around you. Harry chewed a piece of bread. Comforting, he said. In a very strange way, she stepped closer. Demiurge's report reached Lord Ainz, she said. He is pleased with how you handled the information. The fact that you did not collapse into self-pity impressed him. Harry raised a brow. I was close, he said. You just did not see it. Albedo's eyes softened for a heartbeat. Close is not the same as falling, she said. Remember that. He swallowed the last of the eggs. So, he said, Pandora's actor. The archive. Is this another test? Everything you do now is a test, she said. This one is also a gift. He will show you what this world was before you arrived. He will show you the records of the game that came before Nazarick became real. Yggdrasil, Harry said carefully. The word still felt odd in his mouth, like chewing something with the wrong texture. Albedo nodded. Do not spread that name in the wizarding world, she said. Not yet. They are not ready. They barely have a frame for tiered magic. Most of them still treat talk of 7th tier spells as fairy tales. Harry frowned. All right, he said. So I get the secret tour. I will try not to touch anything that explodes. Pandora will make sure you cannot, she said. Harry suspected that was only half a joke. When he finished eating, Seabass reappeared with quiet timing that never failed to unsettle him a little. Efficient, not creepy. Still strange. Ready? Seabass asked. As I will ever be, Harry said. The walk to the archive went deeper than he expected. The corridors grew quieter the further they went. Less of the normal sounds of Nazarick. Fewer patrols. Stone and crystal replaced metal and bone. The air felt cooler. Harry walked slightly behind Seabass. His boots made a dull sound on the floor. Seabass moved like he was walking on glass and did not want to crack it. Is this place always so empty? Harry asked. Many do not need to come here, Seabass said. Only those with duties that involve records, or with Lord Ainz's permission. Am I supposed to feel important? Harry asked. You are supposed to feel trusted, Seabass said. Harry did not answer that. They reached a pair of tall doors at the end of a long passage. They were carved with symbols Harry did not know. Not runes. Not anything from his classes. Geometric shapes, layered one inside another, like someone had drawn spell circles with a ruler. Seabass lifted a hand. The doors opened without a sound. Cold, dry air flowed out. Inside, shelves waited. Rows and rows of them, stretching up and out, lined with books and scrolls and crystal tablets. Light hung in the air in slow-turning globes, bright enough to see by, soft enough that it did not hurt his eyes. Harry stopped in the doorway. Bloody hell, he said under his breath. A figure moved between two shelves and hurried toward them. Pandora's actor wore a formal coat in Nazarick black and gold. His movements were crisp and precise. His face gleamed, too smooth to be entirely natural, with a fixed smile that wobbled at the edges as if it wanted to grow wider. When he reached them, he snapped into an exaggerated pose with one arm across his chest and the other flung out. Welcome, heir of Ainz's old gown, he declared, to the archive of the glorious guild and the history of our victorious raids. Harry blinked. Seabass did not. Good morning, Pandora, Seabass said. Lord Ainz has entrusted Harry to your care for this session. Pandora straightened. Of course, he said, the showman tone dropping a little. I will not fail him. He turned to Harry. Please, he said, follow me. There is much to show, and your access profile is unique. Access profile, Harry repeated. That sounds ominous. Not ominous, Pandora said. Exciting. That does not help, Harry muttered. Seabass inclined his head. I will leave you here, he said. If anything becomes too much, say so. Pandora will inform Lord Ainz at once. Harry nodded. Seabass stepped back through the doors. They closed behind him, leaving Harry alone with Pandora and the shelves. Right, Harry said. Lead on. The archive smelled like old paper and a faint trace of something sharper. Harry could not place it. Not dust. Nazarick did not seem to understand dust. Pandora guided him between shelves with practiced ease. Most of this, he said, waving at the books, is dedicated to the internal records of Nazarick as it exists now. Maps, logs, resource reports, battle records. The usual, Harry repeated. For you, maybe. Pandora gave a short laugh that sounded almost human. Over here, he said, is where it becomes more relevant to you. They reached a circular space where the shelves opened out into a small clearing. A table stood in the center with 3 chairs around it. The surface of the table was smooth black stone with faint lines of light running through it like veins. Above it, a cluster of crystal shards spun in slow motion. Harry eyed them. Am I meant to touch those? He asked. Not directly, Pandora said. Sit. Harry sat. The chair adjusted itself under him, shaping to his back. Comfortable, he said. Nazarick takes care of its important assets, Pandora said. Harry made a face. Please do not call me an asset while I am still waking up, he said. Pandora inclined his head. Apologies, he said. Habit from accountancy routines. He placed both hands on the table. The faint lines of light brightened. Now, he said, Lord Ainz has authorized you to access 3 sets of data today. Yggdrasil mechanics relevant to this world. Historical logs of the guild. And a restricted index that connects directly to your class skill. Harry's hand went instinctively to his chest. To my brand? He asked. In a sense, Pandora said. Your brand is the visible mark of the class. The class itself is part of the system that still whispers under this reality. We can hear some of those whispers here. Harry tried not to shiver. Start with the mechanics, he said. If I am going to throw spells around in 2 worlds, I should probably know the scale. Pandora's smile sharpened. An excellent choice, he said. He tapped the surface of the table with 1 finger. A sheet of light rose up from the stone, forming a flat panel in the air. Symbols flickered on it, then resolved into words Harry could read. Tier Magic Overview. 10 tiers of ordinary magic, ascending from 1st to 10th. Above them, a short list of true spells and world-level effects. Harry leaned forward. 10 tiers, he said. And I have seen what level? Pandora made a small gesture. Lines of text rearranged. Lord Ainz has mostly used 6th and 7th tier spells in front of you, he said. Occasionally 8th when necessary. Anything higher would be excessive for current situations. Excessive, Harry repeated. Right? And where do my spells fall? Pandora touched the panel again. A new column opened on the side. Equivalent mapping, local magic. He scanned the list. Names of spells he knew appeared with small notes beside them. Stupefy, low 1st tier effect. Expelliarmus, basic disarming, low 1st tier. Protego, variable shield, can reach mid-2nd tier with optimization. Patronus, spiritual barrier, 4th tier with correct emotional fuel. Unforgivable curses, direct death effect classified as narrow 3rd tier attack. Harry stared at that last line. 3rd, he said. 3rd, Pandora confirmed. Avada kills on contact, Harry said. You saw it. You blocked it, but that is still what it does. The Ministry calls it the worst curse there is. Pandora nodded. In a world with shallow mana, a direct death effect is terrifying, he said. In this framework, it is limited. It can be blocked by shields above a certain strength. It fails against targets with certain resistances. It is point-to-point only. 3rd tier is generous. Harry sat back. So all the years we spent whispering the name of that curse like it was the end of the world. He shook his head. Pandora watched him. Does this knowledge distress you? He asked. It annoys me, Harry said. It makes me feel like we were children waving sticks while the adults hid the real weapons. From their point of view, those sticks were the real weapons, Pandora said. They did not know this scale existed. He tapped again. Here, he said. 7th tier. What your world might call mythical. The list shifted. Spells Harry had never heard of filled the space. Reality Slash. Sanctuary of Closed Heaven. Greater Soul Detonation. Plague of Glass. Each had a brief tag beside it. Reality Slash. Area Severing. Ignores most conventional defense. Sanctuary of Closed Heaven. Absolute Domain. No uninvited entry. Multidimensional lock. Greater Soul Detonation. Delayed effect curse that uses soul fragment as fuel. Plague of Glass. Hostile environment rewrite. converts local matter into crystalline structure. Harry swallowed. People in my world talk about ancient spells, he said slowly. Magic so strong that no one can cast it now. They write stories about curses that reshape landscapes. They call them legends. They put them in dusty books and tell kids they are not real. Pandora tilted his head. Here, he said. Seventh tier is something Lord Ainz can cast after a minor rest. So yes, myths. Harry rubbed at his mouth. Do they have anything that reaches this? He asked. Even close. Your local magic, Pandora said, has one advantage. It locks to narrative structures, prophecies, wards shaped around stories. Those are not tier effects. They are rule exploits. In a place like Nazarick, they would be patched. In a place like your world, they can be powerful. That is why Lord Ainz takes them seriously. Harry thought about the prophecy that had chased him since birth. He thought about how quickly it had stopped mattering the moment a different system grabbed him. You said there were logs, he said, changing the subject. Guild records. Pandora's smile softened. Yes, he said. Would you like to see them as pure text? Or through reconstructed playback? No more playback today, Harry said quickly. Words will do. I can decide how much to imagine. Understood, Pandora said. He slid the panel aside. Another window opened, filled with lines of text stamped with dates that meant nothing in this world. Guild chat logs, Pandora said. Raid reports, casual messages. They were saved before the transfer. When Nazarick became real, the system wrapped them and stored them here. Harry squinted. What are these numbers? He asked. Time stamps, Pandora said. From the old world. They no longer match anything here. For context only, Harry pointed at a line near the top. Show me that one, he said. Pandora enlarged it. User, Mamanga Slate is back from work. We have 3 hours before he needs to log off again. Anyone up for a mid-level dungeon run? I want to test some new builds. Harry smiled despite himself. Slate, he said. Guildmate, shield specialist, Pandora said. Very reliable. Good at drawing aggro, as the term went. Is he one of the ones you still expect to come back? Harry asked. Pandora hesitated. I am not the one who expects, he said. I am the one who prepares in case. That is my function. Lord Ainz hopes, even when the system pushes that hope away. Harry glanced at him. You sound more normal when you talk about him, Harry said. Less like a comic act. Pandora's posture shifted a little, as if he were trying to stand more like Seabass and less like a theater lead. I was made by him, he said. Every part of me is an expression of his taste. When I speak about him, it is easy to fall back into that form. Harry reached out and touched the edge of the panel. It felt cool and solid under his fingers. Can I search these? He asked. You have limited query rights, Pandora said. By name, by topic tag. Try one. Harry thought for a moment. He could ask about Voldemort, about Dumbledore, about prophecies. Instead, he said, show me any references to threats that scared them. Things the guild really worried about. Pandora's eyes gleamed. Interesting choice, he said. The text blurred and rearranged. New lines came to the front. User, touch me. We cannot handle that world enemy with only 8 online. We tried it last season and got wiped. We can block some of the field effects, but the script keeps ramping. If anyone knows a trick, now is the time. User, Mamanga agreed. We set up better now. World items in reserve. But this thing is built to drain raids. If we poke it again without a full team, we risk losing half our best gear. User, Perroncino, so we turtle and hope the whales get bored. Cool plan. User, Bukubukagama. We can design counters later. For now, we have our own projects. Another line later. User, Mamanga server notice about the unknown admin activity. Anyone else getting these warnings? Someone is poking the base code again. User, Harahiro got the same note. Might be another event. Might be something else. Keep backups. Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck lift. Unknown admin activity, he said. Base code. Pandora nodded. Near the end, he said, the game stopped being stable. There were glitches. Strange events. Things that even the developers did not control. Is that how Nazarick became real? Harry asked. That question is still open, Pandora said. We know it happened. We do not know whose hand was on the switch. Harry stared at the words. Do you think the same unknown thing could show up here? He asked quietly. In this world, Pandora folded his hands. In most stories, he said, when a door is opened once, it can be opened again. In this environment, that is not just a story. It is a rule correlation. Lord Ainz assumes that anything that altered reality once has a non-zero chance of doing so again. Non-zero, Harry repeated. You mean yes, I mean we cannot dismiss it, Pandora said. Harry looked back at the lines about world enemies and wiped raids. So there might be things out there built to crush even Nazarick, he said. Even Nazarick can be destroyed, Pandora said calmly. The probability is low with current conditions, but never zero. Harry thought of Dumbledore again, but in a different light. The old man had believed that Voldemort was the worst thing that could happen. The thing that justified sacrificing a boy's childhood. He had been wrong. Here, Voldemort would barely count as a warm-up. Harry pushed that aside for later. You said there was a third set of data, he said. Something linked to my class. Pandora's expression became more serious. Yes, he said. Are you certain you want to see it now? Lord Ainz did not set a strict schedule for this part. Harry hesitated. What is it? He asked. Schema access, Pandora said. Blueprints. Settings. The codes that define the guardians, the maids, the constructs, and the tags that now apply to you as heir. Harry's stomach tightened. You mean you can read their, what? Souls? He asked. No, Pandora said. Souls are new. They formed when we came here. This is older. These are the blocks the system used to build their minds and habits before that happened. The script that still whispers at the edges can be adjusted. Adjusted, Harry said. You mean changed? Yes, Pandora said. He held Harry's gaze. The ability to reshape even the core settings of Nazarick's denizens is part of the authority you share with Lord Ainz, he said. That is what being his heir means in system terms. Harry felt slightly sick. Has he done that? He asked. Changed them. Only in small ways, Pandora said at once. He respects the intent of his friends. He has resisted the temptation to rewrite them into new shapes. When he has adjusted anything, it has been to fix bugs that would harm them. Harry thought of Albedo's devotion, of Demiurge's cruelty, of Shaltyr's madness, which he had seen in passing once and decided not to think too hard about. This is not a decision for here, Pandora said. This is a decision for Lord Ainz and you together. For now, it is enough that you know the option exists. Knowledge shapes choices. Harry pressed his palm flat on the cool stone. I want to talk to him about it, he said. Directly. In a place that is not a graveyard and not a throne room. Pandora gave a small nod. I will pass that request on, he said. For now, one more thing. He flicked his fingers. The guild logs faded. A different panel opened. At the top, Harry saw his own name. Harry Potter class. Heir apparent of Nazarick active traits. Anchor of humanity, airstrike, cross-frame insight. Cross-frame insight, Harry read. That is new. Pandora smiled. It awakened after your session with Demiurge, he said. You began to compare rule sets. The system recognized the pattern. This trait lets you see where one set of rules clashes with another. It will become more active when you move between worlds. Harry let out a slow breath. Great, he said. So now the system is watching my doubts and turning them into skills. That is one way to see it, Pandora said. Another is that you now have a tool to do what you said in your room. To build your own rules. Harry froze. How did you know I said that? He asked. Pandora raised his hands. I did not, he said. I only know you. The way you think. The fact that you came here asking about threats instead of loot tells me enough. Harry relaxed a fraction. You are very good at reading people for someone made of code, he said. I was made by someone who cared a lot about people, Pandora said quietly. Harry looked at him. You care about him, he said. Pandora's whole posture softened. Yes, he said simply. Harry stood up. All right, he said. Thank you. That is enough for now. If I stare at any more screens, I will start seeing tear markers in my sleep. Pandora chuckled. That would be efficient, he said. But not healthy. I will escort you back to the main hall. From there, Albedo and Aura have plans. Plans, Harry said. I should be scared. Only mildly, Pandora said. Aura's idea of a plan, as it turned out, was not more lessons. When Harry reached the main hall, she was waiting near one of the side doors with Mare. A small stack of books sat at her feet. Mare clutched a potted plant to his chest like it might bolt. Aura waved him over. There you are, she said. How was the archive? Intense, Harry said. Informative. Slightly terrifying. Very tidy. That fits Pandora, she said. Come on. We are stealing you for a while. Albedo appeared by a pillar. Borrowing, she said. Not stealing. Borrowing, Aura corrected without shame. We will bring him back. Harry looked between them. Where are we going? He asked. Aura hefted the books. To a place that does not smell like training sweat or Demiurge's experiments, she said. You need air. And maybe a brain that is not busy counting your trauma. Mare nodded quickly. I picked a quiet place, he said. Near the gardens. With a view of the 6th floor sky. Harry felt some of the tightness in his chest ease. Lead the way, he said. The room Mare had chosen opened out onto a wide balcony that overlooked a stretch of forest inside Nazarick. The sky above it glowed in a soft blue that never quite matched any real time of day. It was not natural. That did not make it less beautiful. Aura dropped the books on a low table near the rail. Sit, she ordered. Harry sat. Mare set the plant down beside him. It had pale leaves that shimmered faintly. It cleans the air, Mare said shyly. And it likes people who think too much. It calms them. Harry smiled. Then it is going to have a busy day, he said. Mare's ears turned pink. Aura flopped into a chair across from him and pushed one of the books toward him. What is this? He asked. Story collection, she said. From the old world. The kind Lord Ainz used to read when the others were busy. Not the game lore. Other things. Tales about heroes and tyrants and idiots who got too much power. Harry raised his brows. You want me to read bedtime stories? He asked. No, she said. I want you to see that even in his old world, people kept asking the same questions. About power. About rules. You are not the first person to wonder how not to turn into a monster when everyone hands you a crown. Harry flipped the book open. The text inside was written in a script he did not know. Then his brand warmed. The letters shimmered and shifted into English. He blinked. I will never get used to that, he said. Do not think too hard about the conversion, Aura said. It is system support. Use it. Harry skimmed a page. This one, he said, is about a king who wanted to be loved so much that he kept giving people more and more freedom until someone stabbed him. Bad end, Aura said. Try the one next to it. That one has dragons. Harry set the book down. Maybe later, he said. I spent the morning looking at numbers. Guilt and dragons can wait. Aura rolled her eyes but did not push. So, she said, what did you find in the archive? World enemies that made your raids cry, Harry said. Unknown things poking the game itself. A list that tells me Avada is a 3rd-tier trick and that your boss can drop 7th-tier spells like sweets. Aura whistled softly. You went straight for the good parts, she said. I also found something about my class, he said. New trait. Cross-frame insight. Aura wrinkled her nose. That sounds like Demiurge named it, she said. Probably, Harry said. Apparently it means I can see where different rule sets clash. Mare shifted in his chair. That could be useful, he said. When you go back to the other world. Harry leaned his elbows on his knees. Yeah, he said quietly. I was thinking that too. They sat like that for a moment. The breeze from the artificial sky brushing over them. The plant at his side rustling softly. Harry, Aura said. Yeah, he said. You know you do not have to fix everything alone, she said. He snorted. Funny, he said. Everyone keeps saying I do. Her eyes narrowed. Who? She asked. Dumbledore, he said. The prophecy. The Dark Lord. Half the people in my world. Now Demiurge wants me as a unit in his plans. Ainz wants an heir. The Ministry will scream for a savior when they see Nazarik's shadow, and the Death Eaters will scream for someone to kill. It is a theme. Aura made a face. That is stupid, she said. Even Lord Ainz does not try to do everything alone. He has us. He gives us work. He trusts us to carry it out. It helps that you were programmed to love him, Harry said dryly. Aura threw a cushion at him. He caught it on reflex. That hurts, she said. We grew beyond that long ago. Harry held up his free hand. I know, he said. I am sorry. That was not fair. Aura huffed. Forgiven, she said. But only because Mare brought a plant for your head. Mare hid behind his fringe. I just thought he needed something alive near him, Mare mumbled. Harry smiled and reached out to touch one of the leaves. Thank you, he said. The leaf was cool and smooth. The steady rustle calmed his breathing without him having to try. Later, when he returned to his room, there was a message waiting. A small crystal lay on his pillow. When he picked it up, Ainz's voice spoke from it. Harry, it said, come to the observation chamber when you are ready. We need to talk. Alone. The crystal went dark. Harry turned it over in his hand once, then put it in his pocket. Observation chamber. Not the throne room. Not Demiurge's lab. Somewhere different. He took a moment to wash his face and straighten his clothes. Seen or not, it made him feel more in control. Then he left his room and followed the route the crystal had burned into his mind when it spoke. The observation chamber was a high circular room with one entire wall made of transparent crystal. Beyond it, the void spread out in endless black and distant stars. Harry walked in and stared. That is not the sky from your forest, he said. No, Ainz said. He stood near the window with his hands behind his back. No throne. No watching guardians. Just the skeleton, the view, and a plain bench along one side. This is the edge of the tomb, Ainz said. The true edge. Beyond this is a space we do not fully understand. Harry stepped closer to the crystal. Beautiful, he said quietly. Terrifying, Ainz said. And both at once. Harry glanced at him. You wanted to talk, he said. About what I saw in the archive. And about what you felt yesterday, Ainz said. Sit, please. Harry sat on the bench. Ainz stayed standing, then seemed to catch himself and sat down as well, a short distance away. You asked Pandora about schema access, Ainz said. About the ability to change my people. Harry nodded. Yes, he said. He told me I have that power now, at least in part. As your heir. Ainz inclined his skull. You do, he said. In theory. In practice, I have not given you the keys to that part yet. I wanted to speak with you first. Harry laced his fingers together. Do you use it? He asked. Often. No, Ainz said at once. The settings my friends wrote are precious to me. They were the last acts they took before the end. I do not want to erase them. But you can, Harry said. Yes, Ainz said. If I chose, I could remove Shaltyr's bloodlust. I could dampen Demiurge's enthusiasm for cruelty. I could make Albedo less possessive. I could rewrite them into something closer to what this world might call sane. Harry stared out at the stars. And you do not, he said. Sometimes I want to, Ainz admitted. When Demiurge comes to me with a plan that involves too much suffering. When Albedo tries to eliminate anyone who looks at me for too long. When Shaltyr loses control. The urge to go into their code and adjust a few values can be very strong. But you do not, Harry repeated. Because it would be a betrayal, Ainz said. I have already taken enough from my friends. Their world. Their time. I will not take the last mark of their will from their creations. Harry let out a slow breath. I saw what it looks like when someone with power decides they can shape a child into what they need, he said. Dumbledore did it with my life. He chose my pain and called it sacrifice. I will not stand by while anyone does something similar here. Not even you. Ainz turned his head. You compare me to him, he asked. I compare the power, Harry said. Not the motives. You do not pretend you are helpless. You do not hide behind prophecies. That is already better. But the temptation is the same. To tweak someone until they fit your plan. to call it kindness because it hurts you to do it. Ainz was silent for a moment. In the game, he said slowly. This was not a question. The guardians were data, lines in a file. We changed them at will. It was like altering a painting. No one worried about consent. No one thought about betrayal. He lifted a hand and flexed the fingers. Here, he said. They speak. They cry. They bleed. They surprise me. The line between tool and person became blurred without my consent. Harry gave a small smile. Welcome to my world, he said. The line was never clean for us. We just pretended it was to make our choices easier. He looked down at his hands. I will not use schema access to change them, he said. Not without their knowledge. Not without a reason that has nothing to do with my comfort. If one of them asks to be altered to spare themselves pain, then we can talk. But I will not turn anyone into a better weapon by changing their mind while they sleep. Ainz's eye lights dimmed and brightened again. You speak with great certainty for someone who few weeks ago was being marched to slaughter, he said. Harry snorted. People grow when their life tries to kill them, he said. Turns out betrayal is a good teacher. I do not recommend it, though. Ainz's shoulders shook once. It might have been a laugh. You are right to be wary, he said. I have already changed one setting once in a way I regret. Harry looked up. Albedo, he said quietly. Ainz nodded. I altered one line, he said. In a rush. As a joke. I changed her from a kind guardian to someone obsessed with me. I told myself it did not matter because she was not real. By the time I realized she could feel, it was too late. She had become what I had written. Harry frowned. You cannot change her back, he asked. I could, Ainz said. But then I would be breaking her twice. Once when I forced her obsession on her. Again when I forced it away. Either choice leaves a scar. Harry thought of Albedo standing at the side of the room, eyes soft when she looked at him, sharp as blades when she spoke of enemies. He thought of the way she spoke about Ainz as if he were the only stable point in the universe. Does she know, he asked, that you changed her? I have not told her, Ainz said. It is difficult. Every time I think of saying the words, the system blunts the fear but leaves the shame. So I do nothing. That is a flaw. Harry rolled that over in his mind. If she had the choice, he said slowly, what do you think she would pick? To stay as she is? Or to remember who she was meant to be? Ainz looked out at the void. She would choose me, he said quietly, because that is what I wrote, which makes the choice meaningless. Harry winced. So we are stuck, he said. You cannot fix it without harming her. You cannot leave it without feeling like you are lying. Yes, Ainz said. Harry sat with that for a moment. You could at least tell her the truth, he said. Not to ask her to decide. Just to stop carrying it alone. Ainz's fingers tightened on his knee. I am afraid she would hate me, he said simply. Harry stared at him. You can crush cities, he said. You can block killing curses like they are rain. You command an army that would make Voldemort cry. And you are afraid of one woman thinking badly of you. Yes, Ainz said. Does that make you respect me less? Harry shook his head. It makes you sound human, he said. Which is strange, because you are currently a skeleton. Ainz actually laughed at that. A dry sound that echoed faintly in the chamber. The system tries to suppress fear, he said. But it leaks, especially when it touches things that matter. My friends, the Guardians. The image they would have of me if they returned. Harry looked back at the stars. That is the other thing, he said. In the archive I saw a log where one of your friends told you to be careful. Where they warned you about someone poking the base code. Ainz tilted his head. Hero, he said. Yes, he was cautious. More so than me. If that unknown thing comes back, Harry said. If your friends do return through it, what do you think they will see when they look at Nazarick now? Ainz was quiet for a long time. A fortress, he said finally. A kingdom that rules from the shadows. A structure built to protect itself at any cost. A throne held by a man who pretends to be a perfect ruler so that his trembling does not show. Harry turned to face him fully. Do you want them to see that? He asked. I want them to see that I kept their creation safe, Ainz said. I want them to feel proud. I do not want them to think I became a monster. Harry thought of Dumbledore again, of how the old man had tried to save everyone and ended up betraying the one person he was supposed to protect. Then we need rules, Harry said. Written ones. Not just feelings. So that if they do come back, you can show them. Here. This is what I promised. This is what I kept. This is where I failed. And why? Ainz looked at him. You want to codify Nazarick, he said. Someone should, Harry said. Right now everything runs on your instincts and their devotion. That works until it does not. I know what happens when one man's instincts decide the fate of a child. I do not want to watch that happen here. Ainz's eyelids narrowed, then steadied. You will help me write these rules, he said. Yes, Harry said. You will accept that some of them will constrain you as much as anyone else, Ainz said. Harry hesitated, then nodded. Yes, he said. Good, Ainz said. Then we begin there. He turned his gaze back to the void. We will draft a charter, he said. Not the usual pleasant words. Real restrictions. Clear lines. Places where even I will not go without review. Harry swallowed. The system is not going to like that, he said. The system can cope, Ainz said. I am tired of hiding behind its impulses. He glanced at Harry. Cross-frame insight will help, he said. You can see where the rules of your world and mine clash. We can use that to avoid the worst traps. Harry rubbed his thumb over his brand. So I get to help design the new law, he said. Great. No pressure. Plenty of pressure, Ainz said. But not all at once. He stood. For now, he said. I need you rested. Soon we will move against your old world's threats. The Dark Lord. His followers. The Ministry. Before that, you need a place inside Nazarick that feels like it belongs to you. Harry looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean? He asked. You cannot rule from someone else's office forever, Ainz said. Tomorrow Aura and Mare will show you a section we can shape. You will decide how it looks, who works there, what its role is. A wing, Harry said slowly. For me, for the heir, Ainz said. And for those who will work with you, you will need your own staff, your own small court, people who answer to you first, not me. Harry thought of Albedo's jealous glare at anyone who came close to him. He thought of Demiurge and his careful plans. He thought of Seabass's calm, Aura's grin, Mare holding a plant like a shield. Albedo is not going to like that, he said. She will learn, Ainz said. She may curse, but she will obey. This is necessary. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Thank you, he said. For what? Ainz asked. For treating me like someone who gets to make choices, Harry said. Not just someone you point at a problem and hope will die usefully. Ainz's eyelights dimmed and flared. I have lost enough pieces on other people's boards, he said. I do not intend to repeat that pattern with you. Harry stood as well. One more thing, he said. Yes, Ainz asked. When we write those rules, Harry said, put one near the top. No changing the minds of Nazarick's people without their consent. Not unless doing nothing would kill them. Not for comfort. Not for control. If we break it, we write it down and admit it. Ainz studied him. You really hate that idea, he said softly. Yes, Harry said. More than almost anything. Ainz nodded once. Then it goes near the top, he said. I will even sign it. He looked back at the stars. Go rest, he said. Talk to Aura and Mare. Spend some time with the plant Mare picked. Tomorrow will be busy. Harry gave a shaky half-smile. Tomorrow always is, he said. Good night. Good night, Harry, Ainz said. Harry left the chamber. Behind him, the skeleton lord of Nazarick sat alone, watching the void and thinking about settings he wished he had never touched. That night, Harry took one of the blank notebooks Nazarick had given him. He sat at the small desk in his room. The plant Mare had brought sitting on the corner where he could hear the faint rustle of its leaves. He opened the first page. For a moment his hand hovered. Then he began to write. Rule 1. No one gets to decide that my pain is a fair price for their plan, without asking me first. Rule 2. No secret changes in the minds of the people who stand by me. If something needs to be altered, we tell them, and we accept the answer even if it hurts. Rule 3. Power does not excuse laziness. If things are cruel because they are easy, we change them. He paused, staring at the simple lines. The words were not fancy. They were not complete. They were a beginning. He wrote one more. Rule 4. I will not be a weapon or a savior unless I choose it. His hand shook a little by the time he finished the last letter. He set the pen down and closed the book. The brand over his heart warmed, then cooled, as if some part of the system had taken note. Outside his door, Nazarik's endless halls waited. Somewhere beyond the void, his old world turned, ignorant of tears and world enemies and charters. Harry lay down, the plant's soft sound filling the quiet, and slept with the notebook close to his hand. This time, when he dreamed, the stairs were still there. So were the 2 landings with the familiar figures. But the third path was no longer vague. It had a faint glow now. A line of written rules ran along the steps. The first thing Harry noticed when he woke was that the notebook was not on his chest anymore. It sat on the bedside table, closed. The little plant mare had brought rested beside it. One of its pale leaves brushed the cover as if it had moved in the night. He stared at both for a moment. Rules on paper. Roots in a pot. For a few breaths it almost felt like an ordinary morning. Then the memory of the crystal message and the void outside the observation window slid back into place. Today would not be ordinary. A gentle knock sounded at the door. Harry pushed himself upright. Come in, he said. Albedo opened the door and stepped inside. She wore formal armor in Nazarik black and gold. Her hair fell in a perfect wave down her back. Her expression was calm, but the way her eyes ran over him was sharper than usual. Good morning, she said. You slept. That sounds like an accusation, Harry said. It is an observation, she replied. Seabass reports that you did not stir even once. Given the content of yesterday, that is noteworthy. Harry swung his legs out of the bed. Maybe I was tired, he said. Turns out writing laws is exhausting. Her gaze flicked to the notebook. You began already, she said. A start, Harry said. Nothing fancy. Just things I never want to see again. Albedo stepped closer to the table and rested her hand near the plant without touching it. Lord Ainz read the summary I gave him, she said. He approved the idea. Demiurge was delighted. That phrase worries me every time I hear it, Harry said. It should, Albedo said. Still, the charter will help. Even devils like Demiurge prefer clear structures. Structures that usually end with someone else bleeding, Harry muttered. Albedo did not disagree. Get dressed, she said. You have been summoned to the strategy chamber. The first mission regarding your birth world is ready. Harry felt his stomach tighten. Already, he asked. We waited as long as was wise, Albedo said. Information flows both ways. The longer Nazarik watches without moving, the more likely it is that someone else will notice the shadow at the edge of their world. He thought of unknown admin warnings in the old logs, of distant noises behind code. Fair, he said quietly. Right. Turn around. She did so without protest and waited while he dressed. The clothes on the chair were not training gear this time. A fitted dark coat, high collar, subtle silver thread at the cuffs. No house crest. No Hogwarts tie. Nazarik cloth, cut to look almost like wizard robes if someone squinted. Trying to make me look respectable, Harry asked. Trying to make you look like what you are, Albedo said. An envoy, a ruler in training, not a lost school boy. When he finished, he picked up the notebook and slid it into an inner pocket. The cover brushed against his palm with familiar weight. The plant rustled. Look after him, Harry told it on impulse. Albedo raised one brow. If it grows any faster under your care, I will start asking Pandora whether it has become a minor world item, she said. Harry snorted. Please do not, he said. I have enough trouble with one cursed object in my chest. He tapped over his brand. Throbbed once, then settled. Come, Albedo said. They are waiting. She led him through corridors that now felt almost familiar. Floors of polished stone. Walls that hummed with quiet power. Nazarik never creaked or sagged. It simply existed, steady and cold. The strategy chamber sat near the core of the tomb. A round room dominated by a floating model of the wizarding world. Tiny lights marked known wards and magical hubs. London glowed brighter than most, a web of strands wrapping into and out of the city. Ainz sat at one side of the room, skeletal hands resting on the armrests of a simple chair. Demiurge stood near the projection with a rod in one hand. His glasses gleamed. Seabass stood behind Ainz. Aura leaned against a column near the wall. Mare hovered beside her, clutching a scroll case. All eyes turned to Harry when he entered with Albedo. Roster clear, Harry thought. No surprise voices. Albedo moved to her usual place at Ainz's side. Harry took the empty chair opposite Demiurge. Harry, Ainz said. Thank you for coming quickly. I had help getting out of bed, Harry said. A faint ripple of amusement passed over the room. Demiurge tapped the projection. The London section expanded until it filled most of the air above the table. Let us begin, he said. This will be your first structured operation in the world of your birth. It will also be our first deliberate announcement. Announcement, Harry repeated. A visible act, Demiurge said. One that leaves clear traces. Until now, Nazarick has touched that world only in subtle ways. A scrying here, a silent ward there. This time, people will know something new has entered their field. He gestured with the rod. A section of London near the river lit with a red ring. This district, he said. You know it. Harry squinted, then nodded. The old dock area, he said. Ministry uses parts of it on and off. There is a warehouse they pretend does not exist officially. Death Eaters use it when they want to stash things they should not have. Aura pushed off the column. Confirmed, she said. My scouts have watched it for 3 nights. No children. No hostages. Just robed idiots and their allies. Seabass inclined his head. We intercepted a message, he said. Voldemort's followers plan to gather there this evening. They wish to test a new curse meant for mass casualties. One that would be messy and loud, Demiurge added. Their own plan risks drawing attention from Muggle structures we are not ready to engage. Their instability jeopardizes our ideal timeline. So they are a threat to your schedule, Harry said. So we kill them. Demiurge smiled. I knew you would understand, he said. Harry held his gaze. Define kill, he said. Define them. Demiurge tapped the ring again. Every armed follower present, he said. Inner circle, outer circle, allied beasts, free contractors. Anyone who arrives prepared for violence. Our scouts have marked their faces. Our divinations have traced their oaths. There will be no innocence in that space by the time we move. Albedo nodded. We will extract any random dock workers or Muggle staff well in advance, she said. A mass sleep effect, followed by relocation. They will wake in their homes with fuzzy memories. No one outside the target group will die from the main event. Harry let out a slow breath he had not realized he was holding. Main event, he repeated. A demonstration, Demiurge said. You will go as our envoy. You will give them a clear choice. Kneel and bind themselves to our new order or be erased. Aura whistled under her breath. That is direct, she said. Clarity saves time, Demiurge said. Harry looked at Ainz. And you approve this, he asked. Ainz shifted slightly in his chair. I approve the objective, he said. The manner is still open to adjustment. He lifted one bony hand. Demiurge, he said, explain the method. Demiurge snapped his fingers. The dock district model zoomed in, showing rows of warehouse roofs and narrow streets. A full city district wipe would be wasteful here, he said. I propose a focused environment rewrite. A spell derived from Plague of Glass, scaled down and anchored to the marked ring. Everything inside the boundary that matches hostile parameters will be turned into brittle, inert matter. Structures, weapons, bodies. The effect will be instant. From the outside, it will look like a circular section of the district suddenly transformed into a crater of glass. Harry imagined it. Streets going silent in a blink. Screams cut off, structures frozen mid-collapse. He swallowed. People outside the ring, he asked. They will be unharmed, Demiurge said. Though they will likely fall down when the shock wave hits. Aura wrinkled her nose. That will hit the papers, she said. That is the point, Demiurge replied. We require one clean story. One tale that will race through your ministry, your school, your old streets. The story that the Death Eaters gathered to plan a massacre and were themselves wiped out by something that did not even bother to show a face. He looked at Harry. Except it will show a face, he said. Yours. Harry felt the plant's absence like an itch. Ambassador, he said. Ainz leaned forward slightly. This is where your charter matters, he said. This operation must obey the rules you began to write, or we will have broken them on the first test. Harry thought of the neat lines in his notebook. No one decides my pain is a fair price without asking. No secret changes in minds. No cruelty because it is easy. His hands curled into fists on his knees. What happens if they kneel, he asked. If some of them actually choose to submit. Demiurge tilted his head. We have contracts ready, he said. Blood-bound oaths, linked to Nazarick. They will become monitored assets. Useful. Disposable if they betray. Not slaughtered for dramatic effect, Harry said sharply. Demiurge spread his hands. If you wish to waste potential spies, that is your choice, he said. I had assumed you wished to make use of every piece. Albedo glanced at Ainz. Lord Ainz made his preference clear, she said. No waste of useful tools purely for appearance. Demiurge bowed his head. Of course, he said. Old habits. In certain scenarios, fear matters more than head count. In this case, you are correct. A handful of broken, terrified survivors bound to us will serve as better carriers of the story. Aura grinned. Let the cowards brag that they bent the knee, she said. The rest can be glass. Harry shut his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, the projection still showed the ring over the docks. Fine, he said. Conditions. First, every non-combatant is off the field before I arrive. No compromises. Second, anyone who kneels gets bound, not dead. Third, the blast stops at the ring. If some idiot tries to run out at the last second, you drag them either inside or fully outside, but you do not cut some random river barge in half just because it is efficient. Demiurge considered. Acceptable, he said. Albedo. She nodded. I will assign units to interdiction, she said. Cocytus can provide a perimeter ring. No one in or out once the envoy enters, except by his word. Ainz looked at Harry. And you, he said softly. Can you do this? Harry was surprised at the question. For a moment his mind flashed back to the graveyard. To green light and dead eyes. To his own scream when Cedric fell. Can I stand there and watch Death Eaters vanish, he asked. Yes. Ainz waited. And can you live with the way we do it, he asked. With the scale. With the fact that you will be the one who gave the order. Harry looked at the dock model again. If I do nothing, he said slowly, they test their curse on someone else. A muggle school. A ministry hall. A crowd that does not even know what a wand is. If I act, they die instead. I do not like either. I am allowed not to like it. That does not change which one I choose. Seabass inclined his head. A practical answer, he said. Ainz nodded once. We move at dusk, he said. You will not go alone. Demiurge will direct from a secure position nearby. Aura will handle scouts. Cocytus will hold the perimeter. Narbril will accompany you as your guard in human guise. Harry exhaled. Narbril likes humans very little, he said. Which is why I am sending her with you, Ainz said. Her presence will remind you of how Nazarick appears to most natives of this world. Albedo spoke up. Narbril understands orders very well, she said. If you say do not kill that one, she will obey even if she thinks it is stupid. Harry almost laughed. Nice to be trusted, he said. Trust is in the rules now, Ainz replied. He stood. Prepare, he said. Eat. Rest. Go over the plan with Demiurge. You have 6 hours. Use them. The dock district smelled like damp stone, old oil, and cheap cigarette smoke. Wizard wards hung in the air like spider webs. Thin in some places. Thick in others. Not one of them could have stopped a serious attack. Harry and Narbril stood in the shadow of a brick wall overlooking the main warehouse. In the moonless light, Narbril looked like a young witch in simple robes. Only her eyes gave away the truth. They were too sharp, too still. Perimeter is sealed. Aura's voice murmured in Harry's ear. The contact charm did not tingle. It simply carried the words along his skin. Cocytus units in position, another voice said. No hostile minds outside the ring. Harry breathed in and out once. He stood a pace inside the invisible line Demiurge had marked earlier. Beyond it he could see wizard figures arriving at the warehouse door in twos and threes. Black hoods, silver masks, some bare faces twisted with excitement. Death Eaters. He knew some of them by sight. Lucius with his pale hair and cane. Bellatrix with her wild eyes and hungry grin. Others from school corridors now dressed for war. A few were younger. He recognized faces from Hogwarts. Slytherin students who had sneered at him in common rooms. Seventh-year boys who had joked about mudbloods and laughed when people flinched. His jaw clenched. "Report," Demiurge said quietly from a hidden vantage point. "Targets at 30 and rising," Harry said. "Mix of inner and outer circle. No one looks drunk enough to count as bystander. Extraction complete," Seabass added. Muggle staff relocated. Locals in the next streets guided away by subtle suggestion. "Ring is clean." Harry nodded once, though they could not see it. "No time like the present," he said. He stepped out of the shadow and walked toward the warehouse door. Narbril moved exactly one pace behind his right shoulder. The two masked Death Eaters at the entrance straightened when they saw him. "This area is closed," one said, wand rising. "State your business." Harry stopped a comfortable distance away. He did not reach for his wand. "I am the one you forgot to fear," he said. They laughed. "Another ministry boy," one said. "Run along before your mother notices you are out of bed." Harry tilted his head. "Do I look like a ministry boy?" he asked. He let a small fraction of Nazarick power bleed through his brand. The air around him darkened and thickened. The dull light of the street lamps bent inward. A slow pressure rolled out across the cobblestones. Both men staggered. "What?" one choked. "What are you?" "Late," Harry said. He lifted his hand. Not a wand. Just fingers. Gray light spilled from his palm and wrapped around their arms. Their wands snapped in two. The pieces vanished before they hit the ground. One of them screamed. Narbril sighed. "Pathetic," she said. "Stay," Harry told her. She stayed. He stepped past the stunned guards and pushed the warehouse door open. Inside, the air was warmer, heavy with smoke and sweat. Dozens of robed figures filled the space. Crates and barrels lined the walls. A long table in the center held maps and parchment and a large clear crystal that pulsed with sick light. Every head turned toward the door. For a brief second, silence. Then noise. "Who are you?" someone shouted. "How did you get in here?" Harry walked forward until he stood in the open, far enough from the walls that every wand would have a clear line. Narbril took her place behind him, face expression like carved stone. He could feel Auror's eyes on the scene from some hidden vantage among the rafters. Cocytus' ring of ice just beyond the ward line. Demiurge watching through 3 different scrying lines. Ainz somewhere in Nazarick, waiting. One of the inner circle stepped forward. Mask off. Black hair, pale face, pool dark eyes. "Bellatrix." "Oh," she breathed. "The baby bird returns. But this is not the graveyard. Where is your tender headmaster? Where is your mummy?" Harry met her gaze and kept his voice level. "I am not a baby anymore," he said. "And the man who used to treat me as a sacrifice is busy realizing he has lost his last piece." She laughed loud and bright. "You think you have grown teeth," she said. "How cute." She flicked her wand. Ropes of crimson shot toward him with a hiss. Narbril raised one hand. The ropes disintegrated inches from Harry's chest. A murmur ran through the room. "Enough," Lucius said sharply. "Potter, what are you doing here?" Harry looked around at them. "Making an offer," he said. "One you will only hear once." He lifted his hand and pointed at the floor. A faint circle of white light appeared at his feet. It grew outward until it touched the walls. Only Harry remained at the exact center. Some of the Death Eaters shifted uneasily. "This is how this goes," Harry said, voice carrying easily. "You kneel, you leave your wands on the floor, and you bind yourselves to a new order. You stop chasing Muggle-born children. You stop playing at terror. You stop pretending your master is anything but a man with a snake for a face and too much ego." He let the word master hang. Every face turned toward him sharpened at that. "And if we refuse?" Lucius asked, cane tapping once on the floor. Harry shrugged. "Then this district vanishes," he said. "You, this building, your pets in the back rooms, your shiny crystal on the table. Everything inside this ring turns into quiet rubble. The world outside will keep turning. Your master will not even have bodies to cry over. Bellatrix hissed. You dare to threaten the Dark Lord's chosen, she spat. Harry almost laughed. Chosen, he said. That word has very bad memories for me. Believe it or not, I came here to give you a better end than the one you planned for those Muggle families you wanted to test your curse on. He pointed at the crystal. Several of them flinched. You do not know what you are talking about, one young wizard said. His mask still covered his face, but Harry recognized the voice. A former prefect. I know enough, Harry said. You wanted a large crowd. Place that would cause panic. You have until I reach 10. Then the choice makes itself. He could feel Demiurge listening to every word. Harry, Demiurge said quietly through the link. Remember to keep the count even and steady. Terror grows in the silent space between numbers. I know what fear sounds like, Harry thought back. Thank you. He took a breath. 1, he said, clear and calm. Nothing moved. 2. A few wands shifted. No one dropped them. 3. Someone near the back edged closer to the door. Orus' voice slid through the link at once. Runner at rear. I have him. 4. Harry felt sweat start at his neck. Not from heat. From focus. 5. The young prefect's mask shook. His free hand twitched. 6. Bellatrix smiled wider. Lucius watched like a man inspecting a trade deal. 7. The circle of light on the floor brightened. The ward line shimmered. Hidden from wizard eyes. Clear to Harry's. 8. The young wizard dropped to his knees. The sound of his wand hitting the floor cracked across the room. Every face turned toward him. Please, the boy said. I do not want to die for this. I just wanted to matter. Harry swallowed. Narbril, he said quietly. Mark him. Pull him out when the time comes. Marked, Narbril said. He will live if you let him. Cost her something to say it. He heard that. 9, Harry said. No one else moved. He waited a full breath. 10. He dropped his hand. For a second nothing happened. Then the ring line flared. From somewhere beyond the dock, Demiurge triggered the prepared spell. The world inside the circle went silent. Sound did not fade. It snapped. Light bent. A dull, heavy pressure slammed into Harry's chest and passed through him. For a heartbeat he could feel every stone in the floor, every brick in the walls, every bone in every body. Then the spell finished its work. The warehouse, the Death Eaters, the plans, the crystal, the crates, the map table. Every solid thing inside the ring turned into a strange fused material that looked like glass mixed with ash. It stood for a moment in perfect frozen detail. A field of statues mid-move. Then hairline cracks ran through it all at once. The entire structure fell inward in a quiet rush and became a shallow basin of broken shards. Harry stood at the exact center on one remaining patch of solid stone. Narbril stood just behind him. The only other living body in sight was the young wizard on his knees. The ring had curved around him like a careful hand. He sobbed once, hysterical. What? He gasped. What did you do? Harry stared at the crater. He heard a few distant shouts from outside the ring as the shock wave reached the next streets. Panicked voices. Doors slamming. Muggle ears would hear a strange quake. Wizard ears would hear the absence where once there had been noise. He swallowed hard. Demonstration complete, Demiurge said. His voice held a curl of satisfaction. Collateral 0. Hostiles 100% removed. Harry's hands shook once, then stilled. Narbril, he said. Take him. Narbril stepped forward, grabbed the kneeling boy by the collar, and lifted him with effortless strength. Orders, she asked. Secure cell in Nazarick, Harry said. He lives. He talks. He signs whatever bound oath Demiurge prepares, and then he goes back with those words in his mouth and nothing else. Narbril nodded. As you wish. She vanished in a flash of magic with the captive in hand. Aura appeared near the broken ring, boots crunching on the glass. Perimeter holds, she reported. Locals dazed but intact. No one else inside the blast zone. Cocytus stepped into view at the edge of the street, towering and blue. Ice steamed from his armor. Shall I hold position? He asked. Harry shook his head. No, he said. We are done here. Fall back. Let them see the crater. Let them tell stories. He walked to the edge of the ring and stepped over it. The night air felt colder on the far side, as if Nazaric power had left a faint chill behind. Ainz, he said into the link. Operation finished. Awaiting further instruction. There was a pause. Return, Ainz said. His voice was quiet. We will debrief in the throne hall. The debrief did not take place on the throne. Ainz sat in a smaller chamber instead, at a plain table with 3 chairs. Demiurge stood beside a chalkboard filled with neat writing. Albedo waited near the door. Seabass poured tea into cups that none of them really needed. Harry sat opposite Ainz, notebook on the table in front of him. He had not opened it. Demiurge adjusted his glasses. Begin report, he said. Harry steadied his voice. Target location, he said. Dock District Warehouse 37. Entry at 23 minutes past 9 by local time. Hostile count on initial scan was 32. Composition was 17 inner circle members, 11 outer circle, for allied beasts in cages at the rear. He kept going. Words lined up in his head in a dry pattern. He described the initial contact, the offer, the count, the single surrender, the exact timing of the spell, the reaction of the wards, the measured radius of the crater and the depth of the glass. Demiurge nodded along. Language, he said once when Harry used the word people. Harry corrected himself. Hostile units, he said. Not people. Ainz watched him. The eye lights in his skull flickered as if some internal process kept trying to rise and was suppressed. When Harry finished, he sat with his hands flat on the table. Conclusion, Demiurge said. Harry took a breath. Phase objective achieved, he said. Immediate threat removed. Proof of concept for environment level rewrite confirmed. 0 collateral. 1 surrendered unit extracted for later exploitation. Fear impression created in target network. Projected impact, Demiurge prompted. News of the crater will reach the ministry within hours, Harry said automatically. Within a day, rumors will place me at the scene. Within 2, parents will look at the dock and wonder if Hogwarts is safe. Death Eaters will tell each other that their master was too slow to protect them. Some will break. Some will double down. Demiurge smiled in open satisfaction. Excellent, he said. You followed the technique perfectly. The count, the offer, the scale of the strike. You even remembered to leave 1 terrified messenger. This is ideal terror design. Harry did not look at him. Albedo spoke. You did not enjoy it, she observed. Harry laughed once, short. Enjoy, he said. No, I do not think enjoy is the word. Demiurge tilted his head. Do you regret it, he asked. Harry thought of the crates in the back. The maps. The plans they had been about to make. The curse they had wanted to try on families who never asked to be part of this war. No, he said. I do not regret stopping them. He flexed his fingers slowly. I regret that this is what stopping them looks like now, he added. I regret that my first act as an envoy was to make a crater. Albedo folded her arms. You would prefer what, she asked. More duels in corridors. More tries at catching them one by one while they pick their victims. Harry met her gaze. I would prefer a world where people with your kind of power did not exist at all, he said. We do not live in that world. We live in one where you do and Voldemort does not know what he is waking. Ainz let out a slow sound that might have been a sigh. You did well, he said. Better than I had any right to expect from someone so freshly torn from his old life. Harry frowned. That sounds like something Dumbledore would say, he said. Ainz was silent for a heartbeat. Then let me say it more clearly, he said. You did what I asked without breaking the rules you set. You made sure we took no innocent lives. You insisted on conditions. You will not become Demiurge. You will not become me. That matters. Demiurge inclined his head at that. I do not take offense, he said mildly. Our roles differ. He turned back to Harry. You must understand something, he said. Terror used like this is not cruelty for its own sake. It is a tool. A single event like tonight can prevent 10 lesser wars. Can make 10 lesser tyrants sit down and think twice. In that sense, the crater is mercy. Harry rubbed at his eyes with thumb and forefinger. Might be easier to believe that if I did not still smell burnt stone, he said. Seabass placed a cup of tea in front of him. It will fade, Seabass said. The smell. not the memory. That is as it should be. Harry wrapped his hands around the cup. The warmth helped. Will you sleep? Albedo asked quietly. I slept last night, Harry said. I might manage again. He looked at Ainz. What happens to the boy? He asked. The one who surrendered. Demiurge will draft his contract. Ainz said. You will read it. If you find anything that breaks your charter, we will adjust. Demiurge nodded at once. Of course, he said. I look forward to your edits. It has been some time since I had to design around a conscience. Harry gave him a tired look. You say that like it is a game, he said. Demiurge smiled. Everything is a game, he said. The stakes differ. Albedo stepped closer to Harry. The charter, she said. Write tonight if you can. While this is fresh. Harry looked at the notebook. Later, he said. If I write it now, it will be nothing but the word no. Ainz stood. Leave him for a moment, he said. Demiurge bowed and moved toward the door. Seabass followed. Albedo hesitated. A moment. Ainz repeated gently. She inclined her head and stepped out, closing the door. Only Ainz and Harry remained. The room felt larger without the others. You stayed on your feet, Ainz said quietly. You did not vomit. You did not panic. You did not freeze. Harry snorted. You set the bar high, he said. I have seen men break for less, Ainz replied. I am not praising numbness. I am praising that you held on to both parts at once. He leaned forward. You were competent, he said. And you still care. Keep both. If one goes, tell me. Harry stared at his hands. What happens when we go after Voldemort? He asked. This was just his followers. Ainz' eye lights flared. Then you will see what 7th tier looks like when it is not scaled down for demonstration, he said. And your world will understand what it means that you stand at my side instead of his. Harry nodded slowly. Right, he said. Just making sure I did not sign up for something small. Ainz gave a dry chuckle. Nothing about this is small, he said. He rose. Go, he said. Albedo will want to hover. Aura will want to brag about her scouts. Mare will probably give you another plant. Take the comfort where you can. Tomorrow we start drafting the Nazarick Charter for your world. Harry stood as well. As he reached for the door, Ainz spoke once more. Harry. He paused. Yes, he said. You did not enjoy today, Ainz said. Good. Hold on to that. The day you smile while you make craters is the day I will drag you off the field myself. Harry looked back over his shoulder. Deal, he said. Albedo was waiting just outside. She studied his face for a long moment. You are still you, she said. For now, Harry answered. She reached up and brushed a smear of dried dust from his cheek with her thumb. You were very calm in there, she said. Even when Demiurge praised you like a new blade. I do not feel calm, he admitted. That is fine, she said. For once, she did not make a speech. She simply leaned in and pressed a quick kiss to his forehead. The gesture startled him more than any spell. That, she said, is for coming back. His face grew warm. Thank you, he said quietly. She stepped back. Rest, she said. Write your rules. And remember that in Nazarick you do not carry the weight alone, no matter how much you think you should. He let out a breath. I will try, he said. As he walked back toward his quarters, he could still taste dust in the back of his throat. He also felt the faint weight of the notebook against his chest and the memory of a circle that had stopped before it cut the wrong line. It was not enough to make the crater right. It was enough to keep him moving. He would take that for tonight. Voldemort listened to the stuttering voice on the floor and tried not to kill him too soon. The boy knelt on the cold stone of the old manor cellar, robes torn, hair stuck to his forehead with sweat. His wand was gone. His hands shook so hard that the sound of his nails on the flagstones was louder than his words. Say it again, Voldemort said softly. The Dark Lord stood near the empty fireplace, pale face lit by the low green flame that hovered over his palm. The Death Eaters he trusted most formed a loose half-circle behind the boy. Lucius, Bellatrix, a few others. Their masks were off. Their marks were bare and still faintly sore from the shock that had woken them hours earlier. The boy swallowed. He stood in the middle, he whispered. There was this ring of light and he counted. He counted like it was a game. 10 steps and then the world broke. Bellatrix laughed. I quite like this one, she said. He tells such pretty stories. Silence, Voldemort said without looking at her. The room cooled at once. Lucius shifted his weight, cane resting against his leg. My lord, he said carefully, we have reports from the ministry as well. They confirm that an entire section of the docks is now a crater. The Aurors do not know what did it. They only know it was not them. The green fire flickered as Voldemort closed his fingers. The boy says it was Potter, he said. The word tasted wrong. Potter had always tasted wrong. Ash and old magic and a stubborn refusal to die. He did not say the brat, Bellatrix said with a grin. He said an envoy. The captive flinched. He is different, the boy whispered. He did not feel human. He did not feel like Dumbledore either. He walked in with one woman behind him, and everything went quiet. Voldemort stepped closer until the tip of his bare foot touched the edge of the boy's shadow. Look at me, he said. The boy lifted his head. His pupils were blown wide. His skin had the slack look of someone who had seen too much in too short a time. What did he say? Voldemort asked. Word for word. The boy's voice dropped into a flat monotone, as if he had burned the memory in so hard he no longer needed to think to find it. He said, I am the one you forgot to fear. Voldemort felt something coil inside his chest, slow and cold. Forgot. He had never forgotten Potter. Potter had been a curse since the prophecy. Potter's name sat at the root of every failure. What else? Voldemort asked. He offered us a chance to kneel, the boy said. He counted to 10. I knelt. The others laughed. Then the floor lit up and everything was glass. His voice cracked on the last word. Bellatrix snorted. And the little coward crawled out, she said. How sweet. Voldemort closed his eyes for a moment. He could feel the vague tug of magic in the world. Wards shifting. Dark marks cooling. Somewhere in London, the place where his servants had gathered was now nothing but a wound. It was not the loss of the men that angered him. Fools could be replaced. It was the insult. The idea that someone dared to carve a hole in his operations without even speaking his name. Potter, he said. Lucius cleared his throat. My lord, he said. Our sources say he disappeared after the Quidditch World Cup. Dumbledore has been strangely quiet. The old man moves his people, but there is no clear pattern. It is as if he cannot find the boy either. Voldemort flexed his wand hand. In the months since his return, things had been slower than he liked. His body was new, bound together with old ritual and stolen bone. His soul was anchored to more than one place. That had always been his safety. He had taken time to rebuild his circle and test the loyalty of those who claimed to have waited for him. He had planned to use the docks as a small test. Now someone else had used them to slap him in the face. Envoy, he repeated. The word had a shape. Ambassadors. Messengers. The one who spoke for a power that stayed unseen. Who sent him? He asked quietly. The boy shook his head in a jerky movement. He did not say a name, he whispered. He just said a new order. He said our master was a local problem and that his people did not like local problems. Our master, Bellatrix repeated with a sharp hiss. He talked about you like a cleaner talks about dirt. Voldemort opened his eyes and smiled. There were gaps in their knowledge. The old man with the stupid beard hoarded information like a dragon. There had been hints in the past. Old stories about things that did not fit his view of the world. Creatures that did not fit any book. Perhaps Potter had stumbled into one of those cracks. Perhaps someone had decided to arm the boy as a tool. Or perhaps something older had smelled the prophecy and come looking. The thought did not frighten him. It made him angry. Get out, he said. The kneeling boy blinked. My lord, he said. I thought you wanted more detail. Voldemort smiled down at him. I have enough, he said. Your debt is paid. You escaped where your brothers did not. That is already more mercy than I grant most. Now I will grant you rest. The boy's shoulders slumped in relief. Thank you, he whispered. Voldemort raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light washed the cellar. The boy dropped without a sound. Bellatrix sighed happily. I feel better already, she said. Voldemort turned away from the body. Lucius, he said, find Severus. Tell him I have a message for Dumbledore. And for Potter. Harry sat at his desk with the notebook open and tried to find a clean way to write the words kill him. He stared at the blank line under his last rule. The quill hovered. Ink dripped slowly onto the page. Rule 4 had looked solid when he wrote it. I will not be a weapon or a savior unless I choose it. Today he had chosen. He still did not like the taste of it. A small chime sounded at his door. Come in, he called without looking up. The door opened. This time it was not Albedo or Seabass. Snape walked in. Harry's hand tightened on the quill by reflex. Interesting room, Snape said in his dry voice. Very tasteful. I see they are spoiling the new heir. He wore his usual black, but the cut of the coat had shifted slightly since his last visit. Nazarick cloth did that. It adapted to the wearer, did not fray, did not fade. On Snape it looked like it had always been there. Harry closed the notebook and set the quill aside. You made it back, he said. That is something. Snape's mouth twitched. One tries, he said. Your skeletal patron has very firm views on efficient use of assets. He does not enjoy throwing away spies he has already paid for. Harry could not tell if that was a complaint or a compliment. What did Voldemort say? Harry asked. About the crater. Snape's eyes flicked to the notebook, then back to Harry. He killed the boy you spared, Snape said. Harry's jaw clenched. He would have anyway, he said tightly. If the boy had stayed with them, my choice gave him a chance to live. He chose to crawl back. That is on him. Snape tilted his head, studying Harry's face. That answer came quickly, he said. I have had practice, Harry said. That does not mean I enjoyed hearing you say it. Snape nodded once. Voldemort is furious, he said. He believes Dumbledore has made some hidden alliance. He thinks your new tricks are the result of the old fool finally deciding to stop playing fair. Harry snorted. Dumbledore's idea of playing fair was lying to everyone in a circle, he said. On that we agree, Snape said. The Dark Lord wants a meeting. He is willing to announce himself for it. His rage has outrun his caution. Harry felt his stomach tighten. Where? He asked. The same graveyard where he returned, Snape said. Tomorrow night. He wants to reenact his triumph. This time with you in a more manageable mood. Harry remembered the cold stone, the ropes, the sick feel of blood on his fingers when he had touched his own cut arm. He remembered Cedric's body hitting the ground. He expects me to come alone, Harry said. He expects you to come with whatever new toy the old man has given you, Snape said. You will not disappoint him. Harry let out a slow breath. No, he said. I will not. Snape's eyes narrowed. You intend to go, he said. Yes, Harry said simply. Knowing that it is an obvious trap, Snape pressed. Knowing that this time I am the one bringing the bigger trap, Harry replied. And that if I do not finish him now, he will find new ways to hurt people who cannot make craters or set rules. Snape's lips pressed into a thin line. Ainz agreed, Harry added. Of course he did, Snape said. He enjoys clean solutions. And this thing that shares your face has been an annoyance to him from the start. Harry looked down at his closed notebook. This is not about his annoyance, he said quietly. This is about me being tired of waking up with someone else's prophecy beating in my head. Snape's gaze softened for a heartbeat. I will deliver the reply, he said. The Dark Lord will be there. His inner circle will attend. He expects to see fear. I suggest you practice your smile. Harry almost laughed. I am not sure a smile is the right choice, he said. He might think I have finally cracked. That might unsettle him, Snape said. There is value in that. He turned to go, then paused. One more thing, he said. Dumbledore knows that something is moving. He does not yet know what. When the snake falls, the headmaster will come looking for the hand that held the knife. Harry nodded. I know, he said. Chapter after this one is his. Snape frowned. What? He said. Nothing, Harry said quickly. Never mind. Thank you for the warning. Snape gave him a long, measuring look. You have changed, he said. Everyone keeps saying that, Harry muttered. This time I do not mean it as an insult, Snape replied. He left without another word. The planning session was shorter than Harry expected. This time there was no map of a city district. No long list of names. No talk about collateral. The graveyard was empty land and dead stone. The only living things there would be ones who walked in by choice. Ainz sat at the small council table with Demiurge and Albedo at his sides. Aura and Cositus waited along the wall, quiet and alert. Seabass stood near the door. Harry took his usual seat. Snape delivered the message, he said. Voldemort will be at the graveyard tomorrow night with his inner circle. He thinks he is luring me into a reenactment. Demiurge adjusted his glasses. Very theatrical, he said. He has a sense for scenes. I approve. Ainz nodded. This makes our work simpler, he said. No wards to break. No crowds to sift. A contained stage where everyone present chose their side long ago. Albedo looked at Harry. Do you want this to be public? She asked. We can project the fight to certain points. Hogwarts, the Ministry, even the grounds of your hometown. Harry thought of Dudley seeing anything like that and felt his stomach twist. No live broadcast, he said. Rumor will spread fast enough when the marks go dead. Let the world hear the thunder and see the empty space after. Aura raised a hand slightly. We will still record, she said. For later. For proof. For training. That is fine, Harry said. As long as no one uses it for entertainment. Demiurge smiled. We do not sell tickets, he said. Harry did not answer. Ainz rested his elbows on the table. This is not like the docks, he said. There you were an envoy. Here you are the executioner. There is no offer. There is only a statement and a result. Harry nodded. Understood, he said. Say it, Demiurge said. Harry frowned. What? He asked. Say what you intend to do, Demiurge said. Plainly. Listen to your own words before you walk in. Harry's throat felt dry. I intend to end Voldemort, he said slowly. Fully. No body left. No soul fragments hiding in junk. No possibility of return. I intend to show him how small he is, and then erase him. Aura gave a low whistle. That sounded almost like Demiurge, she said. Harry's mouth twisted. The difference is that I hate that I mean it, he said. That difference will keep you from turning into him, Ainz said quietly. Demiurge tapped the table. Method, he prompted. We already stripped his anchors, Ainz said. Pandora and Shaltir found and destroyed his objects. His soul is tethered only to his current body now. A death effect will be final. Harry blinked. You did that already, he said. When? When you were sleeping, Albedo said. You cannot be everywhere. That is why you have us. Harry thought of all the things he had worried about, all the nightmares of Horcruxes hidden in walls. And you did not tell me, he said. You were not ready to hear it without running to fix everything yourself, Demiurge said. We needed you focused on your own stability first. Consider this a late birthday gift. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. So he is mortal, he said. As mortal as any wizard, Ainz said. Less so when compared to us. How do we kill him? Harry asked. Exact answer. Ainz raised one hand. In the game, he said, there were a number of instant death spells. Here, their success rate changes depending on target resistance. Your Dark Lord has high resistance. He clings to life with every part of his being. A simple heart crush might fail. Then we do not use simple, Demiurge said. We use one of the old world tier spells. Reality severing. Soul detonation. Something he has no defense against because his rules do not cover it. Reality slash, Aura said with enthusiasm. I like that one. Harry frowned. I thought those were high tier spells, he said. I cannot cast them yet. You do not have to, Ainz said. You are the one who stands in front. I am the one who casts from the side. He must see you. He does not need to know who cut the floor under his feet. Harry shook his head. No, he said. He has spent my whole life thinking someone else was playing the board. Dumbledore. Prophecy. Fate. I am not letting him die thinking this is just another old man's trick. He needs to know that I chose. Silence fell for a heartbeat. Demiurge looked almost pleased. Ainz rested his hand on the table. You want to cast the spell yourself, he said. Yes, Harry said. With your support. With training. With as many layers behind me as you like. But my hand. My voice. Albedo's eyes narrowed. You are not ready for full 7th tier draw, she said. Your body is still human. Your mana base is shallow compared to Nazarick natives. Then we fake it, Harry said. Give me a frame. Pattern. Let the system think I am doing the work while you feed the cost through me. I know you can. Pandora had hinted at it in the archive. Class skills that acted as bridges. Traits that let a human tap a bigger pool without burning out. Ainz sat very still. That would hurt, he said. I have been hurt before, Harry replied. It would hurt a lot, Ainz said. Harry did not look away. That is my choice, he said quietly. My rule. If anyone is allowed to decide my pain is worth a plan, it is me. Not Dumbledore. Not Voldemort. Not even you. Ainz's eye lights dimmed and brightened again. Albedo hissed in a soft breath. Demiurge's smile went thin and sharp. Seabass watched them all with that calm, unreadable expression. Aura shifted her weight, boots squeaking faintly on the floor. Cocytus said nothing. He simply waited, ice steaming from his armor. Ainz finally nodded. Very well, he said. We will design a channel. The spell will come from my pool, but the system will treat you as the caster. The pain will be real. The risk will be real. So will the choice. Harry's heart thumped once. Hard. Good, he said. Ainz tapped the table. Albedo, he said. You will handle perimeter control at the graveyard. No stray observers. No children. If any idiot decides to go for a midnight walk through a field of dark magic, you yank them out. Albedo bowed her head. Of course, she said. Demiurge, Ainz continued. You will manage the spell structure. I will anchor. Harry will front. Aura, you will keep watch on the edges. If any ministry scouts get close, you will decide if we allow them a glimpse. Aura grinned. Nice, she said. I like being in charge of who gets scared. Cocytus, Ainz said. Hold between Voldemort and any attempt to flee. If he tries to apparate, cut him down. If he tries to use the boy as cover, break his legs. Cocytus nodded with slow satisfaction. It will be done, he said, voice like ice grinding on stone. Ainz looked at Harry again. You have 1 day to prepare, he said. Harry nodded. Training, he said, and sleep. In that order. Night fell on the graveyard like a blanket thrown over a broken table. The grass between the stones was damp. The air smelled of wet earth and old flowers. Wards hummed like distant bees. Voldemort stood in the middle of the clearing where he had been reborn. The cauldron was gone. The stone angel that had watched his return still leaned over a cracked grave, wings black in the dark. Death Eaters circled him at a careful distance. Masks on this time. They had learned something from the crater. Lucius stood slightly ahead of the rest, cane in hand, posture straight. Bellatrix bounced on her toes like a child waiting for a treat. Will he come? One of the masked men whispered. He always comes, Bellatrix crooned. Our little hero does love his scenes. Voldemort ignored them. He could feel the magic in the air. Something old. Something that did not belong in his world. It sat at the edge of his senses like a pressure change. He lifted his wand. Stay alert, he said. No one moves until I say. Across the graveyard, between 2 leaning stones, space rippled. Harry stepped out. He wore no Hogwarts robes, no tie, no house crest. The coat he had chosen from Nazarick stores was dark and simple, with thin silver lines at the cuffs and collar. His hair was the same mess it had always been. His scar showed clear on his forehead. His eyes were steady. Narberl walked at his right shoulder, dressed as a witch but holding herself like a blade. Voldemort smiled. Harry, he said. You came. Harry stopped a few steps inside the circle of stones. Tom, he said. A faint ripple ran through the Death Eaters. No one called him that. No one alive. Voldemort's smile did not change. Still brave, he said. Still insolent. Tell me, what did you use on my men? The docks are quite famous now. Harry looked at the grave where the angel leaned. A lesson, he said. This is a different one. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Dumbledore's binding on the boy had always been strong. The old man had wrapped him in wards and lies. Now that web was gone. Something else sat behind the boy's shoulder. What toy did he give you? Voldemort asked. What did the old man decide to share at last? Harry shook his head. This is not Dumbledore's, he said. He lost his chance. This is mine. He put one hand over the brand beneath his coat. Voldemort's gaze sharpened. Do you even know what you have agreed to? He asked softly. You run from one master to another. From a shepherd with a beard to whatever shadow stands behind you now. Harry's fingers pressed for a moment, then dropped to his side. No, he said. I ran from one person who lied to me into a place where the lies have teeth. There is a difference. Voldemort laughed. Do you hear yourself? He said. You talk like a tired man. You are 14. No, Harry said. I was 14. You burned that away in a graveyard. Tonight I am something you did not plan for. Voldemort tilted his head. Show me, he said. He lifted his wand. Crucio. Red light crashed across the clearing like a whip. The curse hit Harry in the chest. Then it slid off. There was no scream, no fall. The red light spread across the thin shell of energy that hung around Harry like a second skin and broke apart in a soft crackle. Harry flinched once as the sensation touched him. The brand over his heart burned hot, then cooled. His teeth clenched. His knees did not buckle. Narbril shifted her weight behind him. Eyes narrowed. Pathetic, she said under her breath. Voldemort stared. He knew that curse. He knew the way it warped nerves and dragged screams out of throats. He had used it on students and Aurors and servants until his own arm ached. The boy had not even staggered. So, Voldemort said lightly, a shield. A pretty one. He moved his wand again. Avada Kedavra. Green light ripped across the graveyard. Faster. Heavier. It hit the same invisible shell. It did not bounce. It did not reflect. It vanished. The only sign that it had existed at all was a brief green stain on air and the hard jerk of Harry's shoulders as his body felt the impact through the borrowed barrier. Harry's breath caught. Inside his chest, the channel Ainz and Demiurge had built burned. Mana flowed through him that had no business touching a human frame. It hurt. Not like cruciatus. Not like bones breaking. It felt like being pressed between two slabs of stone while someone poured cold fire over his ribs. He ground his teeth and held on. Voldemort's smile slipped. Interesting, he said. Around them his followers shifted uneasily. That was two, Harry said. His voice sounded calm even in his own ears. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Do you think I only know curses from ministry lists? He asked. There are older ways to kill, child. He moved his wand in a sharp gesture. The air around Harry and Narbril warped. A ring of darkness sprang up around their feet like a cage. Severing circle, Voldemort said. We will see how your shield likes having the ground cut from under it. The grass at the edge of the ring withered. The soil cracked. A low grinding sound rose as the circle tried to twist space. The shell around Harry shimmered, then brightened. From somewhere beyond the graveyard, Ainz fed more power into the channel. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. Not yet, he thought. Not yet. He lifted his own wand. The wood felt like an old friend and a new weapon at the same time. Expelliarmus. The red beam shot from his wand and hit Voldemort's. It was a simple spell, one he had used 100 times. This time, something different happened. The system behind his brand caught the spell, weighed it, and pushed it through the new pattern Demiurge had carved into his nerves. The disarming charm hit like a truck. Voldemort's wand flew from his hand with enough force to crack the stone angel's face when it struck. Voldemort himself stumbled back a step. A collective gasp rose from the Death Eaters. Harry moved. No speeches. No counting. He stepped over one tilted stone and closed the distance until he stood barely 10 paces away. Narbril tracked him, staying a pace behind and to his right, eyes scanning the circle. Several Death Eaters raised their wands. Do not, Voldemort snapped. He is mine. Harry stopped. Round 2, he said. Voldemort laughed, but the sound was thinner now. You think a clever shield and a noisy shove make you my equal, he said. You are a child who found a bigger stick. You are a man who tore his soul into pieces and called it clever, Harry said. All you managed to do was make yourself easier to break. Voldemort's smile turned cruel. You think you know anything about soul magic? He asked. I know enough, Harry said. I know how it feels when someone takes a piece of you without asking. I know what a scar tastes like from the inside. The channel in his chest flared. In the invisible space just beyond human sight, lines of script lit up. Yggdrasil runes, spell tags, numbers that measured things no wizard alive had words for. Demiurge's voice slid through his mind. Begin pattern, he said calmly. I am ready to divert if your body falters. Do not rush the words. Harry took a slow breath. Reality slash, he whispered. The spell was old. It came from a world where people threw around environment cuts like charms. The structure was complex, layered, precise. Ainz's power flowed into the pattern through Harry's frame. It hurt. His vision doubled for a moment. The graveyard blurred. The stones seemed to lean. He focused on Voldemort's face, on the sneer, on the eyes that had watched his parents die, on the hand that had pointed a wand at a baby and expected the world to obey. I have spent my whole life being told you were the worst thing there is, Harry said. Now I know better. He lifted his wand and pointed it straight at the Dark Lord's chest. The air between them thickened. The smell of damp earth vanished. For one sharp second there was nothing but connection. Cut, Harry said. The world did. There was no light, no roar, no dramatic storm. One moment Voldemort stood there, pale and arrogant and full of himself. The next, a thin vertical line appeared from the top of his skull to the ground. Everything along that line separated. The spell did not slice like a knife. It erased a strip of reality the width of a wand and the height of a man. The front half of Voldemort went away. So did the ground under his feet. The base of the stone angel. The air it had passed through. The back half of Voldemort's body remained standing for a ridiculous second, balanced on nothing. Then gravity remembered its job. What was left of him fell backward in two untidy pieces. The sound it made when it hit the ground was small. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then every dark mark in the circle burned like a brand. Lucius clutched at his arm with a strangled sound. Bellatrix shrieked. A few of the masked men dropped to their knees. Harry heard none of it clearly. The channel in his chest screamed. Pain lanced through his ribs. His legs went weak. His wand almost slipped from his fingers. Narberyl's hand closed around his elbow. Hold, she said sharply. Do not fall in front of them. He set his teeth and forced his knees to lock. Beyond the circle, Ainz pulled the rest of the spell back before it could chew him up. The burning eased from a scream to a hard throbbing ache. Harry sucked in air. His hands shook. He looked down at what was left of Voldemort. The eyes stared at the sky. The mouth hung open on a word that would never be finished. He waited for the rush, the victory, the joy. It did not come. He felt tired, sore, slightly sick. Check, he said hoarsely. Demiurge answered at once. No soul anchor detected, he said in Harry's mind. No rebound, no hidden fragments. He is gone. Confirm, Pandora's cooler voice added. All known Horcrux points neutral. No activity. Harry nodded a little. Tell Ainz, he thought. Tell him it is done. He looked up. The Death Eaters were staring at him. At the boy who had just erased their master with one word. Bellatrix's hair hung over her face. Her mask lay on the ground where it had fallen. Her eyes were wide and empty. No, she whispered. Harry stepped toward her. She scrambled back. You cannot, she said. You cannot. He was forever. He was chosen. He had more magic than anyone. Harry raised his wand. Bellatrix froze. Her whole body shook. For the first time since he had met her, Harry saw real fear on her face. Not the wild joy of a duel. Not hunger. Fear. I was told the same thing about you lot, Harry said softly. That you were the worst of what a wizard can be. that you were the big dark shape on the horizon. He gestured at the broken body with his free hand. He was a local plague, he said. An ugly one, a loud one, but just a plague. There are bigger things in the dark than him. Her lips moved soundlessly. He lowered his wand. Run, he said. She blinked. What? She said. I said run, he repeated. All of you, drop your wands and leave this place. If you ever raise a hand against a child again, Nazarick will not bother with a clean cut. He looked around at the circle. You saw what one spell did, he said. That was a test hit. Do you really want to see what happens when we stop playing fair? There was a long, shaking silence. Then one wand hit the ground. Then another. Lucius dropped his last. Bellatrix's fingers trembled. Slowly, as if every muscle fought her, she let her wand slip from her hand. It landed near Voldemort's foot. The mark on her arm flickered weakly. Narberl clicked her tongue. You spare them, she murmured. Again, I do not spare, Harry said. I mark. He lifted his wand once more and traced a brief pattern in the air. A faint mark appeared on the skin of each former Death Eater, just above the burned dark mark. A simple sigil in Nazarick script. Nothing a ministry healer would recognize. You are tagged, he said. We know where you are. We know what you do. You get one chance at a quiet life. Use it. He turned away. Narberl walked with him. No spell struck his back. No curse hissed through the night. Behind him, the circle of killers stood in stunned silence around the broken body of their master. By the time any of them could move, Albedo's teams had already begun to peel them off, one by one, into carefully chosen paths. Some would vanish into cells. Some would wake up in their beds with new memories and quiet terror. Some would run. It did not matter. The head was gone. The snake was done. At Hogwarts, dinner was just breaking up when every mark burned. Snape dropped his fork. Students jerked in their seats as teachers looked up from their plates. Dumbledore stiffened at the staff table. His hand went to his chest as if something had punched through him. The candles over the tables flickered. The great hall wards shuddered like a net in a storm. Every person who had carried a dark mark at any point in their life felt the same thing in that moment. Cold. Then empty. Then a sudden, sharp absence where a summons should have been. On the Slytherin table, a seventh-year boy gasped and clutched his arm. Professor, he blurted. Snape was already moving. Headmaster, McGonagall said sharply. Dumbledore's eyes were turned toward the ceiling. For a second the old man looked older than Harry had ever seen him. Lines carved deep, shoulders bowing under a weight. Tom, he whispered. The name tasted like ashes. All through the hall, cups rattled on plates. Students looked at each other with wide eyes. What is happening? Ron hissed at Hermione. She shook her head, curls swinging. I do not know, she said. But something just broke. In the ministry, alarms screamed. Fudge burst out of his office with his hat askew. What now? He shouted. What is it this time? An oar skidded around the corner, face white. Minister, she said. We have reports from the monitoring posts. A huge spike in the old signatures. Then nothing. It's gone. What is gone? Fudge demanded. The Dark Lord's trace, she said. Fudge stared at her. You said he was back, he snapped. Now you say he is gone. Make up your mind. She swallowed. I am telling you what the instruments show, she said. Something took that line and cut it. Back in Nazarick, Harry sat on the floor of his room with his back against the bed and his knees drawn up. The little plant rustled beside him, leaves brushing his arm. He had thrown up once in the washroom on the way back. His body had decided it had had enough of holding everything in. Now that the channel was closed, the pain had settled into a deep ache across his chest and shoulders. Every breath reminded him of the spell. Albedo sat on the chair near the desk, watching him with careful eyes. You did not faint, she said. I am impressed. I threw up, he said. After, she pointed out. Not during. He let out a weak laugh. I am not sure that counts as a win, he said. It does here, she said. There was a soft knock at the door. Albedo stood and opened it. Aura poked her head in, Mare just behind her. Can we come in? Aura asked. Harry nodded. Sure, he said. The more the merrier. Aura walked in and dropped to a sit on the floor beside him. Mare took the edge of the bed, careful not to jostle him. We watched the recording, Aura said. Nice cut. Clean. Very you. Harry snorted. I do not feel clean, he said. Mare's hands twisted together in his lap. He was going to kill a lot of people, Mare said softly. You stopped that. That matters. Harry rubbed his face. I know, he said. I know in my head. My body is still convinced I did something terrible. Aura nudged his shoulder with hers. That is because your body is not Nazarick standard yet, she said. Give it time. He gave her a thin smile. I do not want to lose all of it, he said quietly. She sobered. You will not, she said. You are too stubborn. Albedo watched them for a moment, then crossed to the desk. She picked up the notebook and held it out. Right? She said. Harry stared at it. Now, he muttered. Really, now, she said. Before anyone can sell you a prettier lie about what happened. Before Dumbledore starts talking about greater goods again. Put your version on the page. He took the notebook. His hands still trembled. He opened it to the next blank line. The plant's leaves brushed his wrist. He set the tip of the quill on the paper and wrote. Rule 5. Power does not make monsters. Choices do. I will remember which one I used. He stared at it until the words stopped swimming. Then he added another line under it. Rule 6. If I ever enjoy making craters or cuts, I stop. No excuses. He set the quill down. Aura leaned over to read. Good rules, she said. Albedo nodded. I approve, she said. Even if the idea of you stopping is terrifying. Harry smiled a little. Someone will be there to drag me back, he said. Apparently that is in the job description. Mare nodded quickly. We will, he said. Harry let his head fall back against the bed. Voldemort is gone, he said quietly. The room went still for a second as the words settled. No one cheered. Aura exhaled slowly. Then we are done with the local plague, she said. Now we get to deal with the people who thought they needed one. Harry closed his eyes. Dumbledore, he said. And the ministry, Albedo added. And every family that built their fear around the idea of a monster that you just erased. Mare's voice was small. And you, he said. Harry opened one eye. Me, he asked. You have to live in the space you made, Mare said. They will look at you instead of him now. Harry thought of the graveyard, of the way the Death Eaters had stared at him, of the way Voldemort had fallen without ever really touching him. The worst thing in their world had turned out to be smaller than the hand that killed him. I know, Harry said. He reached for the notebook again and tapped the cover. That is why I am keeping this, he said. So I do not forget who I wanted to be when the world starts calling me something else. Aura bumped her shoulder against his again. Harry Potter, she said. Heir apparent. Local plague remover. He snorted. Please do not put that on a banner, he said. She grinned. No promises, she said. Far above the tomb, in the observation chamber that looked out on the void, Ainz watched a small projection of the fight replay itself. He saw the graveyard, the cut, the way the spell erased a strip of the world and the man who had thought himself a king. He saw Harry wobble and stand. He heard the words about local plagues. Behind him, Demiurge folded his hands. As predicted, Demiurge said. The boy showed clinical efficiency in execution while retaining emotional discomfort. An ideal balance. Ainz did not answer at once. He thought of the guild chat logs where his friends had joked about world enemies and event bosses. He thought of the warning about unknown admin hands in the code. He thought of the way Harry had demanded the pain as part of his choice. He is moving faster than I did, Ainz said quietly. That is good, Demiurge said. The world he faces is worse in some ways. He cannot afford your old hesitation. Ainz's hand closed slowly over the arm of his chair. I will not let him fall into the same trap I did, he said. If he ever starts to enjoy this too much, I will stop him even if it breaks everything else. Demiurge smiled. I will help, he said. Ainz believed him. He turned his gaze back to the stars. Voldemort is gone, he said. Now we deal with the shepherd. Outside, the void waited, patient and empty. Inside, a boy in a dark room held a notebook and tried to remind himself that power was a tool, not a reason. The wizarding world had just seen its zenith. They had not yet understood that the peak was not theirs. The instruments in Dumbledore's office had never all gone silent at once before. They had chimed, whirred, smoked, and exploded over the years. They had gone dull when wards shifted. They had flared bright when a prophecy stirred. Tonight they simply stopped. The silver contraptions that watched certain families froze in place. The thin glass threads that tracked old curses went dark. The small spinning model of a snake that had once given a faint glow whenever Tom pushed his will into the world lay still, its tongue a lump of dead glass. Albus Dumbledore stood behind his desk and listened to the new sound in the room. Nothing. No tug on the scar. No distant pressure. Only silence. Minerva paced in front of the fire, tartan dressing gown flapping at her ankles. "It is not just the monitors," she said. The wards around the old sites shook. The Orr office sent another owl. "Cornelius is making a spectacle of himself in the atrium. They say something cut a mark that has been part of the world's magic since before most of us were born." Severus stood near the window, arms folded, robes very still. His face looked even more lined than usual in the firelight. "They are correct," he said. "He is gone." Dumbledore dragged his eyes away from the dead instruments and focused on the two people in front of him. "Tell me exactly what you felt," he said. Severus spoke first. "The mark flared," he said. "Not a summons. Not the usual pull. A shock. Then cold. Then nothing. It is as if someone took a knife and cut the thread from the other side." Minerva shuddered. "I have never been so glad to lack that particular tattoo," she muttered. Fawkes shifted on his perch near the window. The phoenix gave a low note that was not quite sad and not quite relieved. Dumbledore rested his hands on the desk to hide the fact that they trembled. He had waited for this day for a long time. "Not like this. Reports from the docks," he said quietly. "The crater. The boy you mentioned. Is there any doubt about who stood in that warehouse?" Severus hesitated. "It was Potter," he said in the end. "He did not feel like any wizard I have known. But it was him. The eyes were the same. The scar was the same. The rest was different." Minerva stopped pacing. "Different how?" she asked. Severus looked at the empty snake model. "Controlled," he said. "Cold. He counted before he killed them. He made an offer and then kept his word." Minerva's mouth fell open. "Offer," she repeated. "Severus, you cannot mean to tell me that a child walked into a nest of Death Eaters and started making terms." "He is not a child anymore," Severus said flatly. "You can hear it in his voice. You can see it in the way he looks at a room. Someone has been teaching him how to use power, not run from it." Dumbledore shut his eyes for a moment. In his mind, Harry was still 11 in the doorway with owls behind him. Still 13 under a cloak with a map clutched in his hands. Still 14 under the stain of the graveyard. Tom had changed that. Now someone else had finished the work. "Did you see who stood behind him?" Dumbledore asked. Severus shook his head. "Only a woman," he said. "Black hair, dark eyes, stillness like a drawn blade. She broke a curse with one flick of her hand. She reminded me of the tales of Grindelwald's right hand, except this time there was no fire in her eyes. Only boredom." Minerva swallowed. "A new faction," she said. "We have finally defeated one monster only to find there was a bigger one standing behind him all along." Dumbledore opened his eyes. "We do not know if they are monsters," he said. Severus gave a low, mirthless laugh. "You did not stand in that circle," he said. "You did not feel what moved through the air when that boy counted. The spell that cut the docks was not any curse in our books. It made the killing curse feel like a schoolyard jinx." Minerva looked at Dumbledore. "What do you know?" she asked bluntly. "You have that look, Albus. The one you wear when you are 10 steps ahead and wish the rest of us were clever enough to join you." He almost smiled. "Old habits. I know a few things," he said slowly. "There are stories in the depths of the Department of Mysteries about forces that do not fit our categories. Old files from before the statute. Records of events where reality bent in ways no wand could manage." He touched one of the dark instruments on the desk. For years I hoped they were nothing but myths, he said. Then we found the record of the guild chat. The message that mentioned the boy. Severus frowned. You never explained that part, he said. You told me to pass certain phrases along if I ever heard them. Nazarick, guild, supreme being. I thought they were parts of some ridiculous code. Dumbledore sighed. I thought the same when I saw the first logs, he said. Then I looked deeper. There were notes about a tomb that should not exist. A group of entities that treated our magic like a toy. Someone in the past called them world enemies. The name Nazarick came up once. Then the record stopped, as if someone cut it away. Minerva folded her arms. And you did not think this worth telling the rest of us, she said sharply. I had no proof, Dumbledore said. Only whispers and one fragment with Harry's name on it. I chose to focus on the threat we knew. He looked at the dead snake model again. Tom, he said softly. The office shook. Not a natural tremor. No rumble from the earth. The wards around the castle gave a sudden hard clang like a struck bell. All three adults froze. What was that? Minerva demanded. Severus turned toward the window. The view of the dark grounds blurred for a moment, as if something enormous had moved outside and then stopped. Dumbledore reached for his wand. The same instant, every other wand in the room jumped. His wand slid out from under his fingers and hung in the air for a second. Minerva's wand slipped from her pocket. The spare wands in the box by the wall rose out of their slots. They floated for a breath, then settled gently on the desk in a neat line. None of them answered when Dumbledore tried to summon his wand back to his hand. A soft, unfamiliar voice spoke from the empty air near the fireplace. Please do not do that, Headmaster, the voice said. You will startle the children. In Nazarick, the decision had taken less time than the preparations. Harry had expected a long debate. Ainz weighing options. Demiurge building model after model. Albedo listing risks. He had forgotten how fast things moved when everyone in the room could erase a city district before lunch. They had met in the throne hall to plan. Roster in that scene had been Ainz on the throne, Albedo near his right hand, Demiurge at the base of the steps with his notebook, Harry on the lower level, Aura and Cositus and Seabass along the sides, and Pandora at the back near a pillar. No one else. No one hidden. We cannot leave a power vacuum, Demiurge said. Remove one axis of fear and another will claw its way up to fill the space. Our choice is simple. Either we let your ministry install a new, softer serpent, or we decide that Nazarick will occupy the space directly. Harry had stood with his arms folded, shoulder pressed against one of the carved railings. Occupy, he said. You mean rule. Ainz looked down at him. You do not like that word, he said. I have had enough people try to rule my life, Harry answered. It leaves a bad taste. Albedo stepped forward. The old world already tried, she said. Dumbledore corralled you into a role. Voldemort tried to break you. Your ministry wanted a symbol. None of them had power to match their ambition. That is why their grip slipped. Demiurge nodded. Soft power without hard backing costs the most lives, he said. Look at their numbers. A slow war that would have bled your world dry for years. Dead children. Starved towns. A brewing conflict with your non-magical majority once the secrecy failed under the strain. He lifted his notebook. We have run the scenarios, he said. Allow me to repeat. If Nazarick had not intervened, projected casualties across both magical and non-magical populations within 10 years reach into the lower millions. If we step in now, we can lock the board before most of the pieces even realize the game changed. Harry rubbed the side of his face. No philosophical musings, he muttered. Just neat lines on a page. Aura, leaning nearby, kicked him lightly in the boot. You asked them to be honest, she said. You get honesty, even if it sounds like a ledger. He glanced up at Ainz. What about Hogwarts, he asked. The students. The staff. They were already living under Dumbledore's idea of a cage. How much do we change at once before they crack? Ainz rested his chin on his hand. The structure is useful, he said. A school where we can shape the next generation. A warded hub that already sits over one of the strongest points of your magic. I have no interest in tearing it down. He paused. The man at the top is another matter, he added. Harry had expected anger at Dumbledore to come with heat. Instead it sat in him like a cold stone. He treated me like a tool, Harry said. He left me in that cupboard. He let Tom rise because he wanted a neat ending where a boy made a clean sacrifice. His way almost worked as long as you ignore all the screaming in the margins. Albedo watched his face carefully. You do not want him dead, she said. No, Harry said. Killing him would turn him into a saint in their minds. They would build a story where the wise old headmaster fell to the new dark power. They would forget he was the one who stacked the kindling. Demiurge made a quiet, approving sound. A live lesson is more useful, he said. We can strip his authority, show his mistakes, and then give him a smaller cage where he can do less damage and more repair. Harry nodded. Bring him here, he said. Show him what he almost unleashed. Make him answer for it somewhere he cannot dodge behind his titles. Ainz looked at the others. A consensus, he said. We will invite him. Aura snorted. Invite, she said. That is one word for it. Cositus shifted. The sound of ice on stone loud in the hall. If he resists, the big guardian said. Do we crush him? Ainz shook his head. Not yet, he said. We do not break this piece. We repurpose it. He looked back at Harry. Will you speak, he asked. Or do you want me to handle the old man? Harry thought of the graveyard, of the way Dumbledore had appeared after the fight, of the quiet disappointment in his eyes when he saw Harry refuse to hand over what little control he had left. I want to speak, Harry said. He built his story around me. He does not get to skip the part where I talk back. Ainz nodded. Then we go together, he said. The voice in the office had no obvious source. Minerva moved at once. She put herself between the desk and the door, hand reaching for a wand that was no longer in her robe. Her eyes widened when her fingers met empty cloth. Show yourself, she snapped. Severus did not bother to reach for his wand. He shifted his weight, ready to dive for the nearest cover. Dumbledore lifted his chin. I suppose you have a name, he said calmly. The air by the fire shimmered. A figure stepped out as if the space there had been a doorway all along. Harry. Not 11. Not the skinny first year who had stared at the ceiling in wonder. Not the 14-year-old who had screamed in a graveyard. He stood taller in the dark coat he had worn at the docks. His hair still refused to obey gravity. His scar still cut his forehead. His eyes were sharper. There was a weight in them that did not belong in any boy's face. At his right shoulder, the black-haired woman from Severus' report appeared. Her gaze swept the room once, quick and dismissive. She did not bother to hide the fact that she was measuring every possible threat. Behind them, the shimmering space widened. A second figure stepped through. For a moment, Dumbledore thought it was a joke. A skeleton in ornate robes. A skull crowned with a ring of metal. Empty sockets lit by two small points of red light. The presence that came with him silenced any temptation to laugh. Magic pressed against the walls. The wards around the office, the ones Dumbledore had layered brick by careful brick over decades, pulled tight as if a storm wind pressed on every edge. Fawkes flared his wings, then went very still. The skeleton inclined his head. I am Ainz, he said. Guild Master. Overlord of Nazarick. Harry has told me much about you. Minerva made a rough sound in her throat. Severus shut his mouth on whatever curse had been forming. Dumbledore gave his best smile. Albus Dumbledore, he said. Headmaster of Hogwarts. Chief Warlock. Former Supreme Mugwump. Fan of lemon drops. He did not offer his hand. Ainz did not ask for it. You have many titles, Ainz said. You will not keep all of them. Minerva bristled. This is my school, she said. You do not walk in here and begin making demands. The woman at Harry's shoulder spoke for the first time. We did more than walk, she said. We paused your wards, disarmed your staff, and anchored the castle to our own network. If we meant to burn it, there would be nothing left but glass. Her voice was smooth and quiet. Her eyes never left Dumbledore. Albedo, Ainz said. She dipped her head in the slightest bow. Yes, my lord, she said. Dumbledore looked from her to Harry. Is this what you ran to, my boy, he asked. You disappeared without a word. Now you arrive with a monster dressed in gold and a woman who talks about burning schools. Harry's jaw tightened. Do not call me your boy, he said. You do not get that any more. Minerva flinched. Harry, she whispered. Please, whatever this is, we can talk about it. You do not have to stand there like a stranger. Harry looked at her. He almost broke then. He saw the worry in her eyes, the tired lines at the corners of her mouth, the way her hand twitched for a wand that was out of reach. Professor, he said softly, I am still me, just more informed. He looked back at Dumbledore. And less willing to stand where you put me and smile. Severus watched him with dark, intent eyes. You have killed him, Severus said quietly. The Dark Lord. He is gone. Harry nodded once. Yes, he said. Dumbledore did not let his smile slip. Then we should celebrate, he said. You did what many of us spent our lives trying to achieve. Voldemort is dead. The threat is gone. You have the freedom now to return to your studies, to your friends, to a life that is not defined by prophecy. Harry almost laughed. Freedom, he said. Is that what you call it? Ainz stepped a little nearer, robe whispering on the floor. You call him free? Ainz said. Yet you left him in a cupboard. You set him up as bait. You let a prophecy shape his life without ever asking if he wanted the role. You call that freedom? Dumbledore finally looked straight at the skeleton. Sometimes, he said, we must accept harsh truths for the sake of a greater good. Albedo made a disgusted sound. There it is, she said. The phrase, greater good. Always so vague. Always so useful. Ainz lifted one hand. Dumbledore felt his wards quiver. We have run your greater good. Ainz said. We have seen the future you were building. Allow us to show you. The office walls blurred. For a second, Minerva gasped and reached for the chair as the floor seemed to tilt. Severus steadied himself with one hand on the window frame. Dumbledore felt his stomach lurch. The office around them remained solid and real. On top of it, like a layer of glass, another scene appeared. Battle. He saw the same atrium he had fought in months before, only worse. Bodies in aura robes lay in heaps around the fountain. A huge serpent made of shadow coiled around the statue. Muggle police tape cut through the air, the bright color wet with blood. In the distance, the dull thump of bombs echoed through the street above. He smelled smoke. He heard a child cry. The image shifted. A Muggle city under a strange sky. Red cracks tore through the clouds. Wizards and witches in panicked robes tried to fight something that was not one man at all but a spread of wild magic flowing through water and wires. Buildings collapsed. A line of armed Muggle soldiers fired useless metal into a wall of raw curse energy. The image shifted again. A field of white crosses. Names burned into the wood. He recognized some of them. Students. Colleagues. At the front of the field, a stone with a carved line. In memory of those lost in the Second Great War. His own name sat at the bottom in smaller letters. Dumbledore sucked in a breath. Enough, he snapped. The images vanished. The office came into clear focus again. Those were projections, Dumbledore said. Possibilities. Fear-mongering. Demiurge stepped out of the shimmer near the bookshelf. Until that second, he had not been present in the room. Now he was. On page roster, the people in the office were Dumbledore, Minerva, Severus, Harry, Ainz, Albedo, Demiurge, and Fawkes on his perch. No one else. No hidden figures. Demiurge adjusted his glasses. They were calculated outcomes, he said. You may call that fear if you wish. I call it math. Dumbledore glared at him. You assume the worst, he said. We mapped your habits. Demiurge answered mildly. We mapped Tom Riddle's habits. We fed in your tendency to delay, to forgive, to save killers for later because you wish to redeem them. We included the stubborn pride of certain old families and the panic of a non-magical world that does not enjoy being treated like background. He tilted his head. In more than half the models, the war spills over, he said. Secrecy fails under the strain. You have a world-scale conflict. Casualties rise in lines that make even me pause. Minerva went pale. You are telling us that every step we took was wrong, she said. That the last years were nothing but mistakes. No, Harry said. They all looked at him. He met Minerva's eyes and shook his head. You did your best with what you had, he said. You fought with the tools in front of you. That is more than some people ever did. He looked at Dumbledore. But you also hid things that should never have been hidden, he said. You left children in danger because it fit a pattern in your head. You let Tom grow again because you thought the world needed a clear villain. Dumbledore drew himself up. I did what I thought was right, he said. You were safe at the Dursleys. You were protected by blood magic. You had a childhood away from fame. If you had grown up knowing what you were, you would have been twisted by it. Harry took a step forward. Safe, he said. You call that safe? You left me with people who hated everything to do with magic. You never checked on me. You never cared that I slept in a cupboard. You let them starve me because it was neat on paper. Minerva inhaled sharply. Albus, she whispered. Is that true? Dumbledore did not answer. He did not have to. Severus closed his eyes. I saw enough, Severus said quietly. The boy arrived at 11 with bruises that were never on Hogwarts forms. I brought it to you. You said the blood wards outweighed the bruises. Dumbledore opened his mouth. The words did not come. Albedo smiled without warmth. You speak of greater good, she said. The good of whom? The child? The world? Or the story you wanted to tell about yourself? Dumbledore's hand shook on the edge of the desk. You stand in my office, he said. You show me nightmares and pretend they are proof. You accuse me of selfishness when you have known me for less than an hour. He pointed at Ainz. What makes you different from Tom, he demanded. You have power he never dreamed of. You can cut cities. You can walk through any ward. You keep a 14-year-old boy at your side as an heir. You ask me to believe that you are the safer choice. Ainz looked at Harry. Answer him, he said. Harry swallowed. He could feel every eye in the room on his face. He could feel the weight of the brand over his heart and the memory of the graveyard cut in his bones. I am not asking you to trust him, Harry said slowly. I am telling you I do. Minerva made a small choked sound. Harry, she said. He held up his hand. I know what that sounds like, he said.
Believe me, Ido.
I have been lied to by men who claim to care about me since I was 11. I have had someone put a wand in my hand and tell me this is the only way to save everyone. I am not eager to sign up for that again. He looked at Ainz. This is not that, he said. Ainz does not pretend that his choices are clean. He does not dress them up in pretty words. When he asks me to do something, he tells me exactly how many people might die if I say no. He does not hide my pain behind phrases like greater good. Dumbledore stared at him. And that is enough for you, Dumbledore said. Numbers. Honesty about slaughter. That makes the crater you made at the docks acceptable. Harry's fingers curled. I will see those faces in my dreams, he said. Every one of them. I will remember the way the ground sounded when it cracked. I will never tell you that was clean or right or good. He took a breath. But I have seen what would have happened if we left them, he said. I have seen the models. 10 years of war. Children in lines to die. Muggle cities on fire. The crater took 32 people who chose to be there. The war would have taken millions who never got a vote. He met Dumbledore's gaze. You want to talk about greater good, he said. Fine. Let us talk numbers. You gambled with the lives of the many to try to save the souls of a few. Nazarick gambles with the few to save the many. I will not pretend either is kind. I will pick the one that means fewer graves. Silence pressed in. Minerva looked ill. Severus looked torn between agreement and horror. Dumbledore sat slowly in his chair. You sound very old, he said softly. I feel very old, Harry said. Some days I remember I am still a student. On those days I also remember that I had to learn how to kill before I learned how to drive a car. Ainz stepped forward. Dumbledore, he said. We are not here to trade insults. We are here to change your world while it is still possible to do so without burning most of it. He raised his hand. A small glowing square appeared over the desk. Words scrolled across it in a language no wizard there recognized. This is the Nazarick Charter for your sector, Ainz said. We will bind Hogwarts and your ministry to certain rules. No more child soldiers. No more prophecies used as chains. No more blood wards that double as abuser shields. No more secret prisons for people you do not want to deal with in daylight. Dumbledore bristled. You cannot dictate terms, he said. We are an independent community. We have our own laws. You have laws that break when someone like Tom pushes on them, Demiurge said. You have councils that panic at the first sign of fear. You have a minister who values his hat more than his people. You had one man holding the threads of the whole mess, and he did it with lies and staged mercy. That is not independence. That is fragility. Albedo inclined her head. Nazarick does not deal with fragile systems unless we intend to change them, she said. We will not fix your roof only to watch you set fire to your floor. Fawkes gave a soft call. All eyes turned to the phoenix. The bird looked from Dumbledore to Harry and back. Then he took off. He flew once around the room, feathers brushing the walls, and landed on the back of Harry's chair. Dumbledore flinched as if someone had slapped him. Fawkes, he whispered. The phoenix gave a quiet note that sounded like apology and resolve mixed together. Harry reached up with a shaking hand and touched the warm feathers. He did not say anything. He did not need to. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, something in his face had cracked. You will do this whether I agree or not, he said. Ainz did not pretend otherwise. Yes, he said. You will change our schools, Dumbledore said. You will watch our ministry. You will stand behind this boy as he makes choices that will scar him. Yes, Ainz said again. Dumbledore looked at Harry. You will not escape the cost, he said quietly. Every time you pick the few to save the many, you will pay in your sleep. You will bury faces. You will lose pieces of yourself. Harry swallowed. I already have, he said. The difference now is that I get to choose which pieces and why. Dumbledore laughed once. A thin, tired sound. I spent my life trying to carry that weight for you, he said. I told myself that if I made the hard choices, you could be a child a little longer. He shook his head. All I did was leave you unprepared, he said. I gave you half-truths and hoped your heart would fill in the rest. He looked at Ainz. What do you want from me, he asked. Be precise. Ainz tapped the floating square. We want you to step down as headmaster, he said. The school will remain open, but it will have a new leader who answers to both the board and Nazarick. We want you to give up your seats on the councils. No more chief warlock. No more private veto on ministry projects. Minerva drew in a sharp breath. You cannot simply remove him, she began. Yes, Ainz said. We can. Albedo spoke more gently. We are not removing his voice, she said. Only his power to make secret deals for everyone else. He will have a place in the new structure. He will teach. He will advise. He will have people who can say no to him. Dumbledore sat very still. And if I refuse, he asked. Harry answered before Ainz could. Then we show your world the same projections we just showed you, he said. We let every parent see the lines you were willing to draw through their children. We take your story apart in public. We do not have to kill you to end your hold. We can let your own choices do that. Minerva looked between them with wide eyes. Harry, she said, you cannot mean to humiliate him like that. Harry did not look away. He humiliated me, Harry said. He humiliated every kid he put in the line without telling them why. This is the kind version. Severus let out a slow breath. He is right, Severus said quietly. If you cling to those chairs now, Albus, you will drag the rest of us down with you. Dumbledore looked at his old friend. Minerva, he said. Her mouth trembled. I do not like any of this, she said. I do not like that we are discussing this in your office with some undead lord watching and my wand on the table like a toy. I do not like that Harry speaks with numbers in his mouth. She swallowed. But I like the idea of another war even less, she said. Step down. For once in your life, let someone else carry the load. Dumbledore closed his eyes. For a long moment, no one in the room spoke. At last he opened them again. Very well, he said. You have your victory. I will resign my post. I will stay at the school as a teacher if I am allowed. I will try to do less harm from that smaller seat. Ainz nodded. Accepted, he said. We will send the formal terms through official channels within the day. You will announce your resignation before we do. That way you keep a little dignity. Dumbledore let out a breath that sounded like it had been trapped in his lungs for years. You are very kind, he said dryly. Ainz almost chuckled. Occasionally, he said. The tension in the room shifted. The wands on the desk shivered and lifted into the air again. This time they floated back to their owners. Dumbledore felt his wand slap into his palm with its familiar weight. Minerva clutched hers like a lifeline. Severus twirled his once and slid it back into his sleeve. The wards around the office relaxed. but they did not return to the way they had been. There was a new line in them now, a thin hard layer that did not answer to Dumbledore's will. He could feel it, so could Fawkes. The phoenix gave another soft call and then folded his wings. Dumbledore looked at Harry one more time. "What will you be now?" he asked. Harry considered the question. "Not your weapon," he said. "Not your savior. Not Tom's obsession." He glanced at Ainz. "His ambassador," he said. "For now." Ainz inclined his head. "For now," he agreed. Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Then I suppose I should get used to living in a world I did not plan," he said. "It seems only fair. I spent long enough forcing that on everyone else." Harry's shoulders loosened a little. "It will not be easy," he said. "It never was," Dumbledore replied. Ainz turned to leave. Albedo stepped with him, every line of her body still alert. Demiurge gave Dumbledore one last thoughtful look before he vanished into the shimmer by the fireplace. Harry paused at the edge of the strange doorway. "Professor," he said. Dumbledore looked up. "Yes," he said. "If I start to sound like you," Harry said. "Tell me." Dumbledore blinked. "Why?" he asked. Harry gave a tired smile. "So I remember to stop," he said. For the first time that evening, Dumbledore smiled back without bitterness. "I can do that," he said. "I owe you at least that much truth." Harry nodded. He stepped through the shimmer and was gone. The office felt larger and smaller at the same time. Minerva sank into the nearest chair. Severus stared at the empty air where the doorway had been. Dumbledore reached for a lemon drop and found that his hand did not quite stop shaking. Outside, the castle wards hummed with a new pattern. The old world had not fallen in fire and rubble. It had bent. The sound of it bending would echo for a long time. The new map of the wizarding world floated above the council table like a sheet of low fog. Lines of light marked borders and old ward lines. Small points pulsed where large magical populations lived. London, Paris, New York, a cluster over India, a faint knot in Japan. Here and there, red marks flashed like angry eyes. Harry stood with both hands on the table edge and tried not to dig his fingers into the polished surface. His chest still ached faintly when he moved too fast. The echo of the spell that had cut Voldemort ran along his ribs when he breathed deep. He ignored it. Ainz sat at the head of the table. Demiurge stood at his right with a notebook open. Albedo waited at his left, arms folded, eyes on the map. Aura lounged near the wall, one boot against the stone. Seabass stood by the door with his hands behind his back. No one else was in the room. Point over Europe flared red. Demiurge tapped it with the end of his pen. "International Magical Confederation Emergency Session," he said. "Our appearance at Hogwarts forced them to move faster than usual. That seat represents nearly every major wizarding government. They are discussing how to classify Nazarick." Harry snorted. "As a bad dream," he said. "Or a natural disaster." Demiurge smiled in a small way. "They are split," he said. "Some call us a hostile invading power. Some insist we are a chance to remove all other threats. A few clever ones have already suggested we are what their old prophecies were really warning about." Aura rolled her eyes. "People love their stories," she said. "They cannot stand the idea that something just walked in because it could." The red point pulsed again. Albedo flicked her fingers. A second image appeared above the table. Not a full illusion like the projections in Dumbledore's office. Just a small window like a floating painting. Harry saw a long hall with high stone walls. Flags from many countries hung from the ceiling. Witches and wizards sat in circles around a raised platform where a few older figures argued. Their voices did not reach the room in Nazarick. Only silent shapes moved. Demiurge glanced at Harry. "We will not replay their words," he said. "You know the pattern. Fear, pride, a few honest worries, a few attempts to turn the situation to their own advantage." Harry nodded. "Let me guess," he said. "Someone already floated the idea of taking Muggle weapons and pointing them at us." Demiurge's smile widened. "Yes," he said. "A small bloc from Eastern Europe. They are reaching out to certain non-magical militaries. Slow moves. Nothing close yet." Harry's hand tightened on the table. "So we talk to them," he said. "We show them what happened to Voldemort. We tell them they do not need another war when they just lost the last one. Albedo shook her head. They already watched us remove their favorite monster with one spell, she said. The smart ones understand what that means. The stupid ones only see a new target. She pointed at a small cluster of red sparks near the main point. These are not the Confederation delegates, she said. They are a separate group. Harry frowned. Who? He asked. Demiurge turned a page. Working name for now, he said. The Preservation Front. A loose alliance of former Death Eaters, foreign pure blood supporters, and a few frightened ministers who think they can keep their old world if they move fast enough. He tapped the notebook. They have seized control of a secret training facility under one of the Confederation safe sites, he said. They have taken hostages. Harry felt cold slide down his back. Hostages, he repeated. Who? Families of delegates, Demiurge said. Some staff. Some junior Aurors. A few children. They did not manage to get out when the wards shifted. Aura straightened off the wall. Do they know about us yet? She asked. Demiurge nodded. They were watching the scrying feeds when we appeared in Hogwarts, he said. They heard enough to know there is a new player. Ainz' eye lights dimmed and brightened. State their plan, he said. Demiurge lifted his pen. They intend to make a statement, he said. They have demanded that the Confederation declare Nazarick an illegal foreign force and begin work on a unified resistance. If the Confederation refuses, they will begin killing hostages and sending the images to both magical and non-magical governments. Harry swore under his breath. Albedo gave a short, humorless laugh. Old methods, she said. Hostages and blood and threats. They have no idea how quickly that will break against us. Harry looked at her. There are kids in there, he said. That is not a theory. That is not a model. Those are real people. She met his eyes without flinching. I am aware, she said. The room went quiet for a moment. Ainz rested his hand on the arm of his chair. What are the casualty projections if we remove the site? He asked. Demiurge did not have to read that from his notes. Total loss of everyone inside the facility, he said. Staff, captors, hostages. Roughly 164 wizarding citizens. No spillover to surrounding non-magical areas if we use a contained effect. Political shock waves, of course. Medium-term panic. Long-term stability. Harry stared at him. 164 people, he said. You are calling that contained? Demiurge met his gaze. Yes, he said. Compared to the numbers we have run for war, it is contained. Harry swallowed. Is there any way to get them out first? He asked. Aura stepped closer to the table. I can slip in with a squad, she said. Use sleep spells on the guards, port out the kids, mark the rest. We have done this sort of thing before. Demiurge shook his head. The preservation group has already placed emergency wards inside the facility, he said. They know someone might try that. Any attempt to teleport or open a portal inside the inner ring will trigger a curse. The building will collapse inward. No time to pull anyone. Harry looked at Ainz. Then we find the ward stones, he said. We cut their power. Use good old-fashioned breaking and entering. Seabass spoke for the first time. The site is under a reinforced mountain, he said. Vertical access only through a narrow shaft. Horizontal paths snarled with traps and curses. Someone designed that place to resist siege. Aura frowned. Who? She asked. Demiurge smiled in a way Harry had seen during planning sessions that went dark. A former Grindelwald engineer, he said. He built it for the Confederation after the last large conflict. They never thought they would have to use it against their own people. Harry pressed his fingers to his forehead for a second. Let me get this straight, he said. We have a secret bunker under a mountain full of desperate idiots with wands and some hostages, designed by someone who loved traps. And the easy option on the table is to wipe it off the map and call it a day. Correct? Demiurge said. Silence again. Harry took a slow breath. What does the Confederation plan to do? He asked. They are split, Demiurge said. Some want to comply. Some want to send in their own strike teams. The more cynical ones hope we solve the problem for them by doing something terrible that they can point at. Aura snorted. So they want us to be the dragon they can slay later, she said. Demiurge inclined his head. Exactly, he said. Ainz looked at Harry. What is your instinct? He asked. Harry did not need to think long. We get the hostages out, he said. We remove the group. We show the Confederation that this is the last time someone tries this and walks away breathing. Albedo tapped the map. And if every path into the bunker triggers a mass kill switch, she asked. What then? You saw the numbers. We have enough power to cut it cleanly without spillover. Harry set his jaw. So we find a path that does not trigger it, he said. There is always a path. These are wizards. They never seal every door. They want secret exits for themselves. Demiurge smiled. You are not wrong, he said. There is indeed a path. The design notes mention a maintenance shaft that bypasses the main wards. It is narrow. It is ugly. It was marked as emergency only. Aura perked up. That sounds fun, she said. Albedo gave her a sharp look. This is not a game, she said. Aura rolled her eyes again. I know, she said. I was making a joke. Harry looked between them. We can do this, he said. I go in with a small team. We pull the hostages out through the shaft. Once they are clear, you cut the bunker. Clean. No survivors inside. No more preservation group. Demiurge tilted his head. You want to go personally, he said. Yes, Harry said. You said the shaft is narrow. Most of you will not fit. I have the brand. I have both kinds of magic. I can improvise. Albedo's jaw clenched. You do not have to be in the front of every fire, she said. You are air. You are not a disposable asset. Harry gave a small, humorless smile. You are very fond of calling people assets, he said. I am not eager to leave kids in a death trap while we argue about my job title. She looked ready to argue more. Ainz lifted his hand a little. Enough, he said. Albedo closed her mouth at once. Ainz turned his skull toward Harry. You understand the risk, he said. Yes, Harry said. You understand that your death would damage Nazarick far more than the loss of 164 strangers. Ainz continued. Harry swallowed. Yes, he said again. And you still want to go, Ainz said. Harry nodded. If I do not, he said, I will see those kids every time I close my eyes and know I could have tried. Demiurge watched him with sharp interest. Honest answer, Demiurge said softly. Ainz sat back in his chair. All right, he said. We will plan this. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Aura grinned. Nice, she said. Time for a rescue run. Ainz raised a finger. On one condition, he said. Harry tensed. You follow orders, Ainz said. Completely. If Demiurge calls a time, you obey it. If we say pull back, you pull back. If the cost of saving one more person is you dying, you do not pay it. Understood. Harry hesitated. Images flashed through his mind. Cedric in a graveyard. Children in school robes in the corridors of Hogwarts. That boy at the docks who had crawled away and gone back to Voldemort anyway. He pushed his shoulders back. I will try, he said. Albedo's eyes narrowed. That is not enough, she said. Ainz's eye lights grew brighter. Not try, he said. Obey. This is not a game, Harry. This is a coordinated operation. You want it to be more than a symbol. This is what that looks like. Trust is not only us trusting you. It is you trusting us. Harry felt heat rise in his face. I do trust you, he said. I just also trust me. Demiurge gave a small amused sound. That is the problem, he murmured. Ainz did not look away. Say the words, he said. Harry gritted his teeth. I will obey orders, he said. Good, Ainz said. Then we begin. The maintenance shaft smelled of dust and old stone. Harry crouched just inside its entrance with Aura packed close behind him. The light from his wand glowed soft on the rough walls. Sweat already dampened his collar. The air was thin and stale. Behind Aura, two battle maids from Ainz's closest circle waited in the narrow chain, eyes forward. Seabass stayed at the rear to make sure no one was left behind. They had left Narbril back in Nazarick as part of the larger response team. The shaft was barely wide enough for Harry to crawl through. Aura had to twist her shoulders to fit. The others looked uncomfortable but focused. Status? Demiurge's voice said in Harry's ear. Harry did not jump. The tiny link stone tucked just under his collarbone buzzed faintly with each word. It was the closest Nazarick had to a short-range radio. We are in, Harry whispered. Shaft is clear so far. No wards yet. He could feel the weight of Ainz's attention through the link even when the older man did not speak. The shaft sloped down at a steady angle. Harry moved on hands and knees, wand held tight. Each shuffle echoed softly. Behind him, Aura grumbled under her breath. Next time we send Mare, she muttered. He is smaller. Harry almost smiled. Would you let him crawl into a trap someone like Grindelwald drew? He whispered back. Aura sighed. Fine, she said. You have a point. They crawled. Every so often. Harry paused and pressed his hand to the wall. Warmth from the brand over his heart spread down his arm and into the stone. The shaft answered with faint lines of old magic, like spider threads. So far so good, he murmured. At last the shaft ended in a small round hatch. Harry stopped. The hatch was old metal with a simple latch. No obvious runes. That did not mean much. Aura, he said softly. Check the edges. She squeezed forward as much as the space allowed and ran her fingers around the rim. Old wards, she whispered. Dormant. They were tied to an outer circuit. Someone cut them years ago. This was their escape door if everything else failed. Failed now, Harry said. He pushed against the hatch. It gave with a groan and swung inward a few inches. Cool air washed over them. A noise. Voices. Distant footsteps. A child sobbing somewhere down a corridor. Harry took a breath. Rosters, he whispered. Aura gave a quick reply. Inside this shaft we have you, me, Solution, Lupus Regina, and Seabass at the back, she said. Out in the bunker we will have hostages, preservation idiots, and whoever the Confederation sent to negotiate. No one else from Nazarick is on this floor. Harry nodded. Good, he said. Let us keep it that way. He slipped through the hatch and dropped into a narrow service tunnel. Aura followed, landing with a soft thud. Solution and Lupus Regina climbed out after them. Seabass last, closing the hatch quietly and sliding the latch back into place. The service tunnel ran along the outer wall of the main bunker. Lights flickered overhead. Pipes rattled. The sound of voices came through small vents. Harry moved to the nearest vent and peered through the slats. A wide chamber opened on the other side. Dozens of people sat on the floor in rough rows. Hands bound. Wands taken. Some still in formal robes. Confederation badges torn half off. Several children clung to parents or older siblings. Armed witches and wizards paced along the edges. Their faces were tense. Some were flushed with anger. A few looked sick. At the far end of the chamber, a raised platform held 3 people. Harry recognized Lucius at once. His hair was scraped back. His cane was gone. He looked thinner than the last time Harry had seen him, but his eyes still held sharp calculation. Beside him stood a witch in blue robes with a square jaw and dark hair. Harry remembered her from an old article about international law. Madame Song, a former Confederation chair who had resigned when they refused to sanction certain regimes. The third figure was a tall wizard with a scar over one eye and a jagged smile. Demiurge's voice murmured in Harry's ear. That is Karkaroff's cousin, he said. He took over some of the old Durmstrang networks. He loves drama. Harry watched as the scarred wizard waved his wand and shouted something to the room. The hostages flinched. We do not have sound, Demiurge said. Describe. He is grandstanding, Harry whispered, pointing at the hostages. Talking about sacrifice. Lucius looks like he has a headache. Song looks like she wants to punch someone. Aura snorted softly. At least one adult in the room has sense, she murmured. Harry pulled back from the vent. How many guards? He asked. Aura had been counting too. 8 on this side, she said. Probably the same number on the other side of the chamber. A few by the doors. None watching this wall. They trust the old wards. Harry nodded. Demiurge, he whispered. We can reach the hostages from here. There is space under the vent. If you keep the main wards quiet, we can open a slit and pull people through in batches. There was a pause. Demiurge's tone when he answered was careful. You can remove some, he said. Not all. Not before they notice. We do not need all at once, Harry said. Start with the kids. Then the people the Confederation cannot afford to lose. Then anyone who will move fast. That is not fair, Solution said quietly from behind them. Harry glanced back. Her eyes were calm as always. Choosing who goes first, she said. Someone will be last. Someone will not make it. Harry's stomach twisted. I know, he said. That is why we move quickly. Demiurge spoke again. We can support this, he said. Albedo is already tying into the inner wards through the older circuits. Ainz has a clean line of effect for the final strike. You will have 10 minutes before we must clear the site. Harry swallowed. 10 minutes, he repeated. Yes, Demiurge said. If you stay longer, you risk the captors triggering their own collapse spell. If that happens, we may not be able to stop it in time to save anyone. Including you. Harry pressed his hand against the wall again and closed his eyes for a moment. 10 minutes, he said. Understood. Ainz's voice came through next. Calm and steady. Harry, he said. This is where you follow orders. No extensions. No extra heroics. You pull out when we say. Harry opened his eyes. He looked through the vent again. He saw a small girl with plates clutching a doll. He saw a young Auror trying and failing to hide his shaking hands. He saw Song's jaw clenched. I will obey, he whispered. He hoped he meant it. The first child they pulled through the gap almost screamed. Harry clapped a hand gently over her mouth and whispered that he was here to help. Her eyes went wide. She nodded against his fingers. Aura took her and passed her down the line to Seabass, who whispered a sleep charm and eased her into a conjured blanket. 1. Demiurge's voice counted in Harry's ear. Harry turned back to the vent. The slit he had cut in the metal was barely 3 hands wide, but the hastily woven concealment charm made it look like shadow. He had chosen the angle so that none of the pacing guards would see the small movements if they did not stare. He picked another child, then another, then a young woman whose badge marked her as a healer, then an older man with a Confederation crest who had been sitting near the front. They moved quickly, but every extraction took precious seconds. On the floor of the main chamber, people started to notice small gaps in the rows. A woman looked around in confusion as she realized the child who had been leaning against her side was gone. The scarred wizard on the platform frowned. Our window is shrinking, Demiurge said softly. I know, Harry muttered. He reached again. This time, a hand grabbed his wrist. He almost blasted the vent by reflex. A familiar voice hissed up at him. Potter, Lucius whispered. Is that you? Harry blinked down through the slit. Lucius had moved closer to the wall. His hair hid part of his face from the guards. Yes, Harry whispered back. Stay still. Lucius gave a short, almost laugh. Trust you to crawl out of the wall at the worst possible time, he murmured. He looked thinner. His face was more lined. The mark on his arm had gone dull when Voldemort died. Harry could almost see the empty ache there. You can get people out, Lucius said. Who are you taking? Harry hesitated. Children first, he said. Then key figures. We have limited time. Lucius's mouth twisted. Of course, he said. And who decides which adults are worth saving? Harry tasted bitterness. I do, he said. Unless you have a better idea. Lucius looked at him from the corner of his eye. Take the children near the far wall, he said at once. There is a line of younger ones there. Then the healers. Then Madame Song. Then anyone with a Confederation seal. After that, if you still have time, you may consider the rest of us rats. Harry stared at him. You are very quick to put yourself at the end of the line, he said. Lucius gave a strained smile. My son is not here, he said. My life is a bonus at this point. Harry swallowed. Fine, he said. Get Song to shift closer to this wall without drawing attention. We will do what we can. Lucius nodded once. He moved away with a smooth, casual step and said something quiet to Song. She stiffened, then turned her head just enough to scan the chamber. Her eyes flicked once toward the wall where Harry crouched. She did not look again. Harry went back to work. More children. More healers. Song herself squeezed through the gap with a low curse as her shoulders scraped the metal. Aura caught her and dragged her fully into the tunnel before anyone could see. Song twisted free at once, eyes blazing. What are you doing here? She hissed. A rescue, Harry said. She narrowed her eyes. You are the boy from Hogwarts, she said. The one with the skull patron behind him. Harry made a face. That is one way to put it, he said. We can argue about labels later. Right now we have minutes. She looked past him at the narrow space and the line of pale faces already wrapped in conjured blankets. How many? She said. Not enough, Harry replied. Help us choose. She drew in a sharp breath. I will not pick who dies, she snapped. Harry's voice came out sharper than he meant. Then they all die, he said. Your choice. She stared at him. Then she turned back to the vent. Next children, she whispered down. Far wall. Then healers. Then people who know how to keep a government from collapsing. They moved faster. Sweat ran down Harry's back. His hands started to shake from strain. The link stone buzzed. 5 minutes, Demiurge said. Harry swore under his breath. He grabbed 2 at a time now where he could. Smaller kids. Thin teenagers. A guard glanced toward the wall. Harry froze. The guard frowned, then shook his head, distracted by something shouted from the platform. Lucius was talking again. Hands spread. Playing for time. 3 minutes, Demiurge said. Harry looked through the slit. There were still dozens. We can buy more time, he said. Lucius is keeping them busy. Lucius will still be under the rock when it falls, Demiurge said. So will you if you stay. Harry's throat tightened. 2 more, he whispered. Harry, Ainz's voice said. He almost flinched. It is time to pull back, Ainz said. You have taken the highest value group. The plan now is clear. You leave. We cut. The rest is on them. Harry stared through the vent. He met Lucius's eyes for a heartbeat. Lucius gave a tiny nod as if to say he understood. Harry looked at the children still sitting on the floor. He felt his chest ache in the same place where the old curses had dug in. Understood, he said. He started to pull back. Then he saw her. A girl about Ginny's age sitting near the far corner. Hair in a messy braid. Blood on her sleeve. She was trying to keep a younger boy from crying. She looked straight at the wall. Straight at him. For a second he thought she somehow saw him. She did not. Her eyes were on nothing. But the look on her face was one he knew too well. The look of someone waiting for a door that never opened. His hand moved on its own. He grabbed the vent and ripped it wider. Metal screeched. Aura swore under her breath. Harry, Demiurge snapped. Harry did not listen. He leaned through the opening, aimed his wand, and whispered a sleep spell that flowed through Nazaric patterns and old wand forms at once. The spell wrapped around the nearest guards. 3 dropped before they could shout. The scarred wizard on the platform spun. Harry flicked his wrist. The floor under the platform twisted into a slick slope. The man lost his footing and crashed down in an undignified tangle. A roar rose in the chamber. What are you doing? Albedo's voice cut through the link, sharp as a blade. Plan change, Harry said. We create a gap and push as many as we can through it before the idiots recover. Aura did not argue. She jumped through the vent beside him in one smooth movement and landed in the chamber. Her bow appeared in her hands. Sleep arrows flew. Guards slumped. Song cursed behind them and scrambled back into the gap. Have you lost your mind? Demiurge asked. Probably, Harry muttered. He grabbed the braid girl by the arm and hauled her toward the wall. Run, he told her. Through the gap. Do not look back. She stared at him. Who are you? She managed. Someone who is going to be in a lot of trouble later, he said. Move. She moved. Hostages surged toward the vent. The careful order of the rescue vanished under panic. Aura tried to keep a path open. Solution and Lupus Regina pulled people into the shaft and passed them back. Seabass caught them and pushed them along. The scarred wizard staggered to his feet and bellowed. He flung a curse at Harry. Harry's shield flared. The impact sent a ringing pain through his bones. Albedo's voice hissed in his ear. They are going to trigger the collapse, she said. You have seconds. Then cut their hands off, Harry snapped. The world in the chamber narrowed. He fired stun spells, sleep charms, one short blast of raw force that sent a line of captors flying into a wall. He felt the old wand magic strain against the heavier patterns in his chest. He felt the link stone buzz hard enough to hurt. 30 seconds, Demiurge said. Harry pulled another child through. A boy clung to his sleeve and sobbed. Go, Harry told him. Follow the others. You will wake up somewhere safer. He pushed the boy toward the shaft. The floor under his feet shuddered. A deep grinding sound rolled through the mountain. They have triggered it, Seabass called from the back of the shaft. The curse is active. The hosts in the main chamber screamed as cracks opened in the ceiling. Chunks of rock began to fall. A section of wall collapsed, crushing 2 of the remaining guards. Lucius staggered and grabbed for a support column. He looked at Harry once more. Go, he shouted. Harry shook his head. He grabbed the nearest hostage and all but threw them toward the vent. Aura snarled and fired another arrow. The scarred wizard tried to raise an invisible barrier. Harry felt the curse pattern in the floor rise like a wave. It would rip inward soon, folding the entire space into a knot of broken stone. Now Ainz's voice said. Every hair on Harry's arms stood up. Power rushed through the link. Not the focus cut of reality slash. Something wider. Something that wrapped around the whole chamber and the rock above like a hand. Space twisted. The ground under Harry's feet dropped. For one dizzy second he was nowhere. Then he crashed onto smooth stone. He rolled, gasping. The air changed from dust and fear to the faint clean smell of Nazaryk's halls. He lay there for a moment, chest heaving, ears ringing. Voices rose around him, sobbing. Calls of Mum and Sir and where are we? He pushed himself up on one elbow. He was in one of Nazaryk's larger halls. Hostages lay scattered on the floor, some still wrapped in blankets, some in rich robes, all looking stunned. Aura knelt by a group of children, checking for injuries. Seabass stood already, smoothing his gloves. Solution and Lupus Regina moved through the crowd, making sure no one had broken bones. Song was on her feet, eyes wide, taking in the strange black stone and the distant glow of alien lights. Harry's stomach lurched. Lucius, he croaked. Aura looked up. Not here, she said. Harry closed his eyes. He had seen him still inside when the space broke. He forced his eyes open again and rolled onto his back. His chest hurt worse than before. The strain of using the wand like that while the channel flared had pushed his body past its current comfort. He found the link stone with his fingers. What happened? He whispered. Demiurge's voice sounded flat. We had to adjust the strike, he said. We wrapped the core of the chamber and folded it into Nazaryk's space before the curse finished collapsing. We could not get everyone. Harry swallowed. How many? He asked. 73 hostages, Demiurge said. 9 captors. The rest are under the mountain. Harry stared at the ceiling. 73. He had no idea if that was a good number or a bad one. His hands shook. He pushed himself to sitting. Song strode toward him. She stopped just in front of him and looked down. You disobeyed someone very powerful, she said. Yes, Harry said. You also got my niece out, she added. Harry blinked. Niece, he said. She nodded toward the braid girl, who was sitting on the floor clutching the younger boy. You pointed at her and told her to run, Song said. That is the only reason she moved fast enough. Harry blew out a slow breath. I did not know that, he said. Song folded her arms. Whoever your skeleton patron is, she said, he is going to be furious with you. Harry gave a tired smile that hurt his face. I am aware, he said. Ainz did not shout. That made it worse. They met in a small council room off the main hall. Harry sat at the table with a cup of water. He could not quite bring himself to drink. His hands still shook faintly. His clothes smelled of dust and fear. Ainz sat across from him. Albedo stood at his shoulder. Demiurge waited on the other side of the room, notebook open. Aura had wanted to be there, but Albedo had told her to stay with the rescued children. Seabass remained in the hall as well. Only these 4 were in the room. Ainz's lights were dim. When I said you would obey, he said quietly, what did you hear? Harry stared at his hands. That I would try, he said. Albedo's jaw tightened. You broke formation, she said. You ignored a direct extraction call. You tore open the vent in front of armed captors and forced us to change the strike pattern on the fly. You could have died. The collapse curse could have beaten Ainz to the mark by a fraction. Harry lifted his eyes. If I had left when you said, he replied, we would have 73 fewer people upstairs. That bunker's whole design was built on the idea that no one would risk doing what we did. Demiurge closed his notebook with a soft snap. I do not care about 73 more or fewer in this context, he said. Not because those lives lack value, but because the difference is minor compared to the risk that Nazaryk loses its heir. Harry let out a sharp breath. Their lives mattered to them, he snapped. Yes, Demiurge said. So does yours. Silence stretched. Ainz leaned forward. I am not angry because you saved people, he said. I am angry because you decided that your feelings in that moment were more important than the plan we built together. Harry flinched. I did not want to walk away and leave a girl staring at the wall, he said. I still wake up thinking about kids I could not save from dementors or curses. If I had done nothing, I would have had one more set of faces to add to that list. Ainz's voice stayed calm. When you decided to ignore the call, he said, did you think about the cost if the curse finished first? Did you think about the possibility that we would pull everyone out except you? Did you think about what that would do to me, to Nazarick, to the very people upstairs who now have to live in a world you were meant to help lead? Harry looked away. No, he said. Albedo stepped closer, hands clenched. You are not a lone hero, she said. You are not a student sneaking around a castle. You are a central piece in a system that spans worlds. When you move without warning, everything else has to shift to cover you. He rubbed his face. I know, he said. I know that in my head. My body still reacts like I am that kid in the corridor with no adults listening. Demiurge studied him. That is the problem, he said. You are still human enough to be moved by one girl's eyes in the corner. Harry laughed once, short and bitter. I am sorry my empathy is inconvenient, he said. Demiurge shook his head. You misunderstand, he said. Your empathy is the only reason Nazarick has not already turned this world into a tidy stable. But unbounded empathy inside an entity with access to our power is a risk. He tapped his finger on the notebook. Tonight proved it, he said. Harry's stomach dropped. What does that mean, he asked. Ainz folded his hands. It means we have to change the conditions of your role, he said. Harry stared at him. In what way, he asked quietly. Albedo answered. You will no longer go on field operations without 2 guardians with authority equal to or above yours, she said. You will not have unsupervised access to high-tier spell channels. You will not be allowed to ignore extraction calls. If you attempt to do so, the brand will cut your casting access. Harry felt cold. You mean you are putting a leash on me, he said. Demiurge corrected him. A cage, he said. Built for your protection and for ours. Harry's throat worked. You trust me enough to make deals with Dumbledore, he said. To speak for you to a whole world. But you do not trust me to decide when to grab one more kid before the roof falls. Ainz's response was very soft. You have already proved that you cannot be trusted with that exact decision, he said. Harry wanted to argue. He wanted to shout that they had saved people, that no one upstairs would call this wrong. He also knew that if he had misjudged by even a few breaths, there would be a hole where he had been. He closed his eyes for a moment. What exactly does this cage look like, he asked. Albedo raised her hand. A faint glow passed over the brand under his shirt. Harry gasped. The mark burned sharper for a second, then settled. From now on, she said, any time you attempt to draw on power above a certain tier, the brand will check the command path. If there is no active order in the system approving it, the spell will simply not cast. If you are in the field and 2 guardians both signal an extraction, the brand will blunt your combat spells and direct your magic toward movement only. Harry stared at her. You built that in, he said. Demiurge inclined his head. We always planned for the possibility that one of us might go rogue, he said. The difference is that we never wanted to use that layer on you. Harry's hand went to his chest. He could feel the brand under his fingers, warm and steady. It is not just a leash, he said. It is a shut-off switch. Ainz did not deny it. Yes, he said. It is. Harry swallowed hard. And if I refuse, he asked. Albedo's eyes chilled. Then we remove you from the board, she said. Harry flinched as if she had slapped him. You mean kill me, he said. Ainz shook his head. No, he said. I would not do that unless there was absolutely no other choice. But we have means to seal powers. To put someone in stasis. To keep them safe and out of play. Harry pictured himself frozen in some crystal room while the world he had fought to shape moved on without him. The thought made his skin crawl. He looked up at Ainz. Do you think I am going to betray you, he asked. Ainz's eyes burned red. No, he said. I think you will keep trying to save people in ways that can break everything if we do not give you limits that you cannot step past in the heat of the moment. Harry pressed his lips together. He wanted to say he would simply try harder. Think more. Count to 10 before he acted. Then he remembered the girl with the braid and the way his body had moved before his brain had finished. He took a slow breath. So this is my life now, he said. Protected. Watched. cut off from certain choices unless you sign a note first. Albedo's voice softened by a fraction. It is also a life where you do not die under a mountain because your heart pulled you 3 seconds past the safe line, she said. Demiurge added, in a tone that was almost gentle, it is a life where we still trust you with decisions inside a cage that keeps your worst impulses from killing you. Harry let out a weak laugh. My worst impulses, he said. You make them sound like a curse. Ainz shook his head. They are human, he said. That is the point. You are surrounded by beings for whom mercy is a calculation, not an instinct. We need your instinct. We just cannot let it run past the edge of the cliff. Harry stared at the table. I hate this, he said quietly. I know, Ainz said. Harry closed his eyes. Fine, he said. You win. Put me in your cage. Albedo straightened. It is already there, she said. We only turned the key. They let him see the rescued hostages before they sent them away. The large hall now held tidy rows of conjured beds. Healers moved between them. Some were Confederation medic Song had organized. Some were Nazarick support. The children slept in small clusters, breath slow and even. Song stood near the far wall, arms folded, speaking quietly to a group of adults who looked like they had aged years in an hour. Harry paused at the edge of the hall. Aura walked over to him, wiping sweat from her forehead with the back of her wrist. How bad? She asked. He forced a smile. I am on a shorter leash, he said. You get more authority. Aura whistled. Nice for me, she said. Less nice for you. He shrugged, then winced as his chest pulled. Better than being put in a box, he said. She nodded toward the braid girl, who was now asleep with the younger boy's head pillowed on her lap. You saved her, Aura said. Stubborn idiot or not, you did that. Harry watched the pair for a moment. She would have haunted me, he said softly. Probably still will, Aura said. Just as a good memory instead of a bad one. Song spotted him then. She crossed the hall with long steps and stopped a few paces from him. Her eyes flicked to the brand spot on his chest, then back to his face. Your Overlord is not pleased, she said. No, Harry said. Good, she replied. That means he cares enough about you to be frightened. He blinked. That is one way to read it, he said. She studied his face for a moment. Thank you, she said simply. He shook his head. You should thank Ainz, he said. He did the hard part. I only crawled through a hole and made his life difficult. She almost smiled. I will send him a fruit basket, she said. You are still the one who grabbed my niece. He looked away, throat tight. You are going back to your world now, he said. Things are going to change faster than you like. She nodded. Things already changed the moment you killed the snake, she said. This only confirms the direction. She paused. Do you know what they are going to call you? She asked. Harry almost groaned. Please do not say another title, he said. Not from us, she said. From them. They are already writing it on their reports. The boy who ruled. He felt tired laughter bubble up. That is a terrible label, he said. She shrugged. They love patterns, she said. They cannot bear an empty space where a story used to sit. You removed the Dark Lord. You walked into their school with a death god at your shoulder. You just pulled their leaders out of a crack in reality. They are going to turn you into whatever makes them feel less small. He rubbed his forehead. I do not want to be a symbol, he muttered. You do not get to choose that, she said. You only get to choose what kind you end up being. She turned to go, then looked back once more. Do not let your cage make you forget why you argued with him, she said. The day you stop fighting for that one more kid in the corner is the day we are all in trouble. She walked away to rejoin her group. Aura watched her go. See, she said. Not everyone thinks you did the wrong thing. Harry sighed. That does not matter if I get tagged as a risk inside Nazarick, he said. Aura bumped his arm lightly. You were always a risk, she said. That is why Ainz picked you. He gave her a weak smile. That does not make this feel better, he said. It is not supposed to, she answered. You hate cages. Fine. Use that. Let it make you careful instead of wild. He thought about that as the Confederation teams began to leave through controlled portals, faces still pale, eyes darting around the strange halls. Later, in his room, the silence felt heavier than usual. The little plant on the shelf rustled its leaves as if in greeting. Harry sat on the floor with his back against the bed and the notebook open on his knees. His chest hurt. His arms ached. His head throbbed in a dull way. He stared at the blank space under his last rule. His hand hovered over the page. He did not write at once. He thought about the shaft, the vent, the way his body had moved before his brain caught up. The snap in Ainz's voice when he called time. The burn of the brand when Albedo turned the key. Finally he dipped the quill and wrote, Rule 7. If I break a plan to save one more person, I will admit it was my choice, not a miracle or a mistake in the math. He paused. Then he added another line. Rule 8. I will not pretend my cage is only their fault. I helped build the bars when I ignored the call. He sat back and read the words until they stopped blurring. There was a soft knock at his door. Come in, he called. The door opened. Hermione stepped in. For a second, his tired brain refused to process it. She wore simple robes, hair as wild as ever, eyes alive with a mix of fear and relief. A small Nazarick escort sigil glowed faintly at her shoulder. Aura stood behind her in the corridor. We had a request from Hogwarts, Aura said. Someone insisted on seeing you. Albedo grumbled. Ainz said yes. She gave Harry a meaningful look. I will be right outside, Aura added. Roster inside your room is you and Hermione. No one else. She closed the door. Harry stood up too fast and swayed. Hermione closed the distance in 3 quick steps and grabbed his arms. Careful, she said. You look like you fought a troll again. He let out a breath that was half laugh, half groan. You are not supposed to be here, he said. I could say the same, she replied. She looked around the room, taking in the dark stone, the desk, the neat bed, the odd plant. This place is strange, she said softly, but less awful than I pictured when McGonagall told me you were living in a tomb. He rubbed the back of his neck. It has its moments, he said. She focused on him again. They told us what you did, she said. Song sent an owl to the school. She said you dragged people out of a mountain while it fell. He shook his head. I did not do it alone, he said. Ainz did the heavy lifting. Nazarick support did most of the work. I just made everything more complicated. She stepped closer. That is not what she wrote, Hermione said. She said if not for you, she would be lighting a lot more candles tonight. Harry looked away. Ainz is furious with me, he said. I broke orders. I got myself put on a shorter leash. Hermione frowned. Leash, she repeated. He tapped his chest. Brand rules, he said. They locked some of my power behind checks. I cannot pull the same kind of stunts without someone else turning the key. She understood faster than a lot of adults would have. They are scared, she said. You scare them. He blinked. That is not helpful, he said. It is the truth, she replied. You are the one piece on the board they cannot predict perfectly because you still care about people more than numbers. He sighed. That caring almost got me killed, he said. She stepped closer still. You are not dead, she said. You saved people. You made them change the plan. Maybe next time they will build a better one because they expect you to argue. He looked down at her hand on his arm, realized she had not let go. Are you going to tell me I did the right thing, he asked. She thought about it for a long moment. I am going to tell you that I am glad you are alive and that those children are too, she said. I am also going to tell you that if you die because you cannot walk away for 10 seconds, I will be very angry with you. He smiled despite himself. That sounds fair, he said. She squeezed his arm. Good, she said. For a moment they just stood there. The strange tomb room felt less heavy. How long can you stay, he asked. Not long, she said. Ainz gave me a time. Aura is counting on her fingers in the corridor. He laughed quietly. You came all this way just to scold me, he said. She rolled her eyes. And to do this, she said. She rose on her toes and kissed him. It was not dramatic, not a sweeping movie moment, just a warm, quick press of lips that made his chest hurt in a different way and his heart thump harder. She pulled back with her cheeks pink. That is for not letting the mountain win, she said. Do not make me regret it. He stared at her for a second. Right, he said softly. I will try. She poked his chest lightly. Not good enough, she said. You will do better than try. He nodded. Yes, he said. I will. Aura knocked lightly. Time, she called. Hermione glanced at the notebook on the bed. Still writing rules, she said. Someone has to keep track, he answered. She smiled. Do not let them write all of them for you, she said. Some have to stay yours. She turned and went to the door. Aura gave Harry a small salute as they left. The door closed. Silence settled again. Harry sat back on the floor and picked up the quill. He added one more line. Rule 9. My cage is real, but so is the choice to reach through the bars when it matters. I just have to make sure I can still walk back after. He set the quill down and leaned his head against the bed. His chest still hurt. His heart still hammered. He did not know yet how to live with this new set of bars. But he knew two things. Voldemort was gone. The world was bending around a new shape. And inside the iron cage Nazarick had built, Harry Potter would keep trying to be the kind of person who could look a girl in the corner in the eye and say he had done everything he could, without lying. Even if it meant arguing with a skeleton king and writing new rules on tired hands. The Great Hall was quiet in the wrong way. No house banners. No talking portraits. No invisible ceiling pretending to be sky. Instead there were black stone support arches, smooth white light panels in the rafters, and a single crest floating in the air above the staff table. The crest showed a skull crown over a circle of 7-pointed light. Under it, small golden letters spelled out in English and runes. Institute of Structured Magic, European Central Campus. Students sat at long tables that had once belonged to Gryffindor and the others. The wood was the same. Everything else was not. Robes now carried small badges on the left sleeve that pulsed softly in time with the castle wards. Each badge showed a number and a track name. Control. Combat. Infrastructure. Research. Mediation. Harry walked between the tables with his hands behind his back and tried not to feel like a statue that had stepped off a plinth. The badges on the students flared when he passed. He could feel the wards taste his brand and shift around him. At the far end of the hall, near the raised staff platform, a boy in blue-trimmed robes stood with his wand out. He was sweating. Across from him, a girl in green held her wand steady, jaw clenched. Around them, a circle of first- and second-year students watched with round eyes. Minerva stood at the edge of the ring with a thin metal rod in her hand, watching both children like a hawk. Her hair had more silver in it now, and her posture was straighter than ever. Dumbledore stood beside her in plain teaching robes. The purple had gone. His beard was still long. His gaze was still sharp. Harry reached the edge of the circle just as the boy snapped out a spell. Stunner. It was clean but shaky. The girl rolled her shoulder and the red bolt skimmed past her sleeve. She lifted her wand. Barrier. Lock. A faint pale wall flashed into being, no bigger than a door. The next spell from the boy splashed against it and fizzled. He swore under his breath. Someone in the watching ring snorted. Minerva snapped the rod down once. The sound cracked through the hall like a whip. Language, she said. The boy flinched. Sorry, headmistress, he muttered. He shot Harry a quick, nervous look. Harry kept his face neutral. Again Minerva said, Third pass. Remember your breathing. The girl on the other side of the ring shifted her feet. Her hands shook a little now. Sweat dampened the curls at her temple. Harry watched their posture. The way their eyes tracked each other. The slight tremor in the boy's wand hand. They were better than any student duel he had ever seen in his own second year. They were also more tightly watched. At the end of the staff table, a flat black panel glowed with small moving lines. Harry could feel albedo through his link stone, paying attention to every flicker. Only one live feed today. Hogwarts was the focus. The boy sucked in a breath and tried again. Stunner. Stunner. Bind. The spells came faster this time. The girl staggered as the first red bolt hit the edge of her barrier. The second made it shudder. The third rope spell slipped through the weak point and snapped around her right wrist. She yelped. The barrier dropped completely. Stop, Minerva said. Both children froze. The hall exhaled. Evaluation, Minerva said. Miss Khan. The girl swallowed. I panicked when the first spell hit, she said. I locked the barrier to stay up instead of shifting it. That made it easy to punch through. Correct, Minerva said. What should you have done? Moved, the girl said. Step sideways and reset the focus. Minerva looked at the boy. Mr. Abbott, she said. He stiffened. You were sloppy at first, she said. You only got clean when you were angry. He flushed. I was thinking about the people watching, he admitted. I kept hearing what my parents say about this place and I did not want to embarrass them. Minerva's mouth twitched. And when you swore, she asked, was that for them? He shook his head. No, he said. That was for me. Some of the watching children snickered. Minerva let it hang for a moment. Your focus belongs here, she said finally. Not on a dinner table miles away. You are not here to impress them. You are here to survive the mistakes they made. Her gaze flicked to Harry for a second. He knew that line was for him as much as for the boy. Reset, she said. Cool down with Miss Patil on the side. 2 laps of the hall. No sprinting. The boy and girl nodded. They bowed to each other, then to Minerva, then turned and nearly bumped into Harry. They froze again. For one absurd second, he expected them to drop their wands. They did not. The boy straightened his shoulders. Sir, he said. The girl mirrored him. Sir, she echoed. Harry nodded in return. That was better form than any duel I tried at your age, he said. You both kept your heads. The girl blinked. I lost, she said. You learned something, Harry replied. That counts more. Next time you move. Next time he breathed sooner. That is what this place is for. The boy swallowed. My dad says you never lost a duel, he blurted. Harry almost laughed. He needs to read better books, he said. Some of the nearby students chuckled under their breath. The tension in the air thinned a little. Go on, Harry said. Minerva is in a generous mood. You do not want to test how long that lasts. Minerva snorted softly behind him. The children rushed off toward the edge of the hall, feet slapping against the stone. The circle broke. The younger students scattered back to their tables, talking in low voices. Harry moved toward the staff platform. Dumbledore stepped down to meet him halfway. There were lines around his eyes that had not been there in the old days. His hands, though, still looked steady. Well, Dumbledore said quietly, what do you think of our dueling class? Harry glanced back at the hall. It is terrifying, he said, and probably the reason I will sleep a little better tonight. Dumbledore smiled. That is the aim, he said. Minerva came down the steps and joined them. Aura slipped in through the side door at the same moment, boots silent on the stone. The elf girl wore a neat school uniform glamour over her usual gear. No one in the hall looked twice. Everyone here was used to Nazarick eyes. She gave Harry a small nod as she reached them. Roster in the hall is stable, Aura murmured. No missing bodies. No open windows. Wards at minimum variation. Harry nodded back. Thanks, he said. She leaned one shoulder against a pillar, watching the students with an odd fondness. They are less jumpy than the first 2 years, she said. Fewer flinch reflexes. That is because they have never seen Dementors in the corridors, Harry said. Lucky them. Minerva cleared her throat. The board wants a formal report on your visit, she said. Apparently having the boy who ruled walk the hall is now a metrics event. Harry made a face. Please do not call me that, he said. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. It is better than some of the alternatives that went around in the first year, he said. You should be grateful the prophet did not settle on skull prints. Harry winced. That is awful, he said. Minerva smirked. You would have hated it, she said. Which is why Rita tried very hard to make it stick. She is still banned from campus, yes, Harry asked. Of course, Minerva said. Nazarick security would swallow her quill before the first question. Aura looked mildly offended. We do not eat quills, she said. Dumbledore coughed to hide a laugh. Harry shook his head. How are the numbers, he asked. Attendance. Fights. Survival rates. The last word came out before he could stop it. Minerva's face softened for a moment. Attendance is at 98% across all tracks, she said. The few families who refused to send their children have been rerouted through the Swiss campus, which is their own problem now. Dumbledore added, fights are rarer. The badges take care of half of it. Harry looked at the little pulses of light on the sleeves. They sting when someone throws a curse they are not rated for, Dumbledore said. And they light up when anyone bullies someone from a lower track. Harry snorted. Sneaky, he said. Effective, Minerva corrected. He raised a hand. Fine, he said. Effective and sneaky. Aura tilted her head. Survival rates, she prompted. Minerva looked at Dumbledore. He sighed. We have had no deaths on campus since the new structure went live, he said. No giant snakes in the plumbing. No possessed teachers. No cursed artifacts in the common rooms. Harry let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Good, he said. Minerva glanced up at the floating crest. Whatever my feelings about being audited by a tomb full of monsters, she said quietly, I cannot argue with that number. Dumbledore nodded. I used to lie awake wondering when the next disaster would crawl out of the stone, he said. Now the only thing that crawls out is Aura when she forgets to use a door. Aura grinned. Doors are boring, she said. Harry rubbed the spot over his chest where the brand sat. It warmed under his fingers. Ainz's attention brushed against him through the link stone. You are drifting, Ainz said in his ear. Harry did not jump. I am listening, he murmured. Minerva and Dumbledore pretended not to hear. They knew that tone now. Report, Ainz said. First pass. Harry looked around the hall again. Spoke softly but clearly. Hogwarts transition stable, he said. Students adapting to track system. Staff engaged. No open resistance in the hall. Duels show improved control. No fatal incidents since the restructure. He hesitated. Children still laugh, he added. They complain about homework. They sneak sweets from the kitchen. Feels like a school. Not a barracks. There was a pause. Then a soft hum of approval. Good, Ainz said. We will review full numbers later. The warmth in the brand faded back to its normal steady pulse. Aura watched him. Still feels weird, she said quietly. You talking to a voice only you hear. Gets less weird when you grow up in his house, Harry said. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Hermione asked me to tell you she is in the East Tower when you are done here, he said. She mentioned something about a report and then muttered about your sleep schedule. Harry smiled despite himself. Of course she did, he said. Minerva eyed him. Very well, she said. We can spare you to your terrifying partner in crime for an hour. After that, I expect you in the staff room to look at the intake from the Americas. Harry nodded. Yes, headmistress, he said. She shook her head. I will never get used to you saying that, she muttered. The East Tower balcony was colder than he remembered. Wind slipped in over the stone balustrade and ruffled his hair. The sky beyond the wards was a flat gray sheet. The lake shone like metal. Hermione stood with her elbows on the rail, hair tangled by the breeze. A small stack of parchment sat beside her, held in place by a stone. She did not turn when he stepped out. You are late, she said. Minerva wanted numbers, he replied. And Ainz wanted my voice on the line. I am shocked you did not drag them all up here with you. She snorted. I prefer you without an audience, she said. He moved to stand beside her. The wards tingled faintly against his skin. On the grounds below, students moved between greenhouses and the new practice ranges. The old Quidditch pitch had been repurposed into a training field. Target dummies lined the far end. Hermione tapped the parchment with one finger. I have the new curriculum draft, she said. Singapore sent their version. They want to add a mandatory ethics block to third year. Harry raised an eyebrow. Ethics, he said. In a school that used to keep a murder hat in the hall. She gave him a look. Yes, she said. Ethics. Real ones. Not the old mess. He rolled his shoulders. What does it look like, he asked. Sit in a circle and talk about feelings. She elbowed him lightly. Sit in a circle and talk about who you are allowed to curse, she said. And what happens when someone orders you to do something that feels wrong. He turned his head to look at her. You want them to learn how to say no, he said. Someone should have taught us, she replied. He grimaced. Fair point. Does Nazarick approve, he asked. She made a face. So far they have not objected, she said. Demiurge actually seemed pleased. He said children who can identify when a line is crossed are easier to predict. Harry blew out a breath. Of course he did, he said. She studied his profile for a moment. You want it too, she said. He frowned. What, he asked. The class, she said. You want them to have something you did not. A shape in their heads that says this is right and this is not. Even if the world tells them otherwise. He stared down at the grounds. A group of first years ran across the path, chasing a paper bird that flapped just out of reach. He remembered chasing ghosts. I want them to have tools, he said quietly. So when someone tries to turn them into weapons, they know it is happening. She bumped his shoulder with hers. That is an answer I can present to the board, she said. He smirked. You present what you like, he said. You always did. She smiled a little, then sobered. Her gaze dropped to his chest. Does it still hurt? She asked. He knew what she meant. He touched the brand again. The skin there was smooth. No scar. The magic sat under it like a coiled net. It burns when I push against it, he said. Less now. I learned where the limits sit. She did not look pleased. I still do not like that it can lock you down, she said. He shrugged. There were days I did not like that you made me finish my essays, he said. You still did it. That is not the same, she protested. No, he agreed. This has more teeth. They stood in silence for a moment. He could feel her thinking beside him. It was like standing next to a storm made of logic and stubbornness. You know why I agreed to it, he said. She glanced at him. Because you nearly died under a mountain, she said. Because they proved they could not trust you to walk away. He winced. Thanks, he said dryly. You know I am right, she said. He did. He also knew something else. I agreed because I did not trust myself, he said slowly. Not then. I kept imagining that girl in the corner. I knew if a similar choice came up, I would jump again. So I let them build a wall in my head. She frowned. That sounds a bit like philosophy, she said. He smiled. See, he said. The ethics block is already working. She rolled her eyes. Then she reached up and curled her hand into his shirt over the brand. You are still you, she said softly. Cage or no cage. Sometimes it is hard to feel that, he admitted. When I sign off on things that would have made me sick before. She squeezed the fabric. You are not that boy in the cupboard anymore, she said. You are the one who told the most dangerous lich in 2 worlds that children laughing matters. He snorted. Not in those words, he said. In enough words, she replied. She rose on her toes and kissed him. It was longer than the one after the bunker. Warmer. Quieter. His hand found the small of her back on instinct. His chest ached, but not from strain this time. When she pulled back, her cheeks were flushed. That is for keeping the ethics class on the table, she said. He laughed softly. You bribe terribly, he said. You keep taking it, she replied. They stood there for another minute, watching the grounds. A small red bird flitted up to the balcony rail and hopped along it. Head cocked. Harry eyed it. Do not tell me Fawkes is spying again, he said. The bird gave a short, annoyed chirp. Hermione laughed. Dumbledore says the bond is different now, she said. Fawkes goes where he likes. He has visited Nazarick, you know. Harry blinked. He has, he said. Apparently he perched on Ainz' shoulder for half an hour, she said. Albedo nearly fainted. Harry pictured that and had to bite back a grin. That I would pay to see, he said. The bird ruffled its feathers and launched itself back into the air. They watched it fly toward the tower where the old headmaster office used to be. Hermione finally picked up the parchment. Come on, she said. If we finish this draft now, you might get to sleep before midnight. He groaned. Do I have to? He asked. Yes, she said. You are the boy who ruled, remember? You have homework. He made a face but followed her back inside. The central control chamber of the ministry did not look anything like the old atrium. No golden statues. No fountain of wizards and elves. Instead it was a wide circular room lined with floating glass panels that projected maps and numbers into the air. The floor was black stone. The ceiling was low and bright. In the center of the room, a raised platform held a simple round table. Ainz sat at one side of it in his usual robe, fingers steepled, eye light steady. Albedo stood at his right in armor that gleamed. Demiurge stood at his left, notebook open. Song occupied a chair across from them, posture upright, a slim folder in hand. She wore dark blue robes with a small Confederation pin. Kingsley Shacklebolt sat beside her, shoulders broad, a faint scar on his temple from an old curse. His Auror badge had been replaced with a simple strip of black and silver that marked him as Regional Operations Head. Harry took the remaining seat between Song and Demiurge. Aura waited near the back wall. Seabass stood at the door. Both silent, both watching. A row of younger analysts from various ministries and former departments sat at consoles around the edge, eyes flicking between screens and the table. Harry looked up at the main panel. It showed the world, not the whole planet, just the places where magic pooled. Clusters glowed over Britain, Europe, parts of Africa, India, the Americas, Japan. A soft blue wash covered most of them now. Only a few small yellow or orange specks broke the color. Status, Ainz said. Demiurge did not look at his notes for this part. Global flux stable, he said. Average civilian spell throughput is up by 30% since the restructure. Uncontrolled magic incidents down by 70. Dark curse traces down by 90. Kingsley let out a low breath. Song's mouth tightened. Detentions, she said. Demiurge flipped a page. Re-education facilities currently hold 2,624 individuals, he said. The majority are former Death Eaters, Grindelwald remnants, and high-risk curse researchers. Recidivism from released groups is near zero. Song tapped her folder. That is a lot of people in cages, she said. Albedo's eyes cooled. It is fewer than would be in graves, she replied. Kingsley glanced between them. We have not seen a dark mark in the sky in 3 years, he said. That is not something I thought I would ever be able to say. Song shook her head. I know, she said. I also know that every time I sign one of those transfer orders, I feel like I am stamping out a person instead of a fire. Harry listened. His fingers tapped the table once, then stilled. Ainz turned his skull toward him. Your view? Ainz said. All eyes shifted. Harry looked at the panel again. 3 years ago, he said slowly, a handful of people could press a wand to a mark on their arm and call a monster into any street they liked. No one could stop them. The system made that possible. We broke that system. He let that sit for a moment. We replaced it with one that looks ugly when you count bodies on paper, he continued. But those bodies are still breathing. They get food. They get structure. Some of them get out. Song held his gaze. And the ones who do not, she said. He did not look away. They made choices, he said. We made choices. I am not going to pretend I enjoy all of them. But I enjoy them more than mass graves. There was a faint burn at his chest. The brand knew the edge of the power being discussed. He stayed quiet. Song exhaled. I am not asking you to tear down the whole framework, she said. I am asking that we keep the numbers honest. That we remember every neat little chart hides someone who used to have a family. Demiurge nodded. We do remember, he said. It is why the charts are neat. Untidy systems kill more. Song made a face. I hate that you are good at this, she said. He smiled without humor. That makes 2 of us, he replied. Ainz wrapped his fingers lightly on the table. We are not here to debate the entire structure again, he said. We are here to review flagged zones. He gestured at the main panel. A few yellow specks brightened. Brazil, Demiurge said. A cluster of unregistered wand users near Manaus. They refuse tracking badges. Kingsley rested his elbows on the table. We sent a small team, he said. They came back with curses on their tongues and 1 missing hand. Aura scowled. They ambushed them, she said. Traps in the trees. Old jungle wards. Harry frowned. Why do they refuse badges, he asked. Fear. Pride. Something else. Song answered. History, she said. The local ministry ignored their region for decades. The only time they saw officials was when someone wanted to grab resources. They do not trust us now that we suddenly care. Harry rubbed his jaw. Can they hurt anyone outside their wards, he asked. Kingsley shook his head. Not without a lot of effort, he said. They mostly keep to themselves. We only got involved when they cursed the tracking drones. Harry thought about it. You want us to crack down, Albedo said. He shook his head. Not yet, he said. Send a liaison instead. Someone who grew up in a place governments forgot. Someone who can say he knows what it feels like when the council suddenly notices you exist. Aura eyed him. You are volunteering, she said. He shrugged. They might listen, he said. They have heard stories about me either way. I would rather they get the version where I sit at a campfire and talk instead of the one where I drop in from above. Albedo frowned. Field work still requires 2 guardians, she said. You are not leaving this building without me and Aura at your back. Harry did not argue. I know, he said. I am not asking to crawl into another death trap alone. Song watched him carefully. You are softer than you pretend to be, she said. He gave a thin smile. Do not spread that around, he said. It will ruin my image. Demiurge cleared his throat. The second flagged zone is in Eastern Europe, he said. A group of former blood purists has been trying to revive old rites. Kingsley muttered something rude. Same ones who tried to get Muggle militaries involved, Harry asked. The remnants, Demiurge said. We cut most of the head off that snake during the bunker incident. These are the bits still twitching. Harry sat back. Monitor for now, he said. If they start carving symbols into anyone outside their own group, we move. Albedo made a small mark on her slate. Song shook her head. You talk about cages, she said. But somehow you keep leaving doors open. Harry met her eyes. People do not learn anything when they have no air, he said. Some of them need a tight cell. Some need a fence they can see and test. She studied him. That sounds like ethics class again, she said. Maybe I am doing my homework, he replied. Ainz made a quiet sound that might have been amusement. We will formalize that plan after this meeting, Ainz said. For now, there is one more item. He slid something across the table. It was a newspaper. The Prophet nameplate looked smaller these days. There were more charts than sensational headlines now. Across the front page, in large letters, someone had printed, "The boy who ruled, 3 years of stability." Underneath, a picture of Harry at a podium in the reworked atrium. Wand at his side. Expression calm. He winced. I told them not to use that phrase, he said. Song raised an eyebrow. You were shocked they ignored you, she said. Kingsley grunted. I told you not to turn up to the summit in that robe, he said. You looked like you had walked out of a nightmare story. Harry glanced down at his current outfit. Plain black with subtle Nazarick trim. I thought it made me look serious, he protested. It made you look like the person mothers used to get children to brush their teeth. Kingsley said. Albedo smirked. I like it, she said. It suits our image. Harry dropped his head into his hands for a moment. I wanted to be a Quidditch player, he muttered. Song smiled faintly. Too late, she said. You changed the board. He exhaled. Fine, he said. As long as the article does not turn me into some shining hero. He scanned the text. The Prophet had changed under pressure. Less gossip. More dry detail. They had been forced to grow up. The article listed statistics. Death rates. Curse incidents. Education access. All trending down or up in the proper direction. Every few paragraphs a quote from some parent or worker. He scares me, one which said, next to a chart. But my children come home safe now. Harry's stomach twisted. They are always going to be afraid, he said quietly. Ainz's voice held no surprise. Yes, he said. They are afraid of me as well. Harry looked up. You do not mind, he said. Ainz tilted his head. I am used to it, he said. Fear is familiar. Respect is rare. Harry held his gaze. I do not want respect, he said. Not if it means they stop questioning what we do. Song nodded once, sharply. There is hope for you yet, she said. Demiurge closed his notebook. Operationally, he said, fear plus grudging approval is acceptable. Keeps people alert without making them frantic. Harry made a face. You really did grow up in a different place, he said. Yes, Demiurge agreed. Ainz rose from his seat. The room shifted subtly to acknowledge it. We will adjourn, Ainz said. Further details can be resolved by your offices. Song gathered her folder. Kingsley pushed his chair back. Aura stepped away from the wall to hold the door. As the humans filed out, Ainz gestured for Harry to stay. Albedo remained. Demiurge stayed at the table. Aura closed the door and returned to the wall. The room felt quieter. Report, Ainz said softly. Harry blinked. I already did, he said. Multiple reports. Hogwarts. Global. Ainz shook his head. I mean your state, he said. Not the numbers. Harry hesitated. He could feel the brand against his skin, steady and heavy. He thought about Hermione on the balcony, about the children in the hall, about the article headline. Tired, he said. All the time. Not the kind of tired that sleep fixes. The kind that sits under your ribs. Albedo studied him without hiding it. You are functioning, she said. You eat. You sleep. You attend meetings. You do not freeze in crisis. I know, he said. I did not say I was breaking. Demiurge asked, do you regret agreeing to the cage? Harry tapped his chest lightly. If I say yes, he said, how much trouble do I get in? Ainz sounded amused. It is not a contract, he said. It is a tool. Harry thought about it. I hate it, he said. I also know that without it, I would have done something stupid by now. There are cases where I want to blow a hole in a building and drag everyone out. The brand hums. I breathe. I look again. Albedo nodded once. Then it works, she said. He gave her a flat look. It works, he said. But it still feels like someone else grabbed my wand hand. Ainz leaned on the table. Power without limits destroys things, he said. You saw it with your dark lords. I saw it with my enemies. I could not risk that happening inside my own house. Harry met his eyes. I know, he said. I agreed. I am not saying you were wrong. I am saying I am still figuring out how to be a person inside it. Demiurge tilted his head. You have built rules of your own, he said. That notebook of yours. Harry snorted. That thing is so full it barely closes, he said. Ainz' lights brightened a little. You created a cage inside the cage, Ainz said. Values and lines that are yours, not ours. Harry shrugged. I needed some way to know when I had gone too far, he said. Or not far enough. Albedo spoke more quietly than usual. You have never refused an order that protected the structure, she said. Even when it hurt. He gave a tired smile. That is the job, he said. Chief. Boy who ruled. Pick a title. Ainz shook his head. I picked a person, he said. Titles came later. Harry looked away, suddenly uncomfortable. Anyway, he said, there is still a school to run and a jungle clan to talk to. I do not have time for an existential crisis. Demiurge's mouth twitched. Good, he said. Those are inefficient. Harry rolled his eyes. Of course you would say that, he said. Ainz straightened. Go, he said. Spend time with your people. You do better when you remember why we did this. Harry stood. Yes, he said. Sir. He left the chamber with Aura at his side. The door closed behind them. Inside, for a moment, Ainz sat very still. Albedo watched him. You worry, she said quietly. He did not deny it. He is still human, Ainz said. The more weight we add to his shoulders, the more cracks I expect to see. Demiurge folded his hands. He has not broken, he said. He bends. Ainz looked at the panel of the world. Blue light. Small yellow sparks. I do not want him to shatter, Ainz said. I just wanted the world to stop trying to kill him. Albedo smiled in a way that almost looked sad. Now he is the one stopping the world from killing itself, she said. Night in Nazarick never really changed. The sky above the tomb was always the same soft dark. The lights in the halls never flickered. The air smelled faintly of stone and something old. Harry sat on one of the smaller balconies that looked out over the false underground sky. It was one of the few places that felt almost open. Hermione sat beside him, legs tucked under her, a blanket over both their knees. Aura had escorted her here and then vanished into the shadows, close enough to intervene, far enough to give them privacy. Somewhere above, faint chanting from a ritual chamber floated down through the stone. The sound was more like background music now. Hermione sipped hot chocolate from a mug. Harry held his own and let the warmth seep into his fingers. You remember the first time you came here, he asked. She made a face. I remember thinking I had fallen into a nightmare. She said. Skeletons. Spikes. You being weirdly calm. I was not calm, he protested. I was trying really hard not to pass out. She smiled. I know that now, she said. At the time you looked like you had decided this was safer than the Dursleys. He hummed. It was, he said. They watched the fake stars for a while. Do you miss it, she asked quietly. The old world. The way it was before this. He thought about that. About messy classrooms. House rivalries. Quidditch. Letters from Sirius. Detentions. About constant fear. Adults lying. Children dying. No, he said. I miss pieces. I do not miss the whole. She nodded slowly. I miss the days when my biggest worry was McGonagall giving me extra homework, she said. I do not miss wondering if you would be alive at breakfast. He glanced at her. Sorry I ruined your school years, he said. She snorted. You did not ruin them, she said. You just made them loud. He laughed under his breath. They fell quiet again. After a while she set her mug down. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? She asked suddenly. He blinked. That is not a small question, he said. I know, she said. Answer anyway. He looked out over the fake sky. In 10 years, he said slowly, I think the world will be calmer. Less yellow on the panels. Fewer flagged zones. More boring reports about school attendance. She waited. And you, she asked. He swallowed. In 10 years, he said, if I am still breathing, I will probably be sitting at that round table in the ministry, reading charts, signing off on things that make sense on paper. She frowned. That is not an answer, she said. That is your job description. He sighed. Fine, he said. In 10 years I would like to be able to stand in a street with no wards around me and not expect a curse from every shadow. Her expression softened. Closer, she said. He hesitated, then added, in 10 years I would like to still have you here, he said. Not necessarily on a balcony in a tomb. Just somewhere inside reach. Her cheeks went pink. You do, she said quietly. You will. Unless you push me away. He shook his head at once. That is not on the list, he said. Good, she replied. She leaned her shoulder against his. You know you sacrificed a lot, she said. Not in the usual prophecy way. No grand death. Just small bits of yourself over and over. He looked down at his hands. Sometimes I wonder who I would have been if he never came. He admitted. If the guild never fell. If I just stayed that boy in the cupboard who got a letter. She was quiet for a second. I have wondered too, she said. Then I remember that boy would have died in a graveyard. Or could have turned into someone like Dumbledore wanted. Someone who thought people were chess pieces. He flinched. She pressed on. This version of you is not perfect, she said. You sign off on ugly things. You live in a tomb. You let a lich put a cage in your chest. You also save children from mountain bunkers and fight for ethics classes. He let out a slow breath. I chose this, he said. Yes, she said. You did. He gave a crooked smile. Third path, he murmured. She poked his shoulder. No grand labels, she said. You are Harry. That is complicated enough. He laughed. Fair, he said. She shifted closer. You know the worst part, she said. I can think of a few, he replied. She shook her head. No, she said. The worst part is that you are good at it. He blinked. Good at what, he asked. Ruling, she said. You hate the word. You hate the idea. But you are good at seeing the whole board and deciding which piece moves. You are good at making the call no one else wants. He grimaced. That sounds like a curse, he said. It is, she said. It is also why we are not dead. He looked at her for a long moment. Stay, he said quietly. Tonight. She smiled. I thought you would never ask, she said. Aura coughed gently from the shadows. Roster check, she said. I am still here. I heard nothing. They both jumped. Hermione covered her face with her hands. Oh my God. She groaned. Harry laughed until his sides hurt. Thank you, Aura, he said. Any time, Aura replied, amused. Later, when Hermione had gone back through the portal to Hogwarts and the hall had returned to its usual quiet hum, Harry walked alone to the throne room. The massive doors swung inward for him. Inside, the air was cool. Ainz sat on the throne, robe pooling around his bones. The room was mostly empty. No guards flanking the pillars. No kneeling lines of monsters. Just one skeleton and one boy who was not really a boy anymore. Harry walked up the central path and stopped a few steps short of the dais. Ainz, he said. Ainz inclined his head. Harry, he replied. For a moment they simply looked at each other. The first time Harry had stood here, he had felt small in a way that had nothing to do with height. He had been a piece on a board he did not understand. Now he stood straighter. He knew the shape of the board. He also knew how heavy it was. World is quiet tonight, he said. Ainz nodded. The panels show minimal activity, he said. Your Hogwarts report was acceptable. Harry smirked. High praise, he said. Ainz's eye lights glowed a little warmer. You did well, Ainz said. The children looked steady. Harry let his shoulders loosen. They act like students, he said. Not soldiers. That was the point, Ainz replied. They fell silent. Harry moved closer and sat on the bottom step of the dais. He leaned his arms on his knees and looked up at the empty air. A long time ago, he said quietly, you asked me what I wanted. Ainz did not move. You did not have an answer, Ainz said. You said you only knew what you did not want. Harry nodded. I did not want to die to fix someone else's mistake, he said. I did not want to watch more friends die because adults refused to admit they were wrong. He took a breath. I have an answer now, he said. Ainz tilted his head. I am listening, he said. Harry stared at the far wall. I want a world where children think Dark Lords are boring textbook examples, he said. I want teachers who go home at night and do not sit awake waiting for the next disaster. I want parents who grumble about badges and rules but still send their kids to school because they know they will come back. He glanced up at Ainz. I want you to be able to sit on that throne without worrying that the world outside will eat your people, he added. And I want to be able to walk out of this tomb someday and know it will keep going without me. Ainz was quiet for a long moment. You think about your death often, Ainz said. Harry gave a small shrug. I am not immortal, he said. At least as far as I know. My body will fail eventually. I want to make sure the structure is strong enough by then. Ainz rested one hand on the arm of the throne. When that day comes, he said, Nazarick will remember you as the one who made us fit this world. Harry snorted. And the world will remember me as the boy who turned their fairy tale into a schedule, he said. Ainz's eye lights dimmed and brightened. They will tell stories, he said. They always do. They will say you were cold. Or kind. Or both. They will use you as a warning. Or an ideal. You cannot control that. Harry nodded. I know, he said. I can only control what I actually do. He tapped his chest again. The brand pulsed softly in answer. This cage, he said, it does not feel as heavy as it used to. Not because it is lighter. I just got used to walking with it. Ainz watched him. I worried it would crush you, Ainz admitted. Harry smiled. It nearly did, he said. More than once. Then I wrote rules. Talked to Hermione. Shouted at you in my head a few times. You shouted out loud at least twice, Ainz said. Harry laughed. Fair, he said. He sobered. You know the strange bit, he said. I do not feel less free. I feel more focused. Like I can choose where to spend the little freedom left. Ainz nodded slowly. That is how I felt when I first realized I was trapped in this world, he said. I thought I had lost everything. Then I found I could still choose how to stand on the empty stage. Harry looked up at him. Was it worth it, he asked. For you. Ainz did not answer at once. He looked at the throne room, at the empty space where guildmates had once stood, at the banners of a world that no longer existed. Yes, he said finally, because standing still would have been worse. Harry let that sink in. He pushed himself to his feet and turned to face the hall. Empty but not dead. I am not sure what comes next, he said. There will be new problems. New idiots. New messes. There always are, Ainz said. Harry nodded. But for the first time, he said, I do not feel like I am waiting for a disaster. I feel like I am holding the line. He took a breath. Thank you, he said. Ainz sounded surprised. For what, he asked. For pulling me out of that world before it chewed me up, Harry said. For giving me a seat at the table instead of a grave. Ainz was quiet. If I had left you there, Ainz said slowly, you would have died a hero in their eyes. Harry gave a tired half-smile. Then I am glad you were selfish, he said. I like this ending better. Ainz chuckled, a dry, echoing sound. This is not an ending, he said. It is just a quieter chapter. Harry shrugged. Quieter is fine, he said. I have had enough screams for a lifetime. He stepped down from the dais and walked back toward the doors. Halfway there, he stopped and looked back. Ainz sat where he had always sat, a skeleton in a huge empty hall. Harry realized that for all the power and fear and titles, Ainz was alone in a way Harry would never be. Harry had Hermione. He had grumpy staff members. Children who scowled at him and then asked for extra practice. Allies who argued with him in boardrooms. Ainz had Nazarick. And him. Hey, Harry said. Ainz looked down. Yes, he asked. Harry smiled a little. You ever want to see a Quidditch match for real, he said. I can arrange it. No war. No politics. Just idiots on brooms trying not to break their necks. Ainz blinked. I thought the pitch was now a training field, he said. We have more than one field now, Harry said. We can spare one for a game. Ainz considered it. I will think about it, he said. Harry nodded. Good, he said. You should. He left the throne room then. The doors closed with a soft thud. In the corridor, Aura fell in step beside him. Roster 1. Harry. Aura. You good, she asked. He exhaled. Ask me that again in 10 years, he said. She smirked. All right, she said. I will. They walked through the halls of Nazarick. Somewhere above them, the panels of the world shifted. Blue light held steady. In a school on a Scottish hill, a girl with a new ethics textbook argued with her friend about spell limits. A teacher rolled her eyes and let them. In a jungle far away, a group of wand users looked up as a stranger stepped out of the trees with his hands open and his wand holstered. In a reconstructed ministry, an ordinary clerk filed a report on missing quills and did not flinch at shadows. The wars were not forgotten. They had just been pushed back into the pages of history, where they could sit as warnings instead of weather. Harry Potter walked on with a cage in his chest and a world on his shoulders. The weight did not go away. He had stopped waiting for it to. Instead, he adjusted his grip and kept moving. Not a chosen sacrifice in a graveyard. Not a pure tyrant on a throne. Just a boy who grew up in a tomb and decided that if he had to rule, he would at least make sure children got to complain about homework instead of funerals. It was not a perfect peace. It was enough for now.